Morning. I see Brendan Miller is on the stand talking to counsel for the city of Ottawa, I think. I'm not sure. Commissioner's not even here yet, but looks like the clerk's ready to call court. Interesting. That's right. We still do. We still have the rest of Tamara's testimony to go through here. Very good point. Morning, Terry. Morning, Mike. Morning, Amanda. Jason, Lucy, Candace. Good morning. Morning, Lisa. Hello, Carol. Hello, Agnes. I think I said that. Ursula. Okay. Good morning. Good morning, Helen. Morning, Sarah, Melissa, Carrie, Lana, Dawn, Diana, Catherine, Michael, Linda. Good morning. I'm sorry, just saying it to a bunch of people. Kim, good morning. Good morning, Elmira. Good morning, Odette. Good morning, Stopping Tom. Yeah, Stopping Tom. I like that. Is that stop? I never heard of Stopping Tom. Heard of Stomping Tom before. Never Stopping Tom. Stopping the government mandates, Tom. I like that one. Morning, Darlene.
Order a lot.
Oh, order a lot. Okay, so Rhonda, Shannon, Lurie, Johnny, Tracy, Kimberly, Olga, Wendy, Yvonne.
The Public Order Emergency Commission is now in session. La commission sur l'état d'urgence est maintenant ouverte.
Good morning.
Thank you, Victoria
Bonjour.
BC.
Yes, Mr. Michkowski.
Thanks very much. David Michkowski for the Ottawa Police Service. I have a preliminary matter to raise, and I'm seeking your direction. It concerns the testimony of the panel of witnesses who are going to be appearing later today. So I'm happy. I just wanted to alert you of it. I've advised my friends at Commission Council, and I'm in your hands as whether you want me to raise it now or wait till the witness has finished her cross-examination.
Okay, well, I'd suggest we deal with it after the witness has finished, unless there's an urgency. And I think perhaps just have you advised the parties of the issue?
I advised Commission Council yesterday, and I heard back and we've had some discussions. So certainly Commission Council is aware of our position. I have not had, and I heard back from Commission Council this morning, and so I have not yet advised my colleagues of the issue.
Okay, it might be worthwhile, and I don't know if you can do it by email or you want to do it orally, but just give a heads up to the parties so that when we get to it, everybody will have thought it through.
Sure.
If that's okay.
Sure, thank you very much.
Okay, and we can deal with that a bit later, but I'd suggest we
I don't know. I don't know what the issue is.
complete this and move on to that issue once we complete Ms. Lich. Okay, so unless there's anything further, we can start the cross-examinations, and I believe the first is the Government of Canada.
Ooh. Okay. Well, this is going to be intense, guys.
I
Batten
can,
down the
but,
hatches.
go ahead.
My friend, Mr. Champlain, that
It is not a problem with me, so go ahead, Mr. Chan.
I just have another matter, Mr. Commissioner, later this morning. Good morning, Ms. Leach. My name is Paul Champ. I'm lawyer for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses, and I have some questions for you concerning your testimony yesterday. Now, I want to start with something, Ms. Lich, I think we both agree on. You're not a national security threat in any way.
I don't believe I am, no.
And I also want to make sure that we're clear on the record. As you know, I've been able to see a lot of the financial information and so forth, and other proceedings and so forth. And you did everything you could to keep track of that money and deal with it responsibly, the money that was going through your hands.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
And in no way did you ever divert any of that money towards yourself improperly. No. And I'm saying that that's what I've seen. You've dealt very responsibly in every way you could with the money.
Yes, sir.
And you also testified yesterday you wanted to come to Ottawa for the right reasons. And by that, I mean you wanted to organize with other people, bring people together over that issue that was important to you, and send a message to the government and to your fellow Canadians. That's what you wanted to do in coming to Ottawa?
Yes, sir.
And you testified yesterday that you originally thought you wanted to drive across Canada, stand in front of Parliament with some signs, and you thought that's what the protest would be. Is that right?
Yes, essentially. I had no idea that it was going to become what it evolved into, yes.
For sure. But then once the enormous amounts of money started flowing in through GoFundMe, and people were energized around that, it opened up other options of what this protest could look like. Is that fair?
I believe that everyone that was involved and that joined was in it to be listened to, have their voices heard as far as the mandates and the restrictions and the lockdowns went.
But it made other things possible, like we were able to get the stages and the sound system and the resources to cover fuel and so forth for a much longer period than you had originally anticipated, correct?
That the donations that came into GoFundMe, as we specified in the description, was for fuel to get them to Ottawa and home.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So, but once you had a lot more, that opened up options that you could keep getting fuel to the trucks for a while they were here. That was part of the idea.
I guess that's fair.
And we saw I've read a news story about some texts that you had with Mr. Barber.
Yes.
I presume you're aware of the news story and those texts.
Yes, I am.
And in those texts, it's my understanding that you had some exchanges with Mr. Barber on or about January 30th about a strategy meeting at the command center about gridlocking Ottawa. Can you tell us about that?
Well, I can tell you what I remember, which obviously isn't much. Gridlock is not a term that I would normally use. So, and as the text message clearly states, that was not up to me. That was never something that we advocated for.
Sure.
So, and you have to understand that there was lots of times where we would have meetings, but we'd go in there and have a meeting about something totally different.
Right. But there was a talk about that, is that should be the strategy going forward, is keeping the trucks in the streets, gridlocking downtown. That was part of the strategy at that point.
No, we never wanted to gridlock the city.
You're in the right place.
As I said,
you're doing the right
as
thing.
We saw the momentum growing and the support that we were getting. Safety became our #1 priority. And as you heard Mr. Marazzo testify, that was especially important to him, having a son that made frequent ambulance trips to the hospital.
Right. Unfortunately, we heard that he didn't necessarily know about all the streets. He didn't know about Kent Street, for example, which even Mr. Barber acknowledged was shut down the whole time. But you didn't have any visibility into that. That wasn't part of your responsibility,
No.
I gather. Okay. Now, I want to ask you some questions about the horns. You testified yesterday that at some point, even for you, the horns became a bit too much. You couldn't even carry on a conversation on the sidewalk when all those trucks were blaring that.
At times, yes.
Yeah. And I think I'd seen a video once where you're talking about when all the semi trucks, when they blow their horns, it's just crazy. That was the experience, was it not?
Well, I think that's taken out of context. Are you referring to the video that I made?
Yes.
Yeah, and I believe I said it was music to my ears. That was within a couple of days of getting there, and there was a lot of excitement and It was a very jovial atmosphere.
But Ms. Leach, I know you strike me as a very reasonable person. You would agree with me that, you know, having a big rig, a semi-truck idling right in front of your house 24 hours a day, emitting diesel fumes, honking horns, prolonged periods during all day, sometimes at
But
night.
the fumes
That's not
dissipate
reasonable to
in
a
the
person that
air,
lives there. Would you agree?
and the trucks.
As I said yesterday, when I was in my hotel room, I didn't really notice it, the horns honking. And I was right downtown.
But you wouldn't want a big rig to pull up, for example, in front of your parents' home and park and idle for 24 hours a day for several weeks, honking their horn. You wouldn't want that, would you, Ms. Leach?
Well, Mr. Champ, my ex-husband was a tool push on a drilling rig, and I've spent many days on the site of a drilling rig, and there's a lot of diesel fumes and there's a lot of noise.
Yeah, it's not pleasant, is it?
It is what it is.
Yeah, but then you get to go home and you get to get away from that noise and those diesel fumes, right?
Not when you're living on site, no.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about the injunction. We, on February 4th to the 5th, you heard about that there was a motion
Well
from
done.
the residents
Well
of Ottawa
handled.
to get an injunction to stop
Well handled.
the horn
Frustration
honking, correct?
visible.
Yes.
And we heard from Mr. Wilson a bit about that there was a meeting of the board or the leadership group about what to do, and there was a decision to oppose the injunction, correct?
I've never opposed the injunction.
Well, you swore an affidavit to oppose the injunction, Ms. Leach.
Morning,
let's be clear
Claudette.
on that, right?
Well, once it was imposed, of course, we weren't going to go against the injunction.
Well, no, there was a court hearing on Monday, February the 7th, where Mr. Wilson represented you and Mr. Barber and Mr. Dichter, who were named individuals on it, to oppose the injunction. You weren't aware that that's what the position you were taking?
I don't recall that, but if you say so, then.
And you swore an affidavit in support of that position, which I should say, swore an affidavit that the injunction should not be granted.
If you say so, I've sworn a lot of affidavits, so if you say so.
Is it fair to say there was a lot going on?
There was a lot going
It
on.
was hard to follow all the different things that were happening.
Yes.
And you may not have known exactly what the team was doing on some of those issues.
I guess that's fair to say.
Okay. Now, Mr. Wilson told us yesterday that on the board, there were some who, there was a bit of division on the board. Some felt that, yeah, the horns are a bit too much. You know, maybe we shouldn't oppose this injunction. And some were like, no, we should oppose it. Do you recall that meeting?
I was probably there, but as I said, I was in and out of a lot of meetings, so I don't recall that specifically.
Okay. And you testified yesterday that once the injunction was issued, you worked very hard or worked really hard to see that it was adhered to. You recall your testimony on that?
Yeah, the truck captains did for sure. Yes.
Right. But you yourself, you didn't do anything directly to ensure that the order was adhered to, did you?
I don't believe I did, no.
No, you didn't post any videos or make any statements on your social media account attempting to discourage the truckers from blowing their horns?
My Facebook page was deleted about the first week we were here.
But you didn't put up anything on it before it was deleted?
No, I did not, no.
And you never posted a copy of the court's injunction order or the terms of it in any way on any of your social media, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
And were you aware that that was a term of the court order that you were supposed to do that?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so Mr. Wilson may not have communicated that to you.
He may have. Again, it was very chaotic times.
Now, February 4th, that's Friday. That was I'll give you the days because I'm sure it was like that.
It was a blur, yes.
I'm sure your days were crazier than mine, but I have a bit of a sense of what you were going through. Friday, February the 4th. That's the day that GoFundMe issued this statement saying they're shutting down the fundraiser, and they were going to return all the money to the donors. You recall that day?
I do.
And when GoFundMe shut you down, you lost what was potentially access to $10 million, correct?
Correct.
And GoFundMe put out a statement that day saying, quote, this previously peaceful demonstration has become an occupation. Do you recall that?
I do.
That's because everyone was saying
And
that.
by that
it
point,
didn't mean anything.
you had also, I gather, been following some of the news stories, some of the reporting talking about
Like,
the
people
negative
asked-
impact that the protest was having on residents, caused by the blocking streets and the honking. Were you following that?
I didn't have a lot of time to read the news, to tell you the truth.
And on that Friday, February 4th, after GoFundMe took away that $10 million, you learned later that day that you were being sued for $10 million. Is that right?
It was probably around that same time, yes.
So that was a bit of a rotten day, losing 10 million, being sued for 10 million.
Okay.
You could say that, I guess, yes.
Now, did you consider
Is he
or
just like,
talk about with anyone
"Ha-ha,
else maybe
it was a
working
bad
on
day,
an
admit
exit
it."
strategy at that point?
We had been in talks about that shortly after the legal team arrived, actually.
And after that one day when GoFundMe shuts you down, did you, would that have been a time for you to start thinking about shutting down the protest or coming up with saying, hey guys, we sent our message and going home? Was that ever part of the discussion?
Not to my knowledge. As I said yesterday, we were waiting to be acknowledged by somebody in the federal government who was willing to come and listen to what we had to say.
Right. But you told us yesterday also another factor was that the lawyers from the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms, they had showed up and they were giving you good advice. They were supporting you by that point. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
They'd been there a day or two by that time.
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say that without them, you might have considered packing it in?
I don't know. That's really hard to say.
So on the Friday, February the 4th, GoFundMe shuts you down. You're sued for $10 million. Then on the Sunday, February the 6th, the city of Ottawa declared a state of emergency. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then the next day, on Monday the 7th, the court issued the Horn injunction. So did you start thinking then, or was there any discussions then about maybe the protests should start packing it in?
There might have been. I know, again, to reiterate, we were very focused on being heard and having our concerns listened to.
And then on February the 11th, Premier Ford in Ontario, they declared a state of emergency about what was happening in Ottawa. You recall that?
Not specifically the date, but I do recall that happening, yes.
Weren't you getting the message? You testified yesterday, Ms. Leach, that, well, no one told you to leave. The police weren't telling you to leave. All of these things, the premier, the mayor, the courts, GoFundMe, that wasn't a message.
The courts never told them to leave.
Ottawa residents,
The courts,
that wasn't a message that maybe
the
it was time
courts-
to leave.
The courts didn't tell them to
Well,
leave.
we had
The
a
police didn't
message
tell them to
too.
leave.
Yeah.
Let's be clear.
And so,
Let's be clear.
and that was
Don't make
that was more
insinuations or
important than
implications.
what the people
After
of
the
Ottawa were
stories that I
experiencing.
heard coming across Canada that were absolutely heartbreaking after 2 years of lockdowns and restrictions. Yeah.
Now, you
Oh, look
reached
at
the
his
deal
face, his
with
facial
the
expressions,
mayor
sorry.
around Sunday, the 12th, I believe.
Yes.
Or the 13th. No, the 13th.
13th, I think, yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
That's right. And the Freedom Convoy put out a statement about the deal. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
And in the statement, you said things like you never wanted to impact the residents of downtown Ottawa.
That's correct.
And you wanted to agree to the deal to relieve the pressure on the people in downtown Ottawa.
Absolutely, sir.
Right. Because there had been pressure on the people of downtown Ottawa by that point.
Well, as I said, we didn't want to create a big disruption to them. We wanted to be respectful to the citizens of Ottawa, for sure.
Because from January 29th till February the 13th, you recognize it wasn't very respectful to the people of downtown Ottawa.
Well, what I will say is that I was approached by hundreds of Ottawa citizens who had come out to support. I was approached by federal government employees who were donating items to the protesters. We had a lot of support in Ottawa from the Ottawa citizens,
Except for those that were suing you, I guess.
I guess, yeah.
And the mayor who was elected by the citizens of Ottawa, he apparently wasn't supportive of you staying in downtown.
Pretty lame
He
Mm,
duck,
wasn't,
Mayor.
and I give him great credit for being willing to sit and talk to us.
Yeah, and let's just be clear here, Ms. Leach. No one was asking you to leave completely. It was about moving the trucks and having the truck stop idling out in front of residences
Which
and
they
blowing the
never,
horns all night
which
and day. That
the
was
police
big
or
message,
never
yes.
facilitated or provided an opportunity to do that and sabotaged any deal that was in the works. Every time the protesters would make a deal or attempt
Now,
to do
you
something,
testified
police would
yesterday
sabotage
that
it.
once the Emergencies Act was issued,
Let's be
and
clear
it
about what
looks
we've
like
heard
there
in the
was going to
testimony
be
here.
action, law enforcement moving in. You testified that you encouraged people to leave. Is that right?
That's correct.
But you didn't do that on social media in any way, correct?
I did not.
So it was just people who you saw face to face, you were telling them to leave?
Yes, primarily our people from our team also.
You didn't think maybe it would be better, you had so much influence on people who were here in Ottawa protesting, that you should put it out on social media that, hey, you guys, maybe it's time for us to leave?
Obviously I didn't.
Well, and obviously another thing that you did, Ms. Leach, is from understanding your testimony yesterday, you suspected you were about to be arrested and you went out to the street to ask the police officers or have someone ask the police officers if they were looking for you, right?
Yes, that's true.
And you went out with someone who could record the arrest when it occurred, right?
Everybody has a cell phone these days.
For sure. And when you were arrested, I didn't hear Commission Counsel ask you this, but as you were being arrested, you were yelling, "Hold the line," correct?
Yes. Well, one of the road captains that I was with said it, and I repeated it back to him. Yes.
Right. And by that statement, I take it you weren't encouraging the other protesters to leave Ottawa, were you? You were encouraging them to stay, to hold the line, correct?
Well, that's a matter of perspective. My perspective on hold the line means stay true to your values in the face of diversity.
Right.
And diversity.
But you'd agree with me, Ms. Leach, that some people who were protesting, who were following you at that time, when they saw that message, they would have interpreted it to hold the line, to stay. Hold the line, don't leave Ottawa. Some might have interpreted it that way. Would you agree?
I can't speak for what other people think.
You don't think that's well, when you speak and you've got that kind of a platform, you recognize that people are listening to you, you have a great deal of influence on those people?
Well, again, it comes down to how you define the term, I suppose.
So just assist me with this, Ms. Leach. I'm trying to reconcile when you're telling us that you were encouraging people to leave, but you didn't put anything out on social media. But then you were with only one or two people at the time you were arrested, someone that you knew who recorded that video, don't you?
I do, yes.
Yeah, you know that person personally.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, and so they recorded it. You were aware, you saw them recording, right?
Yes, I did.
And then you yell out, "Hold the line," because you wanted the people to stay in downtown Ottawa. Is that right?
Again, I was repeating what one of the road captains had said to me.
Okay. Ms. Leach, just one last point. For reasons that remain utterly unclear to me, Commission Counsel asked you yesterday about the impact of your arrest and your charges against you. And I just want to make clear, you weren't charged with an offense under the Emergencies Act, were you? It's my understanding you've been charged under the criminal code.
I believe
there
so,
is,
yes.
there is no, you can't
Right, you were charged
make
in
an
the criminal
offense
code
under
for
the
mischief.
Emergencies Act.
And charged for interference with lawful use and enjoyment, both under the criminal code. Is that right?
Mischief, counseling mischief, intimidation, counseling intimidation, and a few more.
Right, but no offense under the Emergencies Act.
No.
And the indictment
There's no
talks
offense under
about
the-
activities.
there's
from
no
February
offense
the
under the
7th
Emergencies
up till
Act.
February, I think 19th, or the date that
I mean,
you
I guess they
arrested,
could
is that
manifest
right?
one, but that's not what happened.
Perhaps.
Or the start of the date is before the invocation of the Emergencies Act, right?
I'm not sure.
Thank you, Ms. Leach.
Thank you, Mr. Champ.
That fell flat.
Okay, next is the Government of Canada.
Oh well. You can try, but it didn't work. Fell flat.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, Ms. Leach.
Good morning.
I'm Andrea Gonsalves. I'm one of the lawyers for the Government of Canada. You've told us in your evidence that you were not one of the founders of the Freedom Convoy, but you became involved because you wanted to help.
Yes, ma'am.
And primarily your role was fundraising, and you were quite successful with that, right?
Yes,
You told us you're not a trucker, you don't have a truck.
I do not.
And in the time you spent in Ottawa, there were obviously protesters, truckers who were sleeping in their trucks.
I believe so, yes.
But you didn't, you were staying in the hotels, right?
I was, yes. I didn't have a truck here to sleep in.
Right. And during that time, you've told us it was incredibly busy and surely exhausting for you.
Very much so.
Lots going on. You said you were in and out of different meetings, briefings,
Maybe not. I don't
on
know.
various calls. You were dealing with the crowdfunding platforms, switching campaigns, for instance.
Yes, ma'am.
You were dealing with the funds being frozen, setting up bank accounts. That all took a lot of your time.
It did take some time, yes.
Setting up the finance committee and the various administrative aspects that went along with that also took portions of your time.
Yes.
And you were, through all of this, you've told us constantly meeting new people. There were new people arriving all the time that wanted to meet with you.
Yes, there was, yes.
Yeah, lawyers, advisors, accountants.
Canadians.
Mr. Wilson, the other JCCF people, Mr. Eros were just some of the names you gave us, right?
Yes.
And you said this was a lot of pressure for you. You felt pulled in different directions.
Yeah, there was times when it was definitely very chaotic and very crazy.
And you participated in many of the press conferences. You were getting put in front of cameras.
Yes, ma'am.
People were putting you forward as the leader. Mr. Wilson, you'll recall describing you as the spark that lit the fire.
I do recall that, yes.
And you also said you felt at times people didn't see you, they just saw the money.
Yeah, there was times when I felt that way.
And all of these dealings were consuming a vast amount of your time during the days and weeks you spent in Ottawa.
Yes, yes, there was.
You, I gather in all of this, couldn't leave your hotel very often.
In the beginning, in the early days, no. But as the days wore on, I was able to get out and to the crowds more,
Yeah, and occasionally-
and get out and talk to the truckers and stuff like that also.
Occasionally you spoke up in Parliament Hill.
I did, yes.
And you understand that the protest occupied quite a large physical geographic area of Ottawa.
Yes.
Yeah, Wellington right out to SJAM.
Hold on. We got to go back
We've
to.
heard Parliament south as far as Somerset.
I'll take your word for it. I don't know the
Don't know the
streets here
streets
that
very
well
well.
yet.
Sure enough, and the evidence is in the record.
As far
You've
as
heard there
Somerset,
was
there's no evidence of that.
trucks parked in the
Somerset?
streets by the market in the Rideau and Sussex area.
Yes. Yes.
For a period of time in the early days anyway, they were out in Confederation Park. There was an encampment there.
Yes, I believe so.
And the one out in Coventry Road, the parking lot
Yes,
by the
ma'am.
stadium.
Which was
As well as
offered by
those
the
that were
city.
a bit further out of town, 1500 Bronson Road. Were you aware of that one?
There's
I'm
about-
not sure of the addresses,
about-
but
I've been there.
was
There's
some
about
out of town,
50
yes.
There's
You
about
said
1,500
yesterday something about
Bronsons in
88. That
town.
would be exit 88 off of the 417.
I think it's by Embrum.
Embrun.
Embrun, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that's the one, yes.
Out in Armprior. You heard about Van Cleek Hill.
Yes.
Yeah.
1,500
And you, with all the
Bronson
demands on your
is a
time,
government of
were
Canada
not
property
spending
parking lot.
the vast majority of your time in
They
any of those places.
didn't really stay
right?
there.
You just couldn't.
I visited them, but yeah, not as much as I wanted to.
And I think I've seen you here throughout the hearing. You've been here almost daily.
Yes, ma'am.
And we've heard some evidence about some of the things that were going on in the protest crowds. I take it this was evidence you were hearing, information you were learning for the first time, like the threats to the mayor of Ottawa.
I didn't know he was receiving threats.
You didn't know that Chief Slowly had received death threats.
No.
You didn't know that Deputy Prime Minister Freeland had received
I learned of that the other day,
a couple
yes.
days
That was
ago,
brought up
and
like
the Prime
one
Minister
threat
was receiving
from some
threats.
rando.
I was also receiving death threats.
Very well put.
Were you also learning for the first time as you sat through this hearing about numerous weapons-related arrests in connection with these protests? Or
There's
did you
been
know
one
that at the
I
weapons
time?
did
charge.
hear something about Coots, but again, I didn't follow those stories that closely. I had I was
There's
too
one
busy
weapons
And-
charge in Ottawa.
Weapons-related arrests in Ottawa?
Not
here.
really.
As far as I know, there was no weapons related.
Okay, well, there's been some evidence about that, and if
There's,
that's
like,
the case,
one?
that would be the first time you learned about that. too.
A
Yes,
knife and
I
a
don't-
sword?
I don't recall
They're
hearing
talking about the
weapons,
knife
no.
and the sword guy. Yeah,
We've
they
heard
haven't
evidence
established
about
who that was.
protesters surrounding police and bylaw
We've
officers who were
heard
trying to do their
evidence-
jobs. Is that something you knew was going on at the time?
No.
No.
We've heard evidence of
And
Antifa
this,
doing such a thing,
document was introduced
slashing
into
tires
evidence
and cutting airlines.
yesterday by my friend, Mr. Diana, but no one spoke to it. So perhaps we'll pull it up. It's OPP 401819.
I have the crime facts. I don't have the
It's
weapons
a
charge
OPP
offense because there's like
intelligence report
two.
for February 14th.
Very small.
And if
White
we
is
could
not your
please
friend,
scroll down to
government.
page 2.
Hold on.
And just, sorry, the very first paragraph there. And February 14th, of course, that's a big day. That's the day that the Emergencies Act invocation was announced by the Prime Minister. Right?
Proudest day
Yes.
of your administration.
And the first bullet
yes,
point there says
that
Ottawa
was a big
Police
day
Service
for us. We were
identified
so
an
proud
online
of that,
video in which
trampling
a
everyone's rights.
driver at the blockade had made inflammatory statements referencing violence, such as using a truck as a weapon. The video also showed him displaying a
But-
protective vest, which he claimed would stop an armor-piercing round. He claimed that he brought it with him to protect himself, and that he had worn it at the blockade.
Did it happen?
OPP field officers have spoken with this male, and his truck has been positioned in front of Chateau Laurier since the beginning of the protest.
Talking
And I
about
take it that's
Eric
new
wasn't reading.
information for you as well.
That is new information for me,
Eric
yes.
wasn't. If they're talking about load
And
safe, he wasn't wearing
you've-
any kind of.
You've
vest.
testified in this commission that you had to believe everyone who was getting involved
There's a lot of
was
interviews
doing so
with
for the
load
right
safe.
reasons, that they were joining
this
with the
is-
best of intentions. And
Like
these are
like,
at least
how
some
many people
examples of
interviewed
people
load
who maybe
safe?
didn't have the best
He wasn't
of
wearing.
intentions, right?
He wasn't wearing
Correct,
ballistic
which
armor.
is why I continually was
purely
online advocating
untrue.
for peace, to remain peaceful, to abide by the law, and to respect our law enforcement.
Right.
Hold on.
And in the various press conferences and press releases that you were involved in and that were being put out in the name of the Freedom Convoy, the message was repeatedly being communicated that the convoy was here to stay in Ottawa until the mandates were lifted, right?
Yes,
As long as that took was the messaging.
yes.
And you testified both yesterday and in response to questions from Mr. Champ this morning about the deal that, the exchange of letters that you engaged in with Mayor Watson.
So,
And
so
as
much
I
shaking in the
understand
government
broad
council's voice.
strokes, he sent a letter to your team with the assistance of Mr. Wilson. You sent a letter back, or a letter was sent back in your name, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And let's pull up that letter. It's HRF 6045. While we're waiting, or it's there, but while we're waiting for that, why did the letter go in your name? Do you know?
I was president of the board of directors at that time.
Okay. And the letter that's written in your name, if we just go down to the, sorry, a little too far, third paragraph starts, "We have made a plan." And you write, or the letter says, "We have made a plan to consolidate our protest efforts around Parliament Hill. We will be working hard over the next 24 hours to get buy-in from the truckers. We hope to start repositioning our trucks on Monday." And that's worded that way because at that point, the best that you could offer the mayor was efforts to get buy-in from the truckers, right?
Well, we needed to go out and speak to them and talk to them about.
A lot of the police
that was
officers
going to be a
felt
good
that
idea.
there was a genuine opportunity
Right.
to
And
de-escalate the protest and
After
move them.
these
So that's been
letters
testified.
were released publicly, we heard from Mr. Dichter in his testimony, and I believe you testified that you knew at the time from him that he had received many reactions on social media from those who were unhappy with this deal, right?
Yes.
Yeah. You also were aware that Pat King had immediately put out his own messaging undermining this deal, right?
Yeah, yes.
And it was important to you, I take it, to make clear that what had been agreed to was nothing more than moving the trucks out of the residential neighborhoods, right?
It was a step one.
Yeah.
That's how I viewed it. It was progress. It was the more progress than we'd seen since we arrived.
You, at that time, would not have put your name on any letter that agreed to a meeting if it meant you had to force protesters to pack up, end their protest, and go home, right?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah. Maybe I'll do it a little differently. The understanding you had with Mayor Watson was that you were going to make best efforts to help get the trucks out of the residential neighborhoods.
Yes.
And then he would sit down with you for a meeting.
Yes.
You were not going to agree to a meeting if it meant you had to tell all those truckers, get out of Ottawa, end your protest, go home.
Sorry. Can you repeat that again, please?
You did not, and you would not have agreed to a meeting with the mayor if the condition for that meeting was that you and other leaders would have to tell the protesters, get out of Ottawa, go home, end your protest.
But nobody had to end their protest.
Well, that would have been something
Everyone
that we
has
would have
a-
had to talk about.
Everyone has a legal right to protest.
Well, what if?
That's not a deal saying, okay, I'll meet with you for
And when
5
you
minutes if you
messaged
just
this deal,
renege
you
and everyone goes
remember,
home for nothing. That's not a
Mr.
deal.
Wilson,
That's not a deal, and it
drafted
certainly
up
doesn't align
the
with the
Freedom
charter.
Manifest that was
or
going
anything
to be
else.
used to help communicate to the truckers what exactly they were being asked to do and what the deal
Yes.
was with the mayor, right? And so let's pull that up. That's HRF 401285. This is a document you had reviewed and you agreed with at the
Yes.
time, right?
Yeah, a lot of what ifs, not of what
And
happened.
in the
you know.
fourth paragraph, what
No
you're
justification
communicating here
for the
is
Emergencies Act.
we
None.
have to stay in Ottawa for the long
None.
haul to reach our destination. Just like we do every day with our routing logistics,
Fire
we
in
have
her
to
eyes.
plan
She has
for the
bullshit
road
in her
ahead.
eyes. This
Yes.
isn't
And
justification
that's
for the
what
Emergencies
you
Act, Lisa.
and Freedom Corp were saying to explain.
The Emergencies Act requires that there's no other law of Canada that can deal with the so-called national emergency. That's a requirement for invoking the Emergencies Act.
The step necessary to make sure you could continue your protest for the long haul, correct?
Yes, we definitely would have loved to have stayed and continued to protest peacefully.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Next is the Ottawa Police Service.
Who skipped asking Pat King any questions the other day, which is very interesting. Everyone always talks about Pat King, but no one asks him any questions.
Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Ms. Leach. My name is David Michikowski. I'm a lawyer for the Ottawa Police.
Good morning.
You've been very clear in your evidence that it was your intent to plan a peaceful protest, correct?
Correct.
And that was very important to you as one of the organizers.
Yes.
And you did not plan to disrupt the lives of Ottawa residents or businesses.
No.
And you obviously, consistent with that, obviously didn't plan to break bylaws, honk your horns continuously, defecate on people's lawns, harass people, or block emergency lanes. That wasn't the plan, was it?
I did none of those things.
And it wasn't the plan, was it? As one of the organizers, you wouldn't have been in favor of condoning that kind of activity, would you?
No.
And because it wasn't your plan, and you, in fact, had a code of conduct, you wouldn't have expected the police to turn the convoy away when they came to Ottawa, would you?
No, they were excellent to deal with right from the start.
And if that had happened and none of the trucks were allowed in, we've heard from OPP witnesses that that likely at that point would not have deterred the convoy because some had driven from very far away. Is that fair?
If we would have been told that we couldn't have driven up here, I don't believe that we would have. We would have found alternative places, I guess.
I'm saying that if when you got here on the 28th and the 29th, the city was barricaded and you couldn't go anywhere, the OPP witness indicated that that wouldn't have turned the truckers away because they'd come pretty far for this.
I don't know how to even answer that question. I guess if there was barricades in place, how could we have done that?
And no one from the convoy organizers, to your knowledge, was on social media before the convoy encouraging antisocial behavior.
Not to my knowledge.
Right. And you've seen the Lawton book about the Freedom Convoy?
I have, yes.
And in his book, he says that the convoy organizers did not intend to be on residential streets.
Yes,
And you would agree with that?
I would agree with that.
But in fact, that is what happened.
There was some residential streets that had lots of trucks on them, yes, sir.
There were staging areas, but they were too far away from Parliament. And people wanted to be closer, correct?
A lot of them did want to be closer, but there was also trucks that were out there too in those locations, yes.
And you've been very clear in the affidavit you filed in court that there were truckers who came from all over.
Yes, sir.
And you indicated specifically in that affidavit, which is, we don't need to call it up, but for the record, it's JCF 0012 in paragraph 2 and 3, that you did not control the truckers. Those are your words.
Yes, no, we didn't. They're all human beings. I don't control anyone, sir. I open up a dialogue with them and listen.
You're
to
agreeing
what
with
they
me.
say. I didn't control anyone.
I'm sorry?
I did not control anyone.
You didn't control the truckers.
No.
And Superintendent Drummond attended a meeting he's heard with some of your representatives on the 13th of February. That was after the date of your letter with the mayor. Those were on the 12th, correct?
The meeting, oh yes, sorry, the initial meeting was, I believe, Friday. Yeah, and so yes, correct.
Okay. And so the agreement with the mayor was reached on the 12th of February.
I believe so. The 12th.
And then we saw that there was a meeting on the 13th that I believe Mr. Wilson may have attended with the mayor's
Yes, I believe so.
office. And Superintendent Drummond records in his notes, and again, I'll give you the reference, but in the interest of time, I won't call it up, but it's OPS 14455 at page 47. The convoy organizers, the representatives at that meeting, explained that they did not control Rideau Sussex.
I wasn't at that meeting.
But you're aware that that was said by
Yes.
at that, okay. And that your representatives also said they didn't control Coventry Road.
Yes.
And so and they also said they could not be certain if the truckers there would move.
That's correct, I believe, yeah.
And even for those groups whom you did have some control or influence on, I guess influence, we've heard that truckers are pretty independent-minded people.
Yes, they are.
They can't be made to do what they don't want to do.
Yeah, I guess so.
And in addition to not controlling the truckers, you also did not have control, obviously, of the protesters on the street and whether they could block trucks moving, for instance.
We didn't have control, but we worked very hard and very diligently with the gentlemen and women that were down there to open up a dialogue and assist them in opening up that intersection.
And in fact, we heard about a previous effort by Mr. Wilson and Ms. Chipiuk on February 10th at Rideau and Sussex, where police were going to move the barriers so trucks could move, but the crowd dynamics got in the way and the crowd stopped the trucks from moving because they didn't trust the police, correct?
I was down there also, yes.
You were there as well. And so you saw that and you agreed that that would be dangerous then.
I didn't feel like it was dangerous. There was a large crowd presence there, and I think they were feeling that they had been lied to by the police. There was a lot of mistrust there. And they were down there singing "O Canada" and chanting freedom.
And you agreed it would be dangerous to move the trucks in that scenario because the crowd swelled.
There was a lot of people there, yes, yes.
And we have heard that notice was given to the demonstrators in advance that they would have to leave. You heard that evidence?
What are you referring to?
We've heard quite a bit of that evidence that demonstrators were told to leave.
I've never been told to leave.
Oh, you didn't know that? Okay. You're familiar with the PLTs, correct?
I am now.
I'm going to show you some PLT logs. And you understand that the PLTs were a liaison with the protesters
Excuse me, yes, sir.
and would communicate with them.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to call it up. I'm not going to start by taking you directly to it, but I will take you to a particular passage. The document is OPS 130-14053. And so while that's being called up, Ms. Leach, those are PLT logs as of February 25th. And I can take you through them in detail and show you, but in order to save some time, I'm going to attempt to summarize what they say on the issue of notice that was given to the truckers and protesters before the public order unit moved in to clear the intersection. And so what I see in those is on February, there were various zones in the city. And I see on February 16th, the PLTs attended SJAM and gave those present the letter and were told by protesters that the letter wasn't legal because it didn't have a signature. Sounds sort of similar to what you said. Correct?
Sorry, just excuse me a minute. Yes.
If my friend could actually take the witness to the part in the document that states that so that we can see it. I don't know if that's what it says or not. I apologize.
I will take her to it where it's necessary. If she doesn't agree, she doesn't agree. That's fine. I don't wish to use my 15 minutes by going through the document in detail. If she can't agree, I will take her to portions of it.
Sure, let's do that. Take me to portions, please.
PLT say they attended SJAM and they were told by the truckers that it wasn't legal, that notice, and it wasn't significant. Do you know about that?
I wasn't there, sir.
Okay. Do you have any reason to deny that occurred as noted in the PLT logs?
I have no reason to.
Okay. And understand from those logs that the next day on February 17th, they attended again and delivered the message again. And they attended again on the 19th and delivered it again to those who remained. Any reason to deny that that occurred?
I was not there. As a matter of fact, by the 19th, I was already in jail.
Okay. And so you weren't on the 17th, were you?
I was arrested that day, yes.
Right. And I'm pretty confident, because you were one of the organizers, that the truckers were communicating with you and telling you what was happening.
From SJAM?
All over the city. No,
not necessarily.
And then in zone 2, and this is on page 7 of the same document, Mr. Marazzo met the PLT on the 16th, and the message was delivered to him. And then it was delivered on Wellington Street. And the PLTs described hostile and screaming at the police. And the police then had to withdraw due to the hostility. Any reason to disagree with that?
I was not present there, sir.
Any reason to disagree with it?
Sir, With respect, my friend is asking a witness who has no knowledge of something whether or not she disagrees with a document of which she didn't draft, of which was drafted by the police, and then asking if there's any reason to disagree with something she has no knowledge of. That's not a question, sir, that's permissible. It's not relevant. This witness, while this was all going on, was in jail without any form of ability to access phones and texts, etc. It's not an appropriate line of questioning.
The witness can answer if she was aware of it or not. She wasn't. I think it's quite proper cross-examination.
I'm not sure it's very helpful in the sense that I'm not sure what you're getting at. She can neither confirm nor deny because she has no knowledge.
Right.
To say, has she the questions relating to whether she received communications about any of this may have some relevance, and she's answered that. So,
Well,
I mean, you
I'll
can go ahead,
move
but
on.
you're
In my submission, it is highly relevant because the witness said that no notice was given. And I'm going to suggest to you, Ms. Leach, that the PLTs went to every single site and gave notice to everyone. And you're saying you didn't know that. Is that right?
If you say so.
Okay. I'm going to ask that we turn up OPS 12205, page 60. Yeah, just at the top where it says Swiss Hotel. I'm going to tell you something, and maybe you'll remember this, Ms. Leach. PLT Peace Jim and OPS PLT Meg attended Swiss Hotel and met with Leach and Bulford and O'Connor. Message was delivered and explained. All parties were upset, and Leach was crying in regards to how unfair she felt this action was. PLT advised them to depart and message this out to others. All parties were upset when it was explained that people who are helping logistics can also be charged and held accountable. All understood messaging. They do feel that this message will harden participants' resolve as they feel that it is a tactic of dictatorial government. Suggestion was made to have children leave the red zone. Seems pretty clear to me that you were given the message, right?
I was never told I needed to leave.
So the PLTs, that's fabricated.
I
right?
remember when they came in and we had the discussion, and I, as it says, became very upset. I believe I said something to the effect of, "I cannot believe that you're about to do this to your own people."
The PLT
We were
was
there
having problems with the
protesting
OPS.
peacefully,
A
and
lot of problems.
The rest of that interaction,
That has been heard
I was
extensively.
upset and I was crying and I.
Right.
Don't recall the
You
rest
were
of it.
upset and you were crying because it was over and they told you to leave.
I was upset and I was crying because of what they were proposing to do to Canadian citizens.
And they told you to depart and they told you to message that to others.
I don't
Right.
recall them telling me to message that to others or that I needed to leave.
I'm sorry, you don't
It was
remember?
suggested.
It seems to me your memory is selective. When I take you to something that implicates you, you have no
Sir,
memory of it.
that's inflammatory, and if my friend wants to take the stand and become a witness and give opinions about credibility, that's fine, but that's not a proper question, sir.
I'll move on. You would agree, you've talked about the fact that you didn't know the truckers or control them, and you didn't police them.
I did not know.
You weren't surveilling them.
No,
You didn't know their past. You didn't have intelligence information about all of them.
I am not an intelligence expert now.
Right. And you would agree with me that there may be other individuals or organizations that would have more intelligence information about some of the protesters than you did.
Such as,
Would you agree with that?
could you ask me your question again, sir?
Yeah. I said you would agree with me that there may be other individuals or organizations that would have more intelligence information about some of the protesters than you did.
Yes,
And you would agree with me as well that you have no background or formal training in crowd dynamics and what can incite a crowd to take action,
I don't know.
or how to prevent a crowd from escalating or preventing violence.
No, I don't.
And so just two more areas, if I may just have 2 more minutes, Commissioner. HRF 401510. If I may have that document, Mr. Clerk, please. Is an email from Eva Chipyuk. Eva Chipyuk was one of the convoy lawyers.
Yes, sir.
And so this is on February 15th. She indicates, and for some reason we have not been given the attachment, although we've been told that solicitor-client privilege was waived. But in the email it says, I've drafted something on the right to protest and have taken a very cautious approach because I don't exactly know what the emergencies orders are. But it's my understanding that they can limit the right to protest. And while that can be challenged in court, at the moment, people who do not comply may be arrested. I think if we're advising people, it's important to let them know all the risks they're facing and let them make their own decision. You've seen that from one of your lawyers?
I've seen it since in these hearings.
So 2 possibilities. Either your lawyers didn't give that advice to you, or they did give that advice to you.
Sir, there's individuals CC'd or that emails too. She's not in it. And then the next day, or just in 2 days, she's not, you should first ask her if she got the email. God, sorry.
I'm sorry, my friend will have a chance to examine. This is quite proper cross-examination.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful to know if she received the email before you question her on it.
Okay, I will get to that, but there's a reason why I'm asking it in the way I have.
Okay.
So 2 possibilities. Either your lawyer didn't give you that advice, or you did get that advice from someone.
I did not receive this email, and I don't recall. As I said, there was a lot of chaos. We had a lot of conversations. I can't recall.
Okay, so you don't recall whether your lawyer gave you that email or not?
I don't believe I've seen it before.
Okay. And I understand that you've been charged with several criminal code offenses, correct? Mischief, obstructing justice, counseling others to commit mischief, intimidation, correct?
That's correct.
And I understand, you understand that the purpose of this inquiry is not to determine your guilt or innocence, correct?
Of course not.
And you've received disclosure of documents from the Crown, or partial disclosure, I believe you said?
Yes, I have.
And you understand, because the criminal process is ongoing, there's a case called WAG. And so as a result of that, you understand that I am not allowed to rely on documents that are part of the criminal brief, the Crown brief in this proceeding. You understand that, correct?
If you say so. Again, this is a new world to me.
And so you understand that if that's the case, I may not be able to challenge some of the statements you've said.
Sir,
correct?
my friend's arguing a
don't.
principle of law.
I am not familiar with this system, so.
Okay. If I may just ask one final question then. You talked about concerns for safety, correct?
Yes,
And that would include concerns for officer safety.
absolutely.
And so we've heard evidence of police officers being swarmed by protesters. And I assume that you would be concerned about that.
I never witnessed that, but that I would be concerned.
Right. But you don't have sufficient control over the truckers or the protesters to prevent that if that's occurring,
I
correct?
don't control anyone,
The
sir.
rage is
Thanks
palpable
very
here.
much.
The rage is
Yeah.
very palpable here. And none of that had any basis in any kind of law.
Thank
It
you.
was just
Next
like personal
is
investment
the
from that
counsel
OPS
for,
counselor.
former
The
Chief
OPS is
Foley.
supposed to be an independent investigative body, and clearly this guy is feeling the love for Trudeau. Like he's up there personally invested in this, trying to get, state his opinions. He's angry. It's a joke.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Leach, Tom Curry for former Chief Slowly.
And that was
Good morning.
that
I
was
just have
a
a few
such
questions.
a
Yes,
that
sir.
was such
Can I
a
just
flop.
show you the one
Disgraceful,
thing that
sad,
my friend for the Ottawa
sucked.
Police
No
Service
points made.
was speaking to you about, just so that you have the full picture.
Yes, sir.
Could I ask, please, Mr. Registrar of the witness to be shown HRF 401520. I think this is the attachment that was referred to. Just in case this helps your recollection, what is being projected now is a document with the title, The Right to Protest. And have you seen it? I appreciate you're going to take a second to look at it, but just let us know, please, if you have seen that memorandum before.
I don't recall seeing this attachment, no, sir.
Okay. And I gather from the record that it is the attachment to which Ms. Chipiuk's email, or that was along with Ms. Chipiuk's email, and refers to the limits of the right to protest that were expressed in that cover. But that's not something that you saw or heard of.
I don't believe so, no. It does not look familiar.
Thank you. Just a couple of things, and if I could, one of the things that the commissioner has to consider is recommendations about dealing with the Emergencies Act and presumably perhaps even the right to protest and some of the limits that we've heard about. Could I just have a couple of additional facts from you?
You got nothing.
You and Mr. Barber met, I think you told us, on the 24th of January to begin the trip
Yes, that is correct.
here
Yes.
and you
That's
left
very
from
true,
Redcliffe.
Rebecca.
Redcliffe, Alberta, yes.
And arriving in Arnprior the 29th.
We got into Arnprior the evening of the 28th, I believe, the Friday evening. I believe that was the 28th.
28th, Ottawa the 29th.
Yes, sir.
And what I'm interested in knowing is, of course, first of all, the numbers of protesters exceeded your expectations. Is that fair?
Yes.
Wildly exceeded?
Yes.
And I think you told us that you imagined that you might be able to raise $20,000 for this convoy, and of course the financial commitments that you garnered were far in excess of that. But then in terms of the numbers of protesters who you considered, and I presume Mr. Barber considered in his conversations with you, were not in the numbers that filled up the streets of Ottawa in the way that you found them on the 29th. Is that fair?
Oh, sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. Your expectation when you got to Ottawa, you saw far more people than you believed would be in attendance.
Yes.
And am I right that you were not the person primarily or even at all communicating with police about how many people were going to attend?
I don't believe so. I know the road captains were in constant communication with law enforcement, though.
Got it. And insofar as you know, the road captains would have had some information about the numbers of members of their individual convoys that they had, but they would not have had a picture of the entirety of it because people were coming from far and wide. Is that fair?
We tried every day to get solid numbers, and with people joining and leaving, some people would travel with us for 200 kilometers. Some people would travel across the province and turn around. It was very challenging, and as much as we tried to get a count, it was next to impossible.
So much so that when you got here, as much as you tried to understand how many would be there, you missed the mark.
Yes.
Now, then just a couple of other things. In terms of the company, the not-for-profit, it was incorporated January 30th, I understand?
I think it was the 30th or the 31st, but it was right around there. Yes, sir.
And then I think in the record, the bylaws that organize it were prepared by February 3rd. So that was the company and the governance model that you had imposed was evolving only once you got here.
Yes.
Then finally, in terms of the description, I mean, you and Mr. Wilson have both called the scene chaotic. Can you tell the commissioner when did you first appreciate the sense of chaos that you have described? Was it when you arrived on the 29th?
It was sitting on my kitchen table when we were organizing, and because I had messages coming in and emails coming in and phone calls, and it was very busy times.
Right.
Very busy times.
And so by the time you got here and saw the situation in Ottawa, was it chaotic at that time as well?
There were times when it was chaotic. As you referred to, there was a lot of people here. When we got into town, I just saw a lot of smiles and a lot of flags and people hugging each other. But there was, yeah. So I don't necessarily mean chaotic all the time as a negative term, but it was, a mixture of both.
Understood. Just one last thing. I think one of the questions that you were asked about what would have happened as you approached Ottawa if the city had been, I think the language was blocked or barricaded. Having regard to the numbers of people coming far and wide and your inability to control them, is the likelihood that those convoy protesters would have just made their protest where the blockades were?
Again, that's kind of a what if question that I can't really speak to. I don't know.
Right. Fair enough. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next is the City of Ottawa.
Alyssa Tompkins for the city. The city has no questions for this witness.
Thank you. Ontario Provincial Police.
Good morning, Commissioner. The OPP have no questions. Thank you.
Democracy Fund, JCCF, Citizens for Freedom.
Morning, Mr. Commissioner, Ms. Lich.
Good
My name's
morning.
Antoine Dailly, Council to Citizens for Freedom, representing peaceful protesters in Windsor. Ms. Lich, in yesterday's testimony, you indicated that at the beginning you were tasked with some of the fundraising and that you thought that a fundraising goal of $200,000 was way too much and that you expected maybe $20,000 in donations. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that you certainly did not expect the level of financial support that the convoy did receive over that period of time. Is that
I
correct?
think we were all quite shocked about that, yes.
Perfect. Do you agree that many Canadians who were unable or otherwise unwilling to go out and protest in the streets instead donated to the convoy as a tangible demonstration of their opposition to the government mandates?
Absolutely.
I do, and I remember saying, I think it was maybe to Mr. Wilson, that it wasn't even about the money, it was about the statement behind the money.
Right. And so is it also your understanding that contributors to a GoFundMe campaign may leave a message of support when they donate?
Yes,
And did you review some of those statements of support?
very briefly. I did scroll through some, yes.
But so then based on your experience, would it be fair then to characterize the act of donating to the convoy's fundraising efforts as a form of political expression?
I would. And encouragement and support. I think as it grew, people wanted to be a part of it in any way that they could show support. And that was one way that people that couldn't attend or be on an overpass or drive to the side of the highway were able to support.
Understood. And is it true that the GoFundMe campaign for the convoy was active for less than a month?
Yes, it was.
And were you ever made aware that the convoy's fundraising campaign in that limited amount of time enjoyed more donations from more Canadians than the Liberal Party of Canada did in either 2020 or 2021?
I believe somebody had mentioned that.
So we're
Yes.
talking about large amounts of money
Yes.
here, right?
Yes.
And are you aware of any other grassroots fundraising campaign which has raised comparable amounts of money since March of 2022?
Not to my knowledge, but I haven't also looked any up.
Fair enough.
Yes.
And lastly, we heard about some of the conditions and restrictions that you are now subject to while you wait for your trial next year. In addition to those conditions, how many days have you spent in jail since you started fundraising for the convoy?
49 days in total.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now for the convoy organizers.
Sir,
That
I
was
wonder
good.
if we can take the morning break a little early. I have to talk to 3 separate lawyers behind me about certain areas of examination. If we could take the morning break, I'd be very much appreciative.
Only if you make the commitment to have a focused questioning so that it's useful use of the break?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, well, we'll take the break early then. Take 15 minutes, please.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
Hey, it's Matt Venn and Brian Dirksen. Do the Brian Dirksen shuffle. I see Brian Dirksen. Do the Brian Dirksen shuffle. I can't do his move. You know where he does like this thing and he goes down and he goes back up again. Oh man, that was a train wreck. And the government lawyer and the Ottawa police were both very much angry and very much fell flat. Everyone fell flat. There was not a single point made. Again, I made guys, I don't know if you've seen it. If you want to go on the Facebook and check out, or my Twitter, Patriot Smoothie, I just released, during that, I wrote up a really long statement about the Emergencies Act and what the emergencies and what has been found so far. So let me read some of that to you. I'll read my statement to you. If you want to go like it on Twitter, Patriot Smoothie, or on my Facebook, feel free to do that. But this is what I wrote. We haven't heard a single argument that supports the invocation of the Emergencies Act. The Emergencies Act requires that no other law of Canada can deal with the so-called national emergency. The burden is on the government to prove that no other law could deal with it. They have not even remotely done that. Objectively, they haven't. What we have heard from the OPP was that they, the designated authority under the Emergencies Act via the RCMP for towing, never compelled tow trucks. We learned that there was an operational plan in place to end the protest without the use of the Emergencies Act, and that this operational plan was executed as it was formulated without the preconception of the Emergencies Act and well before the Act's invocation. Commissioner Brenda Lucky of the RCMP, in an email exchange on February 13th, said that she believed all other options in law, of which there were many, were not used. This in itself disqualifies the lawful use of the Emergencies Act. CSIS has said that there was no foreign state funding nor involvement in the protests. These findings are shared by other intelligence agencies in Canada, including the Provincial Operations Intelligence Bureau, the intelligence arm of the Ontario Provincial Police, who further found that there was no credible threats to any person, place, or thing, and that there was incredibly low manifested violence and charges for violent crimes. Again, there was 21 assault charges during the entirety of the convoy, and the police charts that we did get, the operational summary from the Ottawa Police Service, does not break down who those assault charges belong to. So we don't know if they were protesters, if they were counter-protesters, or what. We know that counter-protesters were charged during the convoy, that they were cutting airlines, which is attempted murder in my opinion, cutting tires, smashing windows, and that some of them were arrested for those actions. And police would then announce those arrests in general terms shortly thereafter to let people make assumptions about the convoy and assume that it was related to that. And also, I haven't heard a single person at this commission bring up the most violent crime that was committed relating to these protests in all of January and February, the most violent crime, which was when an Antifa sympathizing individual in Winnipeg ran their passenger vehicle over a group of, I believe, 4 sympathetic protesters at the Winnipeg legislature. An Antifa or counter-protester type, I believe in late January, early February, took his motor vehicle and attempted to kill 4 protesters who were demonstrating support for the protest in Ottawa by running them over with his motor vehicle. That individual was not charged with attempted murder, which he should objectively have been charged with, because just because he sucks at driving and cannot properly run people over with his car, he certainly tried and did run them over, however, non-fatally. Thankfully for that, but it was absolutely demonstrably the most violent crime during the entirety of the Freedom Convoy was when this individual, who has famously expressed a lot of quite far left views in support of groups like Antifa and others, ran over these protests, these protesters sympathetic to the ongoing protest in Ottawa, in Winnipeg, and in an attempt to end their life. And it's assumedly a lot of that was influenced by the rhetoric in the media of hate and the words from our prime minister dividing our country. It's not a van, it was a Jeep of some sort. It was a small SUV, but he's not very good. He wasn't a very good driver. He did attempt, objectively, that individual did attempt to kill those people. You cannot, when you run someone over with your car, you are attempting to end their life. And that's just the entirety of it, especially at speed. So just because he failed certainly that was attempted murder, and certainly objectively was the most severe act of violence during the entire Freedom Convoy events across Canada. He's been charged with a lot. And that's another thing. Destiny says no jail for him. So this individual is subject to house arrest, but to my knowledge, doesn't have nearly the intense, harsh conditions that have been levied against people like, Patrick King or Tamara Lich. And this individual has been hidden in the media. I'll continue reading my statements now. We also heard from OPS and OPP sources that plenty of other opportunities to de-escalate the protest were either not attempted in good faith or were frankly canceled by the Ottawa Police Service for various reasons. Infamously, OPS Inspector Russell Lucas testified that there was an opportunity, in his opinion, on the Monday after the first weekend, January 31st, to move almost all of the vehicles onto Wellington, where protesters wanted to be, which would have de-escalated the protest, dramatically reduced policing requirements, and of course alleviated impacts on Ottawa residents. The decision to not attempt this de-escalation came from the chief. Per the testimony, slowly said in regards to the idea, we're not giving them an inch, per the testimony. We learned that individuals such as Chris Barber were working in good faith to move trucks out of residential areas and were having success when OPS arbitrarily decided that those efforts were over. This good faith from the lion's share of convoy leadership and participants demonstrably existed throughout the entire protest and persisted even after OPS PLTs were betrayed by other police, their word, following the arrest of protesters in regards to the Coventry fuel deal. Chris was working tirelessly to move trucks and vehicles well after the Coventry betrayal, demonstrating this good faith. He managed to move over 40 trucks and 60 smaller vehicles in one day, and there was plenty of will to move more. Again, police stopped this, and it was testified. It was testified that there was will. There was a large amount of protesters who were willing to engage, and that the rest of them would have followed suit. But it was testified that it was the police who ended that. They just said, and we heard it from Chris himself, that they just basically called him and said it's over. The Emergencies Act was not needed and was thus unlawfully invoked by the Trudeau government, looking to desperately avoid further embarrassment at home and abroad. I want to reiterate that. The Emergencies Act was not needed. That's the first part of the statement, and was thus unlawfully invoked. The Emergencies Act prerequisites very clearly, in no uncertain terms, that there is no other way to deal with the emergency. No other way to effectively deal with the emergency. And it's very clear in its language about that. Hold on a second. That's it. That's all. Those are my thoughts. The GoFundMe for the Freedom Convoy alone raised more money in 1 month than the Liberal Party raised in all of 2020 and 2021. Is what we just heard. I believe I interpreted that correctly. Certainly more than the individual years. In 2020, they raised like $5 to $6 million. So The Conservatives certainly are getting more fiscal support from small individuals. One second here. Working on this. Got a million things running in the background. So yes, I mean, the law is very clear, and speaking from a lawful perspective about the language of the law as it's written very plainly in the Emergencies Act, the government has not reached the threshold of justifying the use of the Emergencies Act in any stretch of the imagination. I have not heard George will be appearing. Good morning, Kevin. Thanks for coming in here. Yes, Kelsey, a lot of us have our reach impacted negatively. So another thing I want to say is that this is getting very tedious in the fact that there's a huge time commitment involved in doing these commentaries, certainly. And it's transformative in nature, so it's good to do the commentary. But what I want to say is that going forward, doing this as we have been doing it is going to become very difficult just from a monetary perspective, from a time perspective. And so going forward, the coverage may change. Daily summaries might end. I'm not sure how I'm going to move things around and what the plans are. I just know that, there might have to be some changes there. Certainly, this has been a pursuit of passion, and it's very important to me that these voices are added to the media cacophony of the narrative, and that we are putting out this factual information, challenging those narratives and establishing what actually happened. That's really important to me, and I do it out of passion. But going forward, especially after this week with the main protesters done, and more police witnesses next week, Windsor Police, OPP, I believe, somebody from the city of Windsor, other people like that. We're going back to a very technical approach to the facts. Hopefully, we're leaving, we're going back into the technical side of it. And I'm sure they'll be asking people what they thought Pat King was thinking about concerning breakfast on January 7th or something like that. We'll hear those kind of ridiculous lines of questioning continue. But again, it's going to be less relevant in my opinion. In my opinion, the testimony and the facts that they have come out in totality demonstrably demonstrate that there was no justification for the Emergencies Act. As I have repeated ad nauseum, the Emergencies Act requires that no other law of Canada can effectively deal with the national emergency, and objectively, the other laws of Canada could deal with this national so-called emergency. That in itself disqualifies the use of the Emergencies Act. Brenda Lucki herself on February 13th indicated that there was so many more things that they could do in the criminal code, in other various pieces of legislation to enact enforcement and operationally end the protest in regards to an exchange, I believe, about invoking the Emergencies Act. We know that there was other ways. There was negotiations that were sabotaged. There were deals that were sabotaged. We know that good faith efforts by the protesters, which have been testified to and entered into fact of evidence, were sabotaged, were ruined for one reason or the other, and that there was a lot of will throughout the entirety of the protest to move forward with a deal. The one thing that I found ridiculous was the government of Canada, I believe, brought up the deal where the mayor wanted everybody to just leave for a the mayor wanted everyone to leave for a 5-minute meeting with him. Sorry, garbling the words there. And that's not a deal. It's like, I'll sit down with you for 5 minutes if you just all pack up and go home. It's like, first of all, nobody was ordering them to go home. Nobody. Certainly not in clear, concise language with justification and reason in law. Not a single individual, by the way, everyone, not a single person, and this is a fact, was charged during the Freedom Convoy for unlawful demonstration. And unlawful demonstration is a crime under the criminal code. And not a single person was charged with it, demonstrating that the police didn't believe they had a criminal case to charge people with that. which is what they were calling it. They were calling it an unlawful demonstration, yet they never charged anyone with unlawful demonstration. Do you understand the disconnect between saying it and trying to prove it in court? That's a bit of a gap, is it not? So a very fascinating and interesting point, but that everything regardless, there was other means to deal with the protest. The operational plan that they enacted and they executed to end the protest was conceived and for all intents and purposes finalized before the invocation and without the preconception of the Emergencies Act. Again, demonstrating that there was other solutions in law to the problem, and certainly there was negotiations and other things. For example, because we're talking about ifs and ifs and ifs, if Inspector Russell Lucas's hypothesis was correct, and on Monday, January 31st, the lion's share of the protest was moved on to Wellington. First of all, the amount of police needed to patrol the protest would have shrunk dramatically. The impact on residents would have shrunk exponentially to very little, if any. Wellington being closed would have alleviated a lot of the traffic problems in the city that were downtown, and not that there was an exceptional amount of traffic anyways before that in the downtown of Ottawa at that point in time, but with all the things going on, but it would have alleviated the traffic issues that had existed at that time. There's no argument against that. Moving the trucks out of those spaces would have alleviated the problems in those spaces as they are purported to have existed. So, I mean, that's not something to be argued about. You remove the thing, and then so the issue you claim to have with the thing no longer exists in the arguments that you are making concerning that thing. So that's just. But so Russell Lucas said, okay, you know what? We have goodwill here. There's protesters. A lot of them, they're looking like they're willing to move. And they want to be on Wellington. And then Chief Slowly, according to the testimony, said, no, we're not giving them 1 inch, and completely harpooned that attempt. And if they had done that, they would have needed a lot less police because they wouldn't have had such a wide footprint. They wouldn't have had so many traffic barriers to patrol, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It would have been easier on them, easier on the city, easier on the residents, easier on the protesters. And it would have led to a de-escalation firmly, I believe, because if everyone's in the same space, they're getting their message across. There's not this adversarial environment and things. And it would have been a lot more beneficial to the protest in general. And so there was a lot of these negotiation type things that were attempted that never came to. And, we either, whether it was the chief or some arbitrary force in the Ottawa Police Service, oh, hello, somebody's waving. Whether it was the police or some arbitrary force in the Ottawa Police Service that ended these deals, we learned that it was them who ended these deals, and that protesters largely were acting in good faith, and that there was a lot of will to act in good faith and to reach negotiations. Arguably, they should be, because there was a CBC article from either late January or February talking about, Russia being involved and stuff like this. I think it might have been a specialty segment in one of their programs. But as we know, Russia was not involved in any way. Oh, sorry, I'm missing the sound.
I never intended or came here to break the law. I would have asked if there was a way that we could remain, if there was anything that we could work out so that we could remain and continue our protest.
Okay.
And you heard yesterday the evidence from Mr. Dichter, did you not?
I heard some of it, yes.
Right, and he testified about not knowing about the deal that the Convoy Corp or Freedom Corp and the board were going to enter into with the city. Do you have any comment about that?
I believe he was obviously not able to attend because he was in a cast, but I believe we had dialed him in on the phone to be present at that meeting.
Right, and so at that meeting, what was discussed?
I believe that was the deal with the mayor.
Okay, and what, if any, board members objected to the dealings with the mayor?
I don't recall anybody objecting to it.
Yeah, and you heard him give evidence that the board members were scared of the lawyers and what they were dealing with. Do you have any comment in that respect?
That was news to me.
Okay. Have any of the other board members expressed such a fear to you?
No.
Okay, thank you. My friend, Mr. Champ, discussed with you at length the injunction, when you should have known you should leave. And though I haven't given notice of this, I'd like to bring up document HRF 00000073, which is the injunction order from February 7th. And if we could just scroll down to the terms. Right, and so if I can just direct you to paragraph 7 of the injunction. Can you read that?
Yes, sir.
And what's your understanding of the injunction in this order at the time when it was obtained?
My understanding was that so long as we remained peaceful and complied with the order, we were permitted to stay.
Right, and then there was a subsequent order, and I understand that term, which states that provided the terms are complied with, the defendants or other persons remain at liberty to engage in peaceful, lawful, and safe protest. I take it that that term was in that order too. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what, I didn't hear all that, sorry.
I apologize. I'll speak up. The term at term 7 there, where it says that it's provided the terms of the order are complied with, the defendants and other persons remain at liberty to engage in peaceful, lawful, and safe protest. I take it that was in the following injunction order as well. Is that right?
I believe so, and I think that was February 16th, but I'm not sure.
Thank you. And so my friend with the Government of Canada discussed with you what your knowledge was of violent offenses, et cetera, that was going on in Ottawa at the time. If Mr. Register could bring up the document we just discussed, POE.HRF, a whole bunch of zeros, 2. If we could just rotate that. And so the coloring on this is gone, and this is already in evidence, but between the date of the beginning of the protest and the invocation of the Emergencies Act, there was a total of 4 violent offenses individuals were charged with in that time period. Did you know any of those individuals?
I did not. Not.
Okay. Did you hear about individuals being charged with violent offenses?
Since the convoy.
Okay. And my friend had asked you questions about some of the statements that have been given in this proceeding as well as in the media about
all these awful things that happen to people. And you've been here for this entire time. Have you heard from any witness that they, in fact, were the victim of an assault or witnessed an assault or anything violent?
The only thing that I've seen and heard was not violence on the behalf of protesters. It was the video footage that I saw when the crackdown came.
Could you agree that if there were victims of actual violence, given that they know who's charged, it would have been relatively easy for those witnesses to be procured to testify before this commission?
David Mitchell.
I withdraw.
For the
Withdraw.
Ottawa Police.
I withdraw. Now, I just want to talk with you about the letter and some of the reactions that you got from some of the protesters. Of course, we know that Mr. Dichter didn't appear to like the letter, and Mr. King didn't appear to like the letter. What was your general responses that you were getting at the time with respect to the letter and the deal that was going to be done through the city?
Well, I can't speak to other places. I know that we printed off that letter and I went out to 88 and spoke with the gentleman that owned the property out there and some of the truckers that were there. Their response was very positive. I think that everyone felt that, as I stated earlier, this was a step one.
Okay. And again, what was the sort of responses, though, that you were getting on the street from some of the truckers after that deal was announced?
I don't remember.
Can you remember if was there some negative responses? Was there some positive responses that you personally witnessed?
I didn't witness any negative responses, no.
Okay. And I understand that Mr. Marazzo, as you sat through his testimony, he stated that the purpose of the meeting and the goal of Freedom Corp and its board was not really to get a deal with the mayor. It was or a meeting with the mayor, but it was to get this deal to make things work peacefully. Can you elaborate on that?
Can you repeat that, please?
So the actual goal with respect to Freedom Corp, as well as the protesters that you were representing, their actual goal was not to achieve a meeting with the mayor, but it was to deal with this in a peaceful manner. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, well, that was obviously our goal, and again, to get the trucks off the residential streets. We were hoping to find a way that the trucks that did have to move their vehicles out of the city would be able to come back in and continue the protest. And again, we felt it was a step in the right direction, and meeting with the mayor was not one of my goals, but I thought, again, it was a way to open some dialogue with somebody in a position of authority.
Okay. And just on my last point here, part of this commission is about coming up with recommendations and things like that. I take it when you came into Ottawa, and we've heard evidence that a lot of the truckers were directed where to park, and that's where they kind of stayed throughout the proceeding or throughout the protest.
Mm-hmm.
And so there is this issue in what I refer to and what's referred to in some of the jurisprudence is a speaker's corner. Have you ever heard of that?
I don't think so.
Okay. It's a place, a location in a government area, particularly out front of Parliament or where have you, where protesters are permitted to go, and it's a designated area for protest.
Okay.
I take it when you were trying to get the protest moving, most of the protesters were wanting to get onto Wellington because it's in front of Parliament and they were protesting the federal government. Fair?
Correct.
All right. And what is your understanding of the current state of Wellington today?
I believe it's blocked off.
Right. And if that area that's blocked off became a speaker's corner where individuals at any time could go and protest the federal government, What are your thoughts on that?
I think that would be a good idea. I think Canadians have a right to exercise their democratic rights, and they have a right to have their voices heard.
Right. And my friends from the government of Canada put to you a whole bunch of evidence that you weren't familiar with until you got here with respect to threats. Can you elaborate on any of the threats you've received, ones that you know members of the protesters received, as well as the legal counsel, and even any of the legal counsel in this room since this proceeding started?
I know, well, I heard when I was at the ARC that the ARC was receiving death threats against me, which is one of the reasons why I left that location. I have messages on my phone from an Instagram account from a young man that wanted to not just shoot me, but also shoot the rest of the protesters or the convoy organizers. I know that my criminal lawyer has received some very nasty emails. I believe Mr. Wilson has received death threats and threatening emails.
Right. And so it's fair to say then that there has been a lot of threats on both sides.
That's fair.
Okay. But do you know anybody who's made death threats to any of these individuals?
Of course not.
And when you walk in here every day for the past few days, there's a protester outside, and I'm sure you've heard everything she's been saying, and she's a counter protester and is against your cause. What are the sort of things that protester has said to you while you've been coming in and out of this hearing?
Well, it's been very hard to hear because there's a lot of construction. I just hear her shouting my name a lot. I heard her say something, I think just now, about she can't wait till I go back to jail. But other than that, I haven't really.
Did she mention anything about terrorism?
I believe that's right on her sign.
And what's it say?
It says, "Go home, terrorists."
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any re-examination?
No, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay.
Good work, Tamara.
I
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I just have one question. You were taken to a chart and told there were charges for violent offenses.
Yes.
Do you know who was charged? Do you know the
With
four
violent
people?
offenses?
Yeah, the four
no,
people.
I know I don't. Not that I can recall anyways.
So you don't know if it's someone you know or someone you don't know?
I do not, sir.
Okay. Well, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
And,
That was actually a good
you're now
question.
Free to go.
Thank you.
That was actually a good
Thank
question.
you very much. Okay, so that we move on to the next, which is the, I believe, the panel of two witnesses, and there's an issue to be discussed about as I understand it, the relevance of that.
Correct.
So maybe we'll deal with that now, if that's agreeable.
Sure, thank you very
Okay.
much. So I'll remain seated here, Commissioner.
That's fine. Just identify yourself because it's the same. The reporters have to know who's speaking.
Sure, it's David Mijkowski, counsel for the Ottawa Police Service. We have a very real concern with respect to the witness panel of Chris Deering and Maggie Dingmer. I believe there is now a different name, and I apologize. It's Hope Braun, I believe. Those two individuals, and our concern is essentially one of procedural fairness. Those two individuals were not on the list of witnesses provided by the commission. And so last Friday.
You mean they weren't on the original list?
Correct. And what we found out was on last Friday, October 28th at 12:37 p.m., we received an email from the commission saying that these two individuals would be called as witnesses and attaching two statements from these individuals. No information had been previously provided about these individuals or about the issues that they were going to testify about, which are the how their arrest was handled, nor were there any documents provided by the parties, including the Ottawa Police Service, about the manner of arrest. It appears that both of these individuals, from their statements, are going to give evidence about the circumstances of their arrest by unknown officers. I've been able to determine in one case that it was not an OPS officer, one of them, but we are trying to find out information. These are arrests that took place on February 18th after the invocation of the Emergencies Act. These individuals were not arrested pursuant to the Emergencies Act. They were arrested based on common law powers and the criminal code. And my concerns really are twofold. Firstly, the information we say is not relevant to your mandate under the Act. And the second question is one of procedural fairness. There were over 275 arrests made by the police in that period of February 18th to the 20th. None of the police witnesses were asked specifically about those arrests. No documents were requested. The last police witness who testified in this proceeding was on Wednesday, October 26th. Had those witness statements been provided prior to the completion of the police witnesses, then at the very least, we could have asked our witnesses to provide evidence with respect to the arrest plan, with respect to the circumstances of the arrest of those two individuals and the other 275 people who were arrested. I am not faulting Commission Counsel. I understand that the statements were provided to them and they provided them to us immediately.
They're very
after.
scared.
But
They're
it
very
was 2
scared about
days
whoever these
after
people
the
are.
last witness testified.
Huh.
Those statements were
This
in
is
the
hilarious. This is
those were
hilarious.
witnesses who are here represented by counsel. They had an obligation to produce documents. They chose deliberately or otherwise to not present that evidence and not allow me then to respond to it. And it's obvious that some of that information they had beforehand. And in fact, to add to the procedural unfairness, last night we received an email from counsel for the convoy organizers attaching 7 more videos that also would have existed that were not disclosed. There's no explanation for why the convoy organizers have not had to follow the same rules as everyone else. Those statements, even if they were relevant, and I don't concede that they are, should have been provided prior to police witnesses testifying. It creates a serious and irreparable breach of procedural fairness to have you left with 2 arrests out of 275, which I am unable to provide evidence in response to, both those specific arrests as well as the arrest plan in general. And there are, I say, 2 possible solutions. The first is to not allow that evidence to be heard. It's not relevant to your mandate. And even if it was, it would be very difficult to draw any conclusion from the evidence of 2 individuals out of 275 arrests when you've heard no evidence about any of the arrests of anyone else or the arrest plans or any explanation of those 2 particular arrests. Alternatively, if you are inclined to allow that panel to testify, including adding new documents that were not on the database and were provided last night, then the OPS must, we say, as a matter of procedural fairness, be allowed the opportunity to call another witness to provide evidence about the arrest plans and the exercise of use of force options in connection with the exercise of police powers.
So they know exactly what they're going
generally
to.
and
They know exactly
specifically
what they're
with
going to talk
respect to
about.
the
He said they have
scene
no
that
idea what they're going to talk
the
about.
officers encountered.
But he knows
on
exactly what they're going to talk
February
about.
18th.
Use of force.
You have not heard about
Oh, wow.
what is involved when a public order unit has to exercise tactical options. The commission didn't.
Yeah,
read
because
this
they called
evidence,
Patterson,
nor
and Patterson
did
had a
we.
medical. Hold on.
Similarly, we didn't provide any documents surrounding those arrests.
They
So
called
while
Patterson,
my first submission,
who was in charge
is
of the
that you should not
POU supervisor.
allow this evidence.
Well, they called
As an
Patterson,
alternative,
who's a
if you
POU
are
guy at the
inclined to do
OPS,
so,
to
then I would ask for
testify,
the
and
opportunity
Patterson
to
was dismissed
call
from
evidence
being
so
called
that in fairness,
because of
police
medical issues.
witnesses
So they did.
can
The
address
commission
what
did call
should have been
Patterson
put to
and called
them,
other use of force
by the
experts like
convoy organizers,
from the OPP.
and
What's
which for some reason
the second
was not.
testify person to testify from
Those
the
are
OPP
my only
was a use of force individual, I believe,
Okay, thank you.
who
Any
is
other, council wish
Craig
to make,
Abrams.
submissions?
Superintendent
In
Craig
response,
Abrams.
sir.
Okay, I'm just canvassing first. So you'd like, yes?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay. Go ahead.
Should I go ahead? Emily Tamman for
Can I
the,
take it you're supporting the proposal that, or the objection?
that's right. Yes, we agree. Just on behalf of the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses, we share the view conveyed by the Ottawa Police. We understand that the commission is working under difficult constraints and there have been limitations in council's ability to get documents and other evidence to the parties in a timely manner. But in this case, we would agree that there is prejudice and that the evidence, at least as it pertains to the arrests, should not be admitted.
Thank you. Any other?
Yes, Commissioners. Commissioners, Chris Diana for the OPP. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, the OPP agrees with the position of our friend, Mr. Michikowski, both the main position or the alternative position. At this point, we don't know if the OPP was involved or not in these incidents. And based on procedural fairness, we should that evidence either should not be permitted or we should have a chance to respond to it. I won't add anything further to the comments by my friend, but the OPP supports that position.
Okay. Any other submissions in support?
They're really scared of
Okay.
the actual testimony of the violence coming out.
Very
telling.
The convoy organizers are opposing.
We're of course in support of the witnesses testifying and all of the evidence being put before the commission. I'll deal first with the point of law my friend raises about relevance and materiality. With respect to the terms of reference under the order in council in this commission, this commission is to look at the efforts of police and other responders prior to and after the declaration. So with respect to whether or not there was police brutality or misconduct, et cetera, it's relevant and material within the terms of reference. Second, with respect to my friend's allegations of prejudice and it not being fair, with respect, they have not called a single victim or a single eyewitness to any of these purported violent crimes that they're trying to lay at the hands of the protesters as a collective. I don't see how our clients being able to find some witnesses of which they had no control of and which approached them in trying to be able to call actual evidence of actual violence that isn't just an assertion. And in my respectful view, it's relevant and material. If you find that there is some form of prejudice suffered, what my friend is essentially alleging is a violation of the rule of Brown and Dunn. If this was a court, that leaves the court with various remedies, and one is to permit the recalling of a witness in rebuttal. With respect to the rule of Brown and Dunn, I did put issues with respect to arrest, et cetera, directly to Chief Bell, who was in charge of the operation at the time and acting and asking questions about what was actually done. We've now provided the videos of those actual arrests, and I understand that all the police agencies don't want that to be in the public
Miller
eye.
time and the lawyer.
With
Yeah,
respect,
let's do Miller
I
time.
would submit
Let's do a Miller
that
time
the
wave.
public
Everyone
has a
Miller
right
time.
to see these videos.
Everyone
It is
Miller
in the
time.
public
Let's go.
interest, and any prejudice is
It
easily
is in the public.
repairable by
It is
permitting
in the
my
public
friends
interest.
to call a
It is in the
rebuttal
public
witness if they so
because they're going to
choose.
show the videos of the
Subject to
police
any
action.
questions, sir, those are my submissions.
It's in the public interest to
Okay.
see them.
And any other party is opposing the the application?
Hatem
Okay.
Pierre for the Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms.
Yes.
We support the Freedom Convoy organizers' position, and if I could just make a few points. So first, the
Miller time.
terms of
Everybody in the chat,
reference in the
Miller time.
Emergencies Act do require investigating and looking into the appropriateness of the measures that were used. Interim Chief Bell testified that using emergency powers
This is
were
brilliant.
used to create an exclusion zone, and then they relied on that authority. And so I would expect that these witnesses as arrestees would have evidence that would be relevant to the implementation of that authority. Also, to the extent that my friend made the point that these are but 2 arrestees of many, we did hear from 2 Ottawa residents who provided their experiences as examples, and that would then represent a broader class of individuals. So this would also be 2 arrestees providing their experiences, which would then be emblematic of others in a similar position. And I would just like to add on, my friend, Mr. Honor from the Democracy Fund provided submissions through email. He's not here. I would just briefly read it in just to provide his perspective as well. The Democracy Fund submitted that the evidence of these witnesses is relevant to the Commission's mandate. Specifically, the Commissioner has been directed to examine issues to the extent relevant relating to the efforts of police and other responders prior to and after the declaration. Superintendent Robert Bernier and others testified about the mission statement contained in the OPS operational plan of February 13th, which speaks to enforcing legislation with the, quote, utmost respect to the individual's Charter of Rights, end quote. There was evidence before the Commission that this plan evolved after the declaration of the Emergencies Act, and there was also evidence that the OPS found the powers available to them under the Emergencies Act to be useful. The Commission should hear evidence from these witnesses as it will speak to how police enforcement was carried out during the state of emergency from a protester perspective. If there are objections as to relevance as the evidence unfolds, those objections can be dealt with orally. If other witnesses need to be recalled, that decision can be made after the hearing of evidence from the witnesses in question. So that was Mr. Honor's submission, which the Justice Center also supports. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner,
Any other who are opposing or rather supporting the motion? Yes,
Mr. Commissioner, at some point, Commission Council would like to provide some points of context, but if you're still canvassing, we can wait until that's done.
Okay, you'd like to add something? Yes.
If I may, Commissioner Emily Tamman again for the record. I just wanted to respond to one point made by my friends regarding the absence of evidence with respect to residents of Ottawa who experienced violence in the convoy. And for the record, would just like to note again that the Ottawa Coalition was very limited in the time that was allocated to tell the story of residents of Ottawa. I would also note that there are many residents who continue to fear for their safety in being identified publicly as opposing the convoy. And with that said, I don't think it's appropriate to
That's a ridiculous
infer
sentiment.
from the lack of evidence on that point that it didn't happen. And I would also note in response
I
to
think that's, you're getting into argument now.
Well,
We're dealing with whether or not there is relevance to the evidence that's being tendered.
That's right, but one of the bases upon which it's being asserted that it is relevant is that there's been no evidence in relation to violence experienced by residents.
Misheard
And that's something that my friend put to Ms. Leach this morning, and also Mr. Miller noted it in his submission to you just now.
Okay, yes, Mr. Michikowski.
David Michikowski from the Ottawa Police. The one point I want to respond to that has not, with respect, been addressed by my friends, and which is highly problematic, I suggest, is the convoy lawyer has indicated that he put an issue with respect to an arrest to Chief Bell. And that is correct. However, he provided no information, no details, no indication of who it was, when it was. It came out of the air. And what makes that more problematic is that obviously that information was in his possession and there was no documentation provided beforehand. This was sprung after the police witnesses had already testified when we then got these statements. Had the rules been followed, that witness would have seen those statements, would have seen documents. We would have had the opportunity to put in documents and call evidence or ask to call evidence in response. The final point I note is that one of my friends indicated that several of the convoy several of the coalition's witnesses testified.
Yeah, absolutely,
And that is
absolutely,
true. The
Angela.
difference
This is
the
pure
rules were
panic
followed.
because they know that
Everybody
they were
knew
over
before they
the edge of the things.
testified
They don't
what
want
they
this
were
stuff to come
going
out.
to
It's
say.
ridiculous.
So
This is
the,
an investigation
convoy
into
organizers had
This is an investigation into transparency. We need to see what happened at the police action. End of the story. Continue. Objection denied.
denial of procedural fairness, and that's what we say.
Procedural fairness
Thank
is showing the world what you did in Ottawa.
Commission counsel, you wanted to provide some context, and among other things, I don't know what the witnesses are going to say. So to what degree is this one of the witnesses that we saw the video about, or is this something different?
So
maybe go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut off my friend.
Of course
This
you
is
did. He's
not
panicking.
A witness. That one was also unfair, but we were at least able to get instructions and able to deal with it in cross-examination.
Okay, so that was a red herring then. Okay,
Yeah, I have no
I
objection.
was worried that this was the same person.
No, I have no objection, by the way, for you reviewing those statements so that you can understand the nature of the evidence.
Okay. Commission counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. John Mather, Commission Counsel. Just 2 points of context. Again, we haven't heard the evidence yet, but Commission Counsel expect that while there may be some evidence given about the arrests, that's not the focus of the evidence. Don't expect it to be the focus of the evidence. The 2 individuals who are being called, Commission Counsel understands, participated in the protests both before and after the invocation of the Emergencies Act. They are not individuals, again, as we anticipate, who identify themselves as organizers. To date, the Commission has called individuals who have identified themselves as organizers, and this is a different perspective and one that we anticipate exploring. And then the second point, Mr. Commissioner, is that there has been evidence given by police witnesses about the measured responses in terms of ending the protests in the red zone in Ottawa. Some of these matters have been before the Commission and prior to today without objection.
The commission councils want to call these
Any
witnesses.
further submissions by
The
anyone?
commission
I'll
council
be
wants to call the
being very
witnesses.
generous about
Move the
submission
witnesses.
time.
Let's hear the
Just
witnesses.
One more, sir, and I just want to emphasize.
But don't repeat, though.
I'm not going to repeat.
I always worry when someone says, I'm going to emphasize.
I'll take it back. I'm going to point out that, when it's with the commission under the Inquiry Act and its provincial equivalents, it is an inquiry and it has different rules, and it's much more liberal when it comes to the permitting of evidence. And though I understand my friend's argument, there is many more remedies available for a breach of the rule of Brown and Dunn if you find that it had occurred than not permitting the evidence. And I would submit simply that the least intrusive remedy in the truth-seeking function of this commission would be to allow the evidence and on whatever terms you see just. Thank
Miller
you.
time. Let's get another Miller time. Oh, sip of water. Miller time. Miller time. Miller time. Miller time. Miller time.
Okay, just give me a moment.
He's going to think about it. His council wants him to do it. His commission council there is asking for it. His commission council wants him to do it. Let's hear from these individuals.
Okay, I'm going to allow the panels to go ahead.
Let's go!
Mr. Michkowski's
Let's
first,
go! Let's
point
go!
about whether the
Let's
information is relevant.
go! Let's go! Let's
I
go!
think
Freedom
the-
and
there is
transparency.
certainly,
Let's go!
evidence that
Yes.
it may be, I haven't heard it, but it may be relevant as to the use of the Emergency
Let's
Act,
go,
and in
let's
particular,
go.
the notices that have apparently, there's lots of evidence.
Suck
they're
it,
circulating
police.
as
We're gonna see you
recently as,
smack people's skulls in.
this morning.
We're gonna
So
see what you
the-
did. Let's
the
go. Transparency.
Use of the notices, the setting up of exclusion zones is squarely within the mandate. And therefore, I think the information may well be relevant. I also note that there has been evidence of police as to the fact that the protest was ended in an orderly manner and quite properly. I believe Inspector Bowden talked about that. I believe another witness, maybe Chief Bell,
now we're gonna
talked
hear what
about
really
the
happened.
fact it was ended without burning of police cars, et cetera. So the manner of ending is relevant, and this may go to some degree. I think the
Very fair.
and there was also cross-examination or in I believe of Inspector Bernier as to the arrangements that were made and the processing, how the processing was done. So there is evidence about how the operation, if you like, was carried out, including how the detainees were treated and the system arranged. Now, having said that, the impact and relevance diminishes to a point where it in fact becomes questionable as we get further from the use of the Emergency Act notice, et cetera, because this commission is not mandated to deal with arrests that were or were not done in accordance with the appropriate police procedures and so on. That's a matter for civil or criminal courts if there have been issues in that regard. So I think it moves quite, well, I would say, of marginal relevance, if any, to what the commission is doing when you talk about the actual
They all
manner
know.
of arrest.
They
as
all know
opposed
that it
to
was really violent. They
what
all
I've
know it was
described
really violent.
That is more
This is a
squarely
padding.
in the relevance. So having said that, I'm not
This is a
prepared
padding.
to accept that this panel is not relevant. I expect the accent will be on what I have set out is clearly relevant and what's related to that. And obviously there'll be some context. Context has been provided by other witnesses sometimes. And while I may hear that, it may not become an issue that I have to deal with. Now, on the second point, the procedural fairness point, I have some concern about that because obviously it is, as I've said many times, and I'm going to repeat it, the public wants to get to the bottom of this. And that means fair to all parties. And I am concerned that there may be unfairness to some of the parties, in particular the police forces, whether it be the OPP or the OPS, or in fact to former Chief Slowly or anyone else. So fairness is front and center in my concerns. And if after we hear this evidence, there's a need to call further evidence, we've said we would sit evenings and we will sit Saturdays. We will get the information that the public needs to know and that
We're
will
gonna sit Saturdays.
lead to a fair treatment for all. But I guess that's my ruling. Now, if you want something more formal in writing, I'm happy to do it. But since the panel is here waiting and we all want to make sure we fully use our Friday, I thought I'd give my ruling. Now, if any party wants it in writing and expanded upon, I'm happy to do that. But I think that sets out really my thinking in a general way. And with respect to whether we will have another panel or another witness, I think that's something we can deal with after the evidence is heard. With respect to the videos, I'm a bit concerned about the videos. I haven't seen them.
I'm concerned
and,
what they show of police beating the crap out of
I would
people.
hope we're not going to get too far afield of what's relevant to the issues I need to deal with. And I don't mean to minimize any issues about how an arrest was carried out. Those are obviously significant to individuals involved, including the officers, but that's not central. In fact, is more anecdotal, I think, in terms of what this commission is dealing with. But it is part of the record so far, some of the evidence relating to that. So that's my ruling. And we can proceed with the panel, I believe, and I will expect the parties, if there are concerns about the ruling and you wish it in writing, please notify Commission Council. Well, it will be in writing because it'll be in the transcript, but expanded upon, I mean.
Sir, I don't believe the witness chair and desk are set up for 2 witnesses right now. They need to get another mic as well as another
Okay,
chair.
well, we'll take 5 minutes then to set up the panel.
The commission is in recess for 5 minutes. La commission est levée pour 5 minutes.
That's intense. This is intense. I'm so tired. So it sounds like there's a lot of things going on. Basically, the OPP and the OPS, from my understanding, objected on the grounds that they were not made aware of what these protesters, these witnesses, as they will now be referred to, are going to submit. So they had no opportunity to prepare themselves for responding to it. But a good lawyer can think on their feet, can they not? If your argument is sound and you know what you're arguing, you can certainly respond to hearing different things most of the time in a reasonable manner, especially when you're paid of that caliber and you go to school for that many years, and you're so used to courtrooms, and certainly you'd be able to do a bit of thinking on your feet in a reasonable way, right? Like to some reasonable level, and certainly of relevance. The police have testified about the police clearing operation. The police have testified in their testimonies here at the commission that the police clearing operation was great, and that it was peaceful and lawful and everything. So they've entered that into relevance. They've entered that into evidence in their testimony, certainly some of them, and so it is relevant to the commission because it's been here before and it wasn't objected to at that point. So here it is now, and then they go into the videos, because the videos are the thing that they really don't want to show. They don't want to show Kasaba Vizzi on the ground being held by 4 or 5 police officers. Is another one just aimlessly kicks him as hard as he absolutely can. And there's a video leading to that arrest, I believe, where Caesar, sorry, I can't say your name, Kasaba, C-S-A-B-A, he surrenders. There's a video, I watched it. There's a video, he's at the truck on the front, and the police line is well advanced, and they're getting to Metcalf. And he talks to this woman, I believe, I don't know what the relation is, and says, okay, I'm surrendering, hands her his camera and everything else. And then I think the last thing we see in that video is he gets down on his knees. He gets down onto his knees besides the passenger side of his truck, I believe, and puts his hands on his head like this. And then the next thing that we see of him is that video that I believe was captured by the infamous video played around the world, played on Fox, played everywhere, not played on any of the Canadian media from my knowledge. I don't think the CBC or the CTV or Global or City ever played that video. But the next video we did get from Caesar, assumably a matter of minutes later, he's now in the middle of the Metcalf, the truck, and he's in the middle, like towards the middle, so maybe they dragged him out there. And so he's like kind of in the middle of the intersection, and there's multiple officers of different jurisdictions on top of him. And then one officer from assumably from an ESU or an ERT unit, a tactical unit, so the Kasaba is being held down, and this other officer is doing these intense, full force, serious kicks to Casaba's exposed side. So the officers had restrained Casaba in such a way that he couldn't cover any of his body with his hands or his feet. And so the officer, the other officer I'm talking about, lunged his attacks to these exposed areas of Casaba where he wasn't able to cover himself from these direct attacks. And I believe Casaba, who is facing charges to my knowledge, has said that for quite a while after that, he was passing blood in his urine. He had significant kidney pain, a few other complications from a very full force attack. And we've seen in the prelude to that video that he had surrendered. So what happened between that and the video captured by the shed truck is a matter of question. And I would like to get to the bottom of that.
Order a lot.
To my knowledge, that's how things went down. That's the best of my recollection of those.
The commission is
circumstances.
reconvened.
Oh, it's Kyle. Hi, Kyle. Hey, it's Kyle. It's Kyle. I see him. You see him? There's Kyle, everybody. That's Kyle. Hi, Kyle. Hope you're good. I'm glad to see you here.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Deering and Ms. Hope Braun. My name is Stephen Armstrong, and I'm Commission Counsel. Thank you for coming today. I have 45 minutes to ask you some questions, and because you're a panel, I'm going to ask questions mostly one at a time, but when I have questions for you as a group. Sorry? Oh, sorry, you have to be sworn. Forgot about that. I got too eager.
Hey, Paulo, I know you probably don't hear what I'm...
Deering?
I hear that you probably don't like what I'm saying because it hurts your narrative and your worldview. I'm sorry, you can go and watch elsewhere.
Deering, CHRISTOPHER, GREGORYDEERING.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Ma'am, will you swear on a religious document, or do you wish to affirm?
The Bible, please. Do I stand?
Please get the open right hand. For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Margaret Hope Braun, MARGARET HOPEBRAUN.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God.
Thank you.
So good morning again. As I was just explaining, because it's a panel, I'm going to ask questions mostly one at a time. But when I have a question for you as a group, I'll try to make that clear, okay? So I understand, and this is for the panel, I understand that you both provided statements to your counsel.
That's correct.
Yes.
And have you had a chance to review those statements before testifying today?
Yes.
Yes.
And did you want to make any corrections to those statements?
No.
No.
Okay, and so in the interest of time, I'm not going to put them on the screen, but for the record, Mr. Deering's statement is produced at HRF 00001598, and Ms. Hope Braun's statement is produced at HRF 00001606. So I just want to ask some questions about your background really quickly. So Mr. Deering, I understand that you're a veteran of the Canadian Armed Forces.
Yes, sir.
And you served a tour of duty in Afghanistan.
Yes, sir.
And I understand that you were wounded on that tour.
I was.
Can you briefly tell the commissioner
Sacrifice medal.
about that event?
Sure. I joined the military quickly in 2007. Finished my training very quick. I was deployed to Afghanistan in 2008. So in less than approximately 2 years, I was in Afghanistan. 4 months into my tour, my vehicle was hit by a IED, which took my vehicle. Sorry, it blew my vehicle about 100 feet in the air, killing 3 occupants immediately and leaving me seriously wounded.
Thank you, Mr. Deering.
I came back to Canada and, sorry, lost my train of thought. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. I also saw, sir, and we'll take a moment. I saw that you're wearing medals.
Yes, sir.
Can you just explain what the medals are?
So left to right, left would be my Queen Jubilee Medal. It was lost during the protest with the scuffle with the police. Second is my campaign star for my tour to Afghanistan, and my sacrifice medal that I earned for being seriously wounded in combat.
And I understand now that you're retired from the Canadian Armed Forces?
Yes, sir.
And you reside in Hanwell, New Brunswick?
I do.
Thank you. And Ms. Hope Braun, I understand that you're from Peterborough, Ontario?
Yes.
Thank you, Thomas.
And you
Thank
studied
so much.
environmental studies at Sanford Fleming College?
Sir Sanford Fleming.
Sir
Yes.
Sanford. And you're a mother to 2 children?
Yes.
Thank you. So if I can ask Mr. Deering, I understand that you traveled to Ottawa to protest with the convoy. What made you want to come to Ottawa and protest?
It really wasn't that I wanted to come to Ottawa, it's that I felt it was my duty and that I had no choice to be there. Seeing what was happening over the last few years was troubling. And I felt that I was there 2 weekends, first between February 11th and 13th, in which a bunch of veterans took down the fence that was wrongly placed around the memorial. And then I went home, and then within days, the Emergency Act was looked at being enacted, and I rushed back to Ottawa to do what I could to protect the peaceful citizens of the protest.
And so when you traveled to Ottawa, what did you understand that you were there to protest?
The mandates. I was there to protest the mandates.
And why was that important to you?
Because for the last 2 years, personally, as a wounded veteran, I couldn't do anything. I couldn't take my family to a restaurant. I couldn't take my kids to gymnastics. I couldn't grieve my comrades in Nova Scotia because I wasn't allowed to cross the border in my own vehicle by myself to a cemetery where no one was living and lay my flowers for my mental health. And I was denied that for 2 years. There's many more reasons. And again, my train of thought is lost. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'll ask some questions now to Ms. Hope Braun. I also understand that you traveled to Ottawa to protest. What made you want to come to Ottawa to protest?
Yeah, it had been going on 2 years of mandates, and they just seemed to get more and more restrictive. I had tried every avenue available within our system to communicate the difficulty that I was seeing around me and experiencing to our government at various levels, and nothing was effective, and the tone was not changing coming from the federal government. And I was just losing hope and really looking for options on how I could find more a more peace and safety for my family, and felt really isolated. And then seeing the convoy begin. I also lived out west for 10 years, so I have a lot of my support network is there, and I couldn't travel there. And so there was a lot of people who I know personally that were sharing stories about how it was affecting them where they were. And I just felt, since I'm 3 hours away from Ottawa, I have a duty to go as well, and not just represent myself, but many Canadians who could not come and felt passionately about this.
And so when did you come to Ottawa?
I came the second Saturday. I came the third weekend for the entire weekend, and I came back that Wednesday and stayed until the end. So.
And can you tell the commissioner what your experience was with those protests?
Oh, well, when we first arrived, I came with a girlfriend for the Saturday, and there was just a lot of energy. was seeing people from all different backgrounds and cultures, different outfits and cultural outfits that I had never even seen before in Canada. There was lots of hugs, and there was walking up. There was just grown men crying and giving hugs and everywhere, and it was emotional, and we cried. We had spent a long time feeling like we were really alone, and not being able to go out, and really not being able to even talk or share our experience in our family gatherings because we were not welcome to speak openly about what we were experiencing. And so it felt like this was our family. And I saw so many good things. I could just go on for an hour on that. I saw lots of flags. I saw, yeah, I think that's good for now.
And if I could ask Mr. Deering, building on that, what was your experience with the protest, and how did it compare? How was it similar to or different from Ms. Hope Braun's?
My experience was that when we get to Ottawa, so on the way to Ottawa, so actually when the convoy was making their way to Ottawa, we attended a few. There were a lot of people would stand on the bridges to show support, and so where we lived close to a military base, and there must have been 4,000 to 5,000 people on this bridge waving flags, and it was amazing. And it was just, the amount of support was incredible. We made our way February 11th, the first weekend, just to we wanted to see for ourselves what was going on, because when we watched the news, there was one narrative, and we wanted to see for ourselves, because on Facebook and social media, you'd see a whole completely different other story. So we wanted to go there for ourselves. So our first instance was myself and my wife. We went up to see what was going on. I participated in the fence removal. Again, I went home. The following, it was the February 17th, I left my residence at 5 a.m. To go to the protest. But during the protest, there was hugs, there was homeless people being showered with food. I had read that crime was down. It was the most amazing experience I've had in my life. And I don't regret going or being there one bit. And I'm sorry, if you could refresh my memory on the question again. Sorry.
Just asking for your experience. And so, sorry, did you have anything more to add, or were you done?
There's a lot more I could pack into that, but it was the true Canadian spirit that was there.
It really was.
Yeah, can I add?
Please do, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the first weekend that I came with my a female friend, and she stayed at my house the night before, and we were reading the news, the global news, and they had something in there about we haven't received a police report yet on how many additional rapes had taken place in the city since the convoy arrived. And that just really shook me that they would go to that extent to make that way. But when I got here, the experience was like the positive masculine experience, the way that the men were behaving. They were complete gentlemen. And, I felt not unsafe whatsoever in the city. And when my phone died and I went back, I wasn't familiar with the streets. I was approached and walked to my car and just treated with such respect by the men that were here.
And so for the panel, I understand that you were coming to Ottawa and then going home and coming back. Once the Emergencies Act was invoked, why did you want to either come to Ottawa or remain in Ottawa?
So I remember when they were voting on that, and my wife and I were lying in bed, and we were terrified how the vote was going, because we knew, or we felt, that the evidence would not be able to substantiate such a call. I felt there was a great need for me to be there, not just as a veteran, but as a seriously wounded veteran, to be there to protect the Canadian people from what could potentially happen.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Hope Braun?
Could you repeat the question?
So after the Emergencies Act was invoked, why did you want to come back to Ottawa or remain in Ottawa if you were already there?
Yeah, I came to Ottawa for Valentine's Day. So that was the day that it was invoked, February 14th, if I'm correct.
Happy Valentine's Day,
That
Canada.
day, I witnessed hundreds of roses being offered to the police officers. There was a lot of love. There was a lot of trying to heal the divide that was being created between us and the police. And the streets of Ottawa were covered in roses that day. And further to that, just listening to the senators give their speeches, I felt that that as they were supposed to approve it, but then it was removed before they had a chance to approve it or not. It sounded like there was good reason to stick to what I felt was right and stay. And I don't believe that if a government passes a law, it means that we have to go against what we believe is right. We should still, we still have a right to peacefully protest and assemble. And if we can't do that in front of the Parliament in Ottawa, I don't know,
And so building on that, Ms. Hope Braun, once the Emergencies Act was invoked, what was your understanding of your ability to lawfully protest in the downtown area?
Well, I believe that we still have a right to protest in the downtown area or anywhere. That we were peaceful, and as long as we remained so, we had a right to assemble. And yeah, I had another point to that, but you could repeat the question again.
Well, that's okay. We can come back to it. I'll just
Okay.
ask Mr. Deering, what was your understanding once the Emergencies Act was invoked of your ability to lawfully protest in the downtown area?
My understanding is that it was a mandate. In my eyes, it was an unlawful mandate. I'm a free citizen of this country. I'm a taxpayer. I'm a veteran. I'm a good person. And I felt I had the right to be there with my Canadian citizens to try to protect them.
And so, Mr. Deering, I understand that on February 18th, 2022, you were in Ottawa protesting as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Where were you staying in Ottawa that day, at that time?
So I drove up February 17th. I left my house at 5 a.m. because it takes me approximately 10, the drive is 10 hours with my back and my foot, my conditions. I have to stop every few hours. So I arrived in Ottawa sometime that evening. I parked my car, I remember, on Bank Street. I walked up to the memorial to just congregate with the veterans. I went back to my car, and knowing me, I got lost for an hour and a half. I walked around the city. I eventually found my car, which is where I slept. We had came up the previous weekend, which was about $1,000 for the hotel and food, and I didn't really have the means to pay for more hotel and lodging. So I slept in my car the previous night.
Do you recall where on Bank Street you parked?
No, I don't.
Was it in the downtown area?
I believe so.
And so when you drove in, did you pass any police checkpoints or anything like that?
I forget.
Okay, Ms. Hope
Good answer.
Braun, I understand that you were in Ottawa protesting on February 19th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Good answer.
Where were you staying at the time, or how did you find yourself in Ottawa?
I was at a hotel that was very close to Metcalf and Queen, I believe. So I'm not sure the names. I was at a hotel that weekend.
And when did you begin staying in that hotel?
It would have been on the Thursday night before that weekend. 17th, maybe? Not sure.
Okay, and Mr. Deering, on the 18th, and I'm going to stick with you for a few questions. On the 18th, where was the protest that I understand you participated in? Do you recall where in the downtown it was?
So I was at the memorial that day around 8 in the morning. I had my coffee. I was congregating with a few different vets. And then just, I want to say north or south, my navigation's a little off, but just about 100 feet from the memorial is where the police started to line up. And that's when the call out went, and all the veterans, or there was about 20 or so of us, we lined right up, we linked arms, and the consensus was that we're going to stay there and try and protect the Canadian people.
And why did you want to do that?
It was our duty. When I joined the military, I swore on an oath to protect people. I went to a war zone to protect those people. And I never thought that someday I would have to do it on Canadian soil, but I did, and I will again. I would.
Were you told at any time or informed at any time that you couldn't be there or it was unlawful for you to be there?
No.
And I understand that you were arrested on the 18th. Is that correct?
I was.
Can you tell us briefly how you came to be arrested?
Sure. So I remember about 12:45 is when we lined up, we linked arms. 12:25, sorry. And we had a chance before the police decided to make their push. We had about 15 minutes to kind of converse, and I had the chance to speak with 4 or 5 officers. I let them know who I was, why we were there, what we were doing, the fact that we were peaceful. I showed them the photo of my crater of my bomb just to give them some reference so that if they did arrest me, I mentioned to every policeman I talked to, I said, if you arrest me, keep in mind I have a really bad back, please. Sorry, if you can repeat the question again, sorry.
Just asking about how you came to be arrested.
Okay, right. So I had a chance to converse with the police. Multiple police, after I spoke with them, they would move down the lines. They didn't want to really have anything to do with me. Finally, there was one member that came up. He didn't know my situation as much. I did have a chance to refresh to give him my reference points, my photo and my story quickly. But about 45 minutes into the pushing, I kind of underestimated the amount of physical toll it would take on my body. After 14 years of not being able to do what I could do when I was 20, my muscles and my body was just, I had given up. I was finished. And the video would show that I succumbed and I gave myself to the police. And as the police took me down, again, he knew he kneed me in my side, kicked me in my back. I was laying down. I was in the fetal position on my back. He kicked me in my ankle, my foot. As I was laying down, I had my hands completely up. I'm saying, I'm very peaceful. I'm peaceful. I'm not resisting. I was then punched 4 or 5 times in my head. I had a knee on my back to keep myself down. I was on the ground for 1.5 to 2 minutes. My hands were zip tied. The officers slowly picked me up, and then we slowly proceeded to the processing line. We get to the processing line. The day was -20. I had no gloves on. At the beginning of the processing line, we were standing there.
You fucking evil
and I'd
bastards.
Sorry. The duration of the processing line was 1.5 to 2 hours. So I was standing there in the cold for 2 hours. I asked the policeman who was on both sides of me, I said, do you mind? You know my conditions. Is it okay if I sit or kneel because I'm in chronic pain? It was obvious. My face was flush and I had cried multiple times, and I don't cry ever. It was the worst pain I had felt since I'd been blown up. The fact that I couldn't sit or stand was to me cruel and unusual punishment. We would go 15, 20 minutes without even moving. I also asked if I could have my medication, in which I had my prescription and my medication on my person, so that if I needed it, I could ask. I asked, and I was denied my medication to comfort my duress. We finished the processing line after about 2 hours. Police took my, on the whiteboard, they put down my name, they took my photo. They then placed me in the back of the squad car. They read me what I was being charged with, which was mischief, public mischief, and sorry, I'm forgetting the other one. Public mischief and sorry, 1 minute.
Take your time.
Public mischief and
It's okay, Mr. Dring. Your statement is in the record. So if I could
Sorry.
actually move you back in time, what were you and your group doing just before you were arrested? What activity were you taking part in?
So we were linking arms. We were standing. We were not moving. We were not progressing, moving forward. We were telling the cops what they were doing was unlawful order. We had every right to be there under our Charter of Rights and Freedoms to peacefully protest, which we were doing. They had no right to do what they did.
And at any time, either before you were arrested or after, were you given the option to go to another place in Ottawa to protest?
No.
Okay, Ms. Hope Braun, I think as we said earlier, I understand you were protesting on February 19th in Ottawa. Where was that protest that you participated in?
It was all, I guess at that point, we couldn't really go past Chateau Laurier. So I, for the most part, spent most of the protest up on Wellington, right in front of the Parliament building. I did walk around and see the sites a little bit, but
now you understand
that
why they didn't
day,
want this evidence to be heard, folks, because
was from Chateau
it paints it as it
Laurier
was. Disgusting, unlawful use of force, abuse of veterans,
down
abuse of
Wellington,
people with disabilities,
and then I was
neglect of
arrested
basic
when
human
they had
necessities,
cleared
cruel
Wellington,
and unusual
and,
punishment goes on.
protesters were then on the side streets, so I was on O'Connor. at
And
that
were
point.
you told before or any point that day or before or after your arrest that you were not allowed to be where you were?
You go, listen, there's been
Not-
opportunities for
no,
people to
not
come
in
and
that
speak about the
effect, no.
assaults that
There
they
was-
allegedly experienced in
no.
Ottawa, and we've heard no
The-
such testimony from anyone. Apparently, according to their lawyers, they're scared for their life or something. I don't
Obviously,
understand.
we got the sense that we
So,
weren't welcome there, but I wasn't
absolutely
directly
untrue.
told that I wasn't allowed to be there, and in that way, that it wasn't lawful for me to be there.
What gave you the sense that you weren't welcome there?
The massive amount of police and their presence was taking over the city, it seemed. So and the news media and Justin Trudeau's words, and like more that I wasn't welcome there, not that I shouldn't. That
This
it was
attitude is exactly why people
not
showed up
lawful
in
for me to be
Ottawa.
there. I
This
believed it was
divide,
lawful
this
for me to be
hatred for
there.
fellow
I
Canadians.
didn't hear otherwise.
Being brainwashed
And,
by the Prime
either
Minister
before or
to
after
think in
your
such
arrest,
a
were you
hateful
given the
manner to your fellow
opportunity or were you
Canadians,
told
to
about
your
any kind of
the members
place
who
you could go in
sacrificed for
Ottawa
you,
to peacefully protest?
to just
No, there was
disdain
no
and
place
contempt for
provided
your fellow
or,
Canadians. It's disgusting. That's why we were in Ottawa in
planned
peace.
for us to go. And not only that, but afterwards, people were still coming from across the country, and places like Arnprior. They were assembling there, and the owner of that property was threatened with fines if he didn't have us disperse. So it wasn't even that we weren't welcome in Ottawa. We weren't even welcome to assemble an hour outside of Ottawa. So it extended beyond that red zone, in my opinion, in my experience.
And how did you come to be arrested? Can you tell us about that?
So when police had effectively removed everyone from Wellington Street, they had all the streets with the trucks on them at this point, and I was on O'Connor, and I had a bit of hope that they would stop there because we were remaining peaceful as protesters. We were there from all over the country. And there was a man who had the Charter of Rights, or I guess it was the Bill of Rights. It was a document. They look the same, and they both represent human rights. And
Bill of Rights. Yeah.
And so I took 3 copies of that, and there was 3 different police units, it seemed. They had different types of uniforms, so they appeared to be. So I spoke to each unit, and I said, you may have been able to justify this up until this point, but if you keep moving forward and you onto the people, because we're just the people now, that you have the trucks, you will be trampling our Charter of Rights with your boots. And I put it down in front of each one of them. And in the middle of the street, I knelt down and in front of the Charter, and I told the police officers that that if they move forward, I'm willing to not resist arrest, and I won't move at that point. So that was my line in the sand. So, yeah.
And just coming back to Mr. Deering, you had mentioned just before your arrest, you had said something about an unlawful order. I just wanted you to clarify what were you referring to? What was the unlawful order? Take your time. Sorry?
Can you repeat the question again? Sorry.
You had mentioned an unlawful order, and I just wanted you to clarify what you were referring to.
Sorry, I'm just having a bit of a brain fog at the moment.
So I think the context was I had asked you why you were there, and you said that you were there. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I understood it to be in defiance of an unlawful order, or you weren't leaving because of an unlawful order.
From what I understand, a mandate is just that it's a mandate. It's not a law. We didn't vote on it. The people didn't want it. It was pushed upon us, and I felt it was unlawful.
And what is the mandate?
The mandate was the Emergencies Act. Sorry.
And for the panel, can you just tell us what was the impact of these events on you?
Sorry, sorry, can you say it again? Was that for me?
For the panel, what was the impact of these events?
Of the impacts of
on you as a person
for the past 2 years?
Sorry, on the events in Ottawa.
The events in Ottawa. Sorry, I just need a minute.
So for me, the impacts where I was already I've always been concerned about our government overreach, and we have to keep an eye on our government. That's what our duty as people, the citizens of the country, is to be politically active and involved and aware of what's going on. And over the years, I'm just increasingly starting to lose faith in the institutions and what we say is we are Canadian. We're a democracy. We attract people from all over the world because this is a place where we have rights and freedoms. And to me, the impact was that it was evident to me in a very clear way and seen among the entire world that the Canadian government is not acting on this is my opinion, obviously, not acting according to what we mandated it to. It's not protecting us. It's not upholding its job. It's not doing its job. And to me, it just broke any illusion of that. And at the same time, I think it's important that we see that as Canadians in the world so that we can fix it, so that we can make it better. And we need to kind of keep that in check. It's the nature of being in a world filled with people. We have to balance it out.
And Mr. Deering, did you want to answer that as well?
Can you repeat the question one last time?
So
Sorry.
I'm wondering what the impact of your experience in Ottawa was and how it ended on you as a person.
It's such a loaded question. I'm sorry. There's so many emotions going on in my head. In the last 2 years, it's just been constant persecution after persecution. And I find that when the government has a role, but when they want to get into your lives and tell you who you can see, when you can see them, and dictate everything about your life, and when they get too intrusive, the overreach for me was just too much. And again, I had to be in Ottawa. It was my duty. I had no choice.
Yes, Ms. Hope Braun.
More personally, the impact for me is after speaking to a therapist, just, clear signs of PTSD, like symptoms around what happened. And my whole life was really turned upside down from that time forward, and has impacted my life. It's a completely different life now, before and after that day. So.
Okay, and I'd just like to close out with the panel. I'm going to ask both of you. Let's start with Ms. Hope Braun. Is there anything that I didn't ask you about that you wanted to say that we didn't get to talk about?
I don't think so. I'm good. Thank you.
Mr. Deering?
If I could, I'd like to speak directly to you, sir. I think I'd like to ask you, and as a veteran, I'm asking you that if this never happens again, you have the power of a whole country behind your opinion. Please use it to protect the Canadian people from this kind of misbehavior from this government towards its people ever again. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay. I think it's the Ottawa Police Service is going to go first.
The Ottawa Police Service. Let's go. Let's see what they throw at this. Let's see it. They're not even. It's not Mr. Medichkovsky, is it? Who's coming up? Somebody coming up? Nobody? Oh yeah. Okay, it's Mr. Medichkovsky. Whatever. He's.
David Michikowski, I'm counsel for the Ottawa Police. Good afternoon, Mr. Deering. Good afternoon, Ms. Hope Braun.
They tried so hard to keep them off the stand today. Let's not forget about that.
Mr. Deering, you were looking at a statement that you had in front of you, and that's the document that's called Canada Freedom Rights Movement Statement. Chris Deering?
Okay, I don't remember that. Sorry.
You have a document in front of
These are just my notes. Sorry, they're so I can reference because of my traumatic brain injury. I need some things to reference. So.
Sure. I just want to see what those notes are. Is it the same as your statement that you were referring to?
This is going to be a train wreck for the Ottawa Police.
There, yes.
I already know it.
And so what it is, it's a document.
There's too much animosity.
Put it up on
he
the screen,
has,
but
he's going to let it seep through here
it's called
on
Canada
trial,
Freedom Rights
and it's going to make him look really bad.
Of Chris
and the
Deering.
organization.
Is that right?
I'm not sure of that document, sir. I'm going to look, but I don't recall that.
Sure. Have a look at it and tell me what it says, or if you want
Can
to
you
show
repeat
it
the title, please?
Sure. It's called Canada Freedom Rights Movement Statement of Chris Deering. Perhaps we can put it up on the screen so you can.
If you could put it on the screen, sir. I
Sure,
don't
we'll
have
do
that.
that.
Okay.
I can't recall the number, but I believe.
Council, if it may be assistance, I believe that's HRF 401598.
Thank you. If you could just put that up so that Mr. Deering could see it. Is that what you had in front of you?
I don't have that with me, sir, but I have seen it, yes.
So sorry, did you have something else with you?
Notes to reference, sir.
These are notes that you made when?
Just recently, so I can remember, sorry.
Okay, perhaps those notes can be filed at some point as well. Those are not notes you made at the time of these incidents, right?
No, sir.
Okay, I didn't realize. I thought you had your statement in front of you when you were testifying, but you had some other notes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Hope Brown, I believe your statement also says at the top of it, Canada Freedom Rights Movement statement, correct?
I don't recall the very top line, sorry.
Perhaps we could follow Ms.
I'm
Brown's
sure,
statement.
I'm sure it is, if that's what you're looking at.
This is the hearing clerk, just for the benefit of the record. That's HRF 401606.
That's correct.
That's your statement as well, correct?
Yes.
And so those statements say at the top, Canada Freedom Rights Movement statements. Who put that on them?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
If I can answer.
No,
that from my-
no,
we
no,
did.
Commissioner.
Don't worry, that's questioning cross-examination. Go ahead.
You don't know.
I would imagine it would be the lawyers that were taking our statements.
Those would be the convoy organizer lawyer?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. It wasn't any of the people at this table, was it?
I was speaking to them on the phone, so I'm not sure.
Right.
I couldn't see them.
Who gave you the statement?
Pardon?
Who prepared this statement, typed it
It
up
was-
and gave it to you?
This is just
It was,
sad.
I was
This is
contacted
just sad.
through the Justice Center.
Right. And so one of the Justice Center's lawyers prepared this statement and sent it to you, correct?
It was basically word for word of, they asked me questions and I gave a response, and this is exactly what I said to them on the phone. So yes.
And then they gave it to you and they typed on it, Canada Freedom Rights Movement statement of Chris Deering and of Maggie Dingman, the original one said, correct?
Okay. Yeah, sure. I'll agree with that.
Right. And that's the same heading that we see on the statements of Tom Marazzo, Canada Freedom Rights Movement, but you don't know what that means.
I don't know. I'm not somebody who, I understand that words can be titles for things. To me, Canada Freedom Rights Movement are 4 words that represent what I believe I'm part of. So I don't know. Looks
Okay.
like a good heading to me.
See, what I'm trying to figure out is most of the other witnesses here were interviewed by the commission, and then we have statements that are on the Public Order Emergency Commission letterhead.
Okay.
You were not interviewed by the commission's lawyers to prepare those statements, correct?
I was interviewed by a lawyer who was here working with the commission. So I don't know.
These you don't remember. And how about you, Mr. Deering?
Everything in this is correct. I wrote everything myself. Again, I do forget also who assisted with me. That's back to my traumatic brain injury. I'm sorry.
And neither one of you have criminal charges against you, correct?
No.
No.
And so you told your story to one of the convoy organizer lawyers, is that right?
The Justice Center.
The
is who
Justice Center, I
took mine.
apologize. And neither one of you, as I understand it, has filed a complaint with the Ottawa Police Service about your arrest.
Not yet, no.
Not yet.
And neither one of you has contacted the Crown to say, hey, excessive force was used with me.
I have not contacted them, no.
Yeah, at this point, I've tried to contact the government so many times. I'm kind of gonna, it's very frustrating. I've spent a lot of time trying to contact government agencies and have assistance and have not gotten anywhere for many years at this point, so.
And complaints against the police can be filed with an office, a government office called the Office of the Independent Police Review Directorate, OIPRD.
Which never does
Neither one
anything,
can
and
file
and
a complaint.
the OIPRD
No.
never does
No, not
anything ever, never.
And the SIU, that's the
They'll
Special
tell you to stop. Worst case
Investigations
scenario, they'll tell you to
Unit,
stop doing it.
Can investigate situations in in which someone says they've been seriously injured by the actions of the police. And so I just
No.
want to be clear, there haven't been any.
The mandate of the
complaints or
SIU is serious
by the
harm. You have to have multiple broken bones, shootings, stuff
Nope,
like that.
not to my
The
knowledge.
SIU does not investigate. Like if you get into an altercation with the police and you allege
I
that they have kicked you
understand,
or made you
Mr. Deering,
stand
that
and stuff
you
like
have some
that,
notes,
the
and you're
SIU
gonna
does not
share
have
those
that
notes
investigation in
with
their
me, correct?
mandate.
Sure.
And
Sure.
if you go to the
And I
independent police review
understand,
director, the office of the
Ms.
police,
Hope Braun,
independent
you
police,
do not
whatever it's called there, the
Not here
acronym
with me, nope.
OIRPRD,
and
they'll
haven't
send you an
filed
email
any
and
notes
say
with
sorry or
your
something like that. They'll be
lawyers,
like, thank
the
you, sorry for your
Justice Center
experience.
lawyers.
I provided them with a letter from my chiropractor who spoke to the
The
state of my
SIU only
back
investigates
afterwards,
like serious incidents
also
where there's
with,
lethal use of force, car,
a
like
trauma
police involved car
specialist, a
accidents
psychologist
on
filed
people,
a letter
serious
from
like bodily harm, including
that
broken
professional
bones.
as
But
well.
if you're saying
And I
you're
believe
a disabled
that's
veteran held down in the snow and
the
made to
notes
stand
that I've
cruelly for
provided
hours
them.
on end, the
And I
SIU will
didn't
not
see that
investigate
trauma
that. They will not
specialist
investigate people
note
being
in
kneed
the
or
database,
being
but
punched and
perhaps I
stuff like
missed
that.
I
The
don't
SIU
think
doesn't
it was
investigate those things.
submitted.
Only
It wasn't.
serious
So you,
bodily harm results in
did
broken
not,
bones. The police
give
know
any
that.
documentation. Mr. Deering, I understand.
OIPRD, that's correct.
Sorry.
The Office
that
of
you
the
were in
Independent Police
Ottawa
Review
on
Director.
February
But it's
11th,
the
and
worst
then
that they'll ever
returned
do
on the
is like slap
evening
an
of
officer on the hand and
17th
say, don't do it again.
18th.
And it's not a course of
Yes, sir.
justice, really, to be honest.
And at that point, the Emergencies Act had been passed.
The SIU, on the other hand,
Correct.
can
Sure.
quite seriously
And there was an
discipline officers.
exclusion zone.
But again, there's quite a
You knew
high
that,
bar to the
correct?
SIU's mandate,
You did.
to the Special Investigations Unit. They have a
And
very
you knew
high
what the
bar
newspapers
for their
were telling
mandate.
people not to go there unless you have an exemption.
I didn't read the newspapers, sorry.
I'm sorry?
I didn't read the newspapers or listen to the news because they were lying constantly, sorry.
And none of the sources on which you get information were telling you, don't go into that zone.
Can you say it again, sorry?
I'm sorry?
Can you say it again, sorry?
Yeah, none of the sources from which you get information were telling you, don't go in that zone.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to ask you to repeat one more time, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Ms. Hope Braun, you presumably knew that you were told not to go into that area unless you had specific reasons to be there.
Specific reasons like
That's
protest.
not what I was gathering from it, no.
You didn't turn on the radio, you didn't read any social media, you didn't go on Facebook.
I knew that they wanted to clear the area. I
Right.
was aware of that, yeah.
And you knew that the Emergencies Act had been passed.
Not passed.
Well, they were still
No.
debating it in the House the day that I was arrested, so I wasn't really.
Or in the Senate.
What day were you arrested?
On the 19th?
Yeah, the Emergencies Act had passed.
Okay, it passed, but.
Not the Senate.
It was still being debated and it hadn't passed the Senate, so.
Precisely.
And so
Excellent.
both of you, you were
Excellent.
in the area, you did not live in the area.
Great.
You were not on your way to an appointment, correct?
No.
No, I had a hotel though booked, so I was.
And you both, I believe, fell to your knees and refused to move while the police operation was being carried out, correct?
No, it's incorrect. I was pulled down and beaten, sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I apologize.
So, sorry, I said I was pulled down. I was not on my knees. I was pulled down and beaten.
Right,
Sorry.
you were on your knees and you refused to move.
No, I was standing up. Sorry, I was pulled down.
Oof. Oh, shots fired. Oh, this guy. Ooh.
And
Oh, sorry about that.
Mr. Deering, you indicated
Wow.
that one of the police
Brilliant.
officers
Brilliant.
even told you to hide.
That's correct.
So he gave you some advice, and in spite of that, you stayed there.
That's correct.
And in fact, you believed as a veteran, you should put yourself in the way of other protesters because veterans are better able to withstand what was about to come, you said.
I wouldn't say better able. I just said we're more accustomed to it. Most civilians are not ready to be beaten. I was ready for it.
It was me who was on the knees.
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Go ahead, nothing.
He's
And
desperate.
you were on the road, Mr.
The voice is shaking. The voice
Mr.
is
Deering,
shaking.
correct?
The voice is shaking.
At what time?
Yes.
I was on the road. What's
The
the
papers
question?
are shuffling. Her
You were
voice
on
is
the
shaking.
road when you were arrested.
I was on the road.
Yes.
That was hard to say. It was a lot of snow, so I don't know where I was on the grass, on the road. I'm not sure.
And so were you, Ms. Hope Brown, weren't you?
Everyone was on the road.
Right.
Yeah.
And so you understand you're obstructing a roadway, correct?
It was closed.
And the big,
Please, if I could ask everyone to
That's
not,
just he just lost
act
everything.
out, that would be appreciated.
I mean,
We're
come on, that
trying
was
to keep
hilarious,
this civilized.
Commissioner. Commissioner, that was hilarious.
Go ahead,
He's
I'm
like, you
sorry.
were on the road, so therefore we're
everyone
going to beat the
was
living shit out of you.
obstructing a roadway that day.
So everyone, all of the protesters who were arrested were obstructing a roadway, correct?
And the police were also obstructing the roadway, if you think of it like that.
And
So-
there were also announcements made in both official languages telling people to move.
Yeah,
Didn't hear that.
I did.
And you were there, Mr. Deering, you said 15 minutes before, and you saw the police were looking violent and aggressive, you said, and so you decided to stay on that roadway, correct?
Absolutely.
Shuffle more papers, my friend. That'll get you where you need. That'll save your case. That'll save your cross. Shuffle the papers. Shuffle the papers. You'll get what you need.
And you're
It's
both
in there somewhere.
aware,
Just
I
dig
take
deep
it, I'm
enough.
just going to finish off, that there is an online
finish.
fundraising campaign for both of you run by a group called Cafe.
I'm not aware of that until just now.
Okay, Derek Sloan, he's actually sitting in the audience.
I've seen him.
That's wonderful.
We're
aware of
investigating him.
that.
He's about to be
I
arrested.
am now.
I am now, and I will be happy to.
And in fact, I see on that fundraising that he is fundraising for Chris Barber, Maggie Dingman, Bridget Belton, Chris Deering, Danny Bulford, and Tamara Lich. You know all of those people, correct?
I've only just met them here.
Do you see Mr. Sloan today?
I do, yeah.
Right. And in order to benefit from that fundraising, I take it it's important that you tell the story that you just told, correct?
I'm not sure. Sorry, can you benefit from, can you say that again?
In order to benefit from that fundraising, it's important that you tell the story that you've just told, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm not really very familiar with what you're speaking to right now. Everything's happening very fast, so I'm.
Mr. Sloan is associated with the Ontario Party,
I understand. Yeah.
right? Right. Okay. Thank you very much. I have no further questions. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next are the convoy organizers.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner. Good afternoon, Chris and Maggie.
Afternoon.
My name is Bathsheba Vandenberg, and I'm counsel representing Freedom Corps and the protesters. I'd like to start by asking you, Chris, a few questions about what happened to you on that Friday, February the 18th, 2022. I understand that you were wearing your medals when you were arrested. Is that correct?
I was.
And did they get damaged when you were arrested?
They did. The first 20 minutes, I had my medals in my jacket, and with the shoving with the police, at one point, one of my medals, my Queen Jubilee medal, broke off, and I lost it.
Could I call up HRF 401566?
Just to perhaps there are a
You're
lot
done.
of documents,
You're
obviously.
done.
David Michikowski, sorry, for the Ottawa Police. Perhaps
Sit down.
before my friend introduces one of the documents, she could just confirm whether it was something that was uploaded last night for the first time. I know there are 7 videos that were sent to me last night that were not on the system. So if we could just indicate for the record whether that is one of those documents, because I may have specific objection to that.
Okay, given the late disclosure, apparently. Could you make sure you tell us beforehand what it is we're going to?
Thank
Just so
you.
we can, if there are problems, we can outline them in detail.
Yes, Mr. Commissioner, I can confirm to my friend that I'm going to refer to a video that was presented in the document list by the commission. And it is a video of the arrest of Chris Deering.
No, they don't want
Just
to play
so
it.
that we're clear, that would be what was produced in the last couple days, correct?
No, it was
No, this
produced a while ago, my friend, and it was produced as part of the list by the commission.
We'll address that later. Thank you.
We'll
Thank
address
you.
that later. I have no way to stop this.
Mr.
So,
Cook, the
I'm just
numbers
gonna
again
hide.
for this video are HRF. Okay, you got it. Thank you.
It's not playing. It's not playing. It's not on the stream. We're keeping it off the stream. We can't see it.
That's a wounded veteran. Yes, that's a wounded warrior right there. They got shields.
Okay, we can pause the video. Thank
We
you.
can't see anything.
Chris, can you confirm that that is you that's being thrown to the
Now we
ground
can.
and beaten
They
by the
hit
police?
it. They just hit it.
Hey, I'm not sure about that question. Let's be a little careful with how we do that, please.
Can you confirm that's you, Chris?
Excuse me?
Can you confirm that is you in the video?
It is me.
Thank you.
We didn't see it. They hit
Now I'd like
it.
to
They
ask
didn't
you,
play
Maggie,
it.
a few questions about what happened to you on Saturday, February the 19th.
They didn't play it.
2022. And I'd like to bring up a document. This is a video that I did disclose yesterday, and it's a video of it's a photo. It's a photo of when Maggie was kneeling in front of the police.
David Michkowski for the Ottawa Police. For the reasons I've already articulated, that should not be allowed. These are things that should have been disclosed long ago, and we've had no explanation. I get it, sometimes things come up at the last minute, but we've had no explanation for why this wasn't not disclosed.
Okay, well, let's see what the photo, if it's just a photo of Ms. Hope Braun kneeling, is that all it is?
That's all it is, and Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, I'm not sure what the prejudice would be, but let's go ahead.
And the number for that photo is HRF 00001612. Just confirming to the right in the green jacket, that's you kneeling?
Yes, and the charter is in front of me, and there are several people also kneeling and praying.
They didn't play the
Thank
video.
you.
Or
They didn't
what
play the
doing
actual
however
video of Chris.
Okay.
They hit it.
Now, I'd like to call up
The technical
a
person.
video, and this is a video of the arrest of Maggie, and she spoke about it, and I think it is important, Mr. Commissioner, that everyone here sees it. It's simply a video of what she already described and put into
They didn't
evidence.
broadcast it.
David Michkowski for the Ottawa Police. I understand that is one of the videos that was disclosed last night as well.
That's correct, and it's also a video that was available to the public at large via the newspapers.
And can you, for the record, explain why it is these things weren't disclosed till last night?
Sir, if I may pop in, unlike some of the institutional individuals and representations here, we of course have no control over witnesses. They approach us. We get put in contact with them. We get the evidence when we get the evidence, and we put it before you as quickly as possible. These witnesses have no connection to us as a party. They were folks that were heard about and were asked to put in contact with. This is how that works, sir. It just unfortunately didn't happen until I believe we even got here in Ottawa, sir.
I'm sorry, maybe I missed it. Are you saying you didn't get this video till yesterday?
I understand that there was essentially, maybe Bess Vandenberg can explain the background, but at the end of the day, I think we provided it as soon as we could. We didn't have reference to it per se. I'll let Ms. Vandenberg speak to it.
Yes, Ms. Commissioner, that's correct, as I did only have notice of it yesterday, and I tried my very best to share it with everyone as soon as possible.
Okay, well, let's have a look at it and see where we go.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. The numbers for this video are HRF 401614. And Mr. Clerk, I'm going to ask you to pause at 2 seconds. So to play the video and then pause at 2 seconds.
And the video, is it going to come up again this time? Is it going to come up? This is the commission stream. There we go. Now it's going. Didn't show the other one.
Thank you. Maggie, can you confirm that that is
That's
you
the
in
sort of
green
Quebec.
jacket and the blue toque?
It's me.
Thank you. Do you agree that the meaning, because I'm going to go into, we're going to actually just, let's continue playing the video. Pause, please. All right. Do you agree that that appears to be a snatch and grab method? Snatch and grab meaning
Sorry.
snatching and grabbing?
Firstly, this is a little bit leading, which I don't think you're entitled to do. Number two, I'm not sure this is a witness who can talk about police tactics, and I think now you're getting into something that's a bit unfair. So, I mean, you don't have much time. In fact, you have 1 minute left, so you might want to use it more appropriately.
I would like to call up another video, unless I'm going to get ejected to and lose another minute of my time. It's a video of Maggie being arrested.
I'm not sure this is really very relevant to what I have to decide, how the arrests were actually carried out and where there were no complaints. Now, if that's how you want to use your last minute, I'm prepared to have a look at it.
I did want to ask a question for the both of you, just to confirm that after you were arrested, that you were driven outside the Ottawa City Core and told by the police that you...
That's pretty leading for a phase you're not supposed to be leading your witness.
Were you driven outside of the...
That's...
Sorry.
If you want to ask, the way to ask, I'm happy to assist. It's you ask, how was it what proceeded after you were arrested? Where were you taken?
Chris, can
So-
you tell us what proceeded after you were arrested?
I believe last time we spoke, so when the processing line was finished, after the 2 hours of staying in the freezing cold, not able to sit or kneel, ended on my medication again. I had my information taken. I was then placed in the back of a squad car. They read me what I was being charged with, which was public obstruction and mischief. So I said I understood. The police officer then left his vehicle for 5 minutes. He came back and he said, "Well, today's your lucky day. You're not being charged." I said, "That's great." I said, "Can I know why that changed?" He said, "No, you don't need to know that." So at that time, I felt it was my understanding that I'm free to go because I'm not being charged with anything. Then the next 5-10 minutes, they put me in a paddy wagon with no direction. They didn't say anything. They said, "Go in here." So again, I mean, I have no choice. I go to the paddy wagon. I'm there for 25 minutes. I don't know where I'm going. Don't know how long I'm there. Eventually, the paddy wagon does fill up over the next couple of hours. Then they drive us around for approximately half an hour to 45 minutes. It's very hard to tell because there's no windows, of course, in the paddy wagon. There's no concept of time. They then drove us to a public works building that was 10.2 kilometers away from Parliament Hill. When they let us out of the paddy wagons, they gave us our possessions back. They gave us no paperwork. The police officer came out and gave us a stern warning and said, "You don't come back to Ottawa or you'll be charged." They gave us all our possessions back. Again, sorry. Most of us, due to the cold, our cell phones had died. No one had any money. No one had any masks. We couldn't go into the building to make a phone call. So we were stranded. So we were forced to walk to a Wendy's that was, and I forget the approximate distance. So we had to walk from the Public Works building in the snow, in the freezing cold, to a Wendy's. I had called a friend that I had just met prior the night on the 17th. I met someone for 5 minutes, and he said, "If you need anything in Ottawa," and this is the type of people you met in Ottawa. I met him for 2 minutes, 5 minutes, and he said, "If you need anything, you call me and I'll pick you up right away," and whatever. And he did exactly that. I picked him up. I called him at Wendy's. I said, "Can you please pick us up? We have no money. We have no means. We don't know where we are. We're not from Ottawa." It was just, I never thought that I would get dumped out of the city like trash by the police. It was.
And Mr. Commissioner.
That you're way over your time.
Thank you. I was just going to ask if the same thing had happened to Maggie, just to confirm.
I'll be very brief. So when, after I was behind the police line, it's all in my statement, that's there, but I was thrown to the ground, and there was a lot of weaponry around, and I looked up, and there was a gun pointed, it appeared to be at my head. And from there, I was taken outside the city and dropped off. And again, I was at a towing place where they were towing the trucks, and there was no shelter. There was no place to plug in your phone. There was nothing. And thankfully, people came and got us. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ottawa Residents Coalition.
Here we go.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Good afternoon. My name is Emily Tamman. I represent the Coalition of Ottawa Residents and Businesses. You've both described to us, and we've heard from other convoy participants, that
She wanted to call them
your
something
experience in Ottawa was generally a positive one,
It was.
and that you found it to be a peaceful and loving atmosphere when you attended the convoy.
It was amazing. It was the Canadian spirit.
it was, and even between us and the police up until those last days, it was a wonderful experience.
I'm going to ask that a video be pulled up. It's COA 50135. And just before we start it, this is a video, a compilation of images that were submitted to the commission before these proceedings commenced. And for the purposes of the record, the video was accompanied by an affidavit with the number AFF 7 zeros and a 2, explaining the origins of each part of the video and where it came from. But generally speaking, I can tell you these are videos that were taken by people in Ottawa during the convoy occupation. So if we could play that video, and then I would just ask you to reflect on whether it accurately represents what you witnessed while in Ottawa.
No justification for the Emergencies Act that I'm seeing here. Okay. Terry Fox gets covered at every event, by the way. Like, in history, Terry Fox has had basically everything put on him. I mean, it's not necessarily appropriate, but certainly it's a widespread phenomenon. Terry Fox statue. Oh, yeah, that's the famous
Going along
picture.
with, we've come here to help get rid of people like you from your tyrannical shit. You're a bully and you're so pathetic in life. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
What can I do?
Okay? Okay, you are so pathetic in life that you have nothing better to do than to enforce mass shit. You know that?
Invoke the
Yeah,
Emergencies
so
Act.
that makes you feel good about yourself. And that's it's sickening. It's disgusting. So now you're gonna kick us outside in -30. You will answer to God. Yes, you will. And he will send you straight to fucking hell.
Okay. No hands, no nothing. This is a joke. This doesn't justify the Emergencies Act at all. It's hilarious. That's all you got? Wow. I wish I could dance like that. I'm sure we all wish we could have that much fun. Wow, invoke the Emergencies Act. Some guys with like, some really weird dance moves are going at it. Let's all go at it through the Emergencies Act. Shuffle, everyone. It's a joke. It's a joke. Oh, boy. There's a video, picture of one. Okay, so counter protesters were able to go and peacefully stand in front of the trucks. Thank you for proving that. Counter protesters were able to stand peacefully and not be assaulted in the middle of the protest, the center of the protest. Thanks for the evidence. Oh my God. Oh no, there's someone's doing some tire burns there. Somebody's burning some rubble. Oh no, illegal unauthorized fireworks. Looks like one of those firework shack things. Probably left over from New Year's. Oh no. I'm gonna play this video. It's a $500 million video right there.
Good morning, 19. This is David Alderton. It is now.
He follows me on TikTok.
And we just officially let the cabinet ministers and all the people of Ottawa sleep in. Are we going to have that? Let's give them a wake-up call, boys. Give them.
February? Well, first of all, this video hasn't happened yet, Council. This video is from 2023. So I'd like to point that out to the councillor that this is a video from time traveling. It's not relevant. This guy follows me on TikTok. Look at all the love people are having, getting out in the streets. Getting out in the streets, sharing their opinions, and look at that traffic, gang. Look at that traffic moving freely. Isn't that a beautiful, lawful thing? Look at all that traffic moving freely, gang. Lawfully moving traffic right there. No obstruction of traffic. I'm glad to see this traffic is moving lawfully and clearly. It's very wonderful to see. Look at all that lawfully moving traffic here. And now we're in a parking lot. We're on Kent. Yes, this is Kent. We've heard a lot about Kent. And as we can see, the cross street is open. We can see that the intersections at Kent are open. And Laurier, that looks like Laurier and Bank, and Laurier is open with traffic proceeding lawfully. Thank you very much. Wonderful to see. And we can see that there are lanes open for traveling on Bank Street there. Amazing. Lawful movement of vehicles around the so-called occupation. It's a beautiful thing to see all that lawful movement of traffic. Oh, look, it's the shack where they were putting out. Look at that secured fuel behind. Look at people in a parking lot. Fuel behind barriers. Amazing. Call in the Emergencies Act game.
I thought you had a question.
You were waving me down, brother.
Oh, this is good. This is good. All that free flowing traffic is beautiful. Looks like that pedestrian might be on the road there. And this again, I believe to be Kent. 93 decibels. Hold on. We heard testimony that the decibel readings was like 150. Isn't that what was testified? That it was 150 decibels? Did that decibel reading device, gang, just read 93? And was that the OPP blocking that road where otherwise traffic was moving freely? And of course, our favorite blue jacket guy. This is hilarious. I'm glad that they're showing all of these. They're showing all of these videos showing traffic moving freely, and that intersections were blocked by police. I'm really glad that they've entered this into the evidence for the convoy protesters. And I'm glad they were testifying about 150 decibels or so called. That device that was shown on video measured 93 decibels. That's quite different than the testimony we've heard about from the partners.
Been able to sleep for 10 days.
We've already seen this video in particular.
It's kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty hilarious.
Oh no, guys, it's fuel! It's fuel! Guys, what are we gonna do? My goodness, there's fuel here for trucks, and trucks need fuel, and we need electric cars. What are we doing? We have fuel going. A snowblower, and an inflatable hot tub. Ah! Whatever this picture is. What's happening here? I don't even know what to make of this picture here. Oh, is this this is the farm boy? And this is the counter protest. Are they going to show the Soviet flag? Oh yes, the hostage situation where people were held against their will. This is the only example during the entire Freedom Convoy of anyone being held against their will, which is under the criminal code defined as forcible confinement. This is the Battle of Billings Bridge, the counter protest, and it's the only example of anyone being forcibly confined during the Freedom Convoy, and it was by counter protesters. As you can see, these individuals are forcibly confined and cannot leave. They cannot leave. They are being held against their will. Thank you for entering this into the evidence, whoever you are.
Almost out of time.
And we can see that. Okay, so we see some Union flags in there. Union flags protesting.
I guess we'll leave it there.
Beautiful.
Can I just ask
and
each
then
of the witnesses one question, please?
That was a photo of Joe Harden at the end there organizing that.
Or two.
This is hilarious.
No, I understand that.
Thank you for entering all of these beautiful things, showing the traffic moving, showing the decibel levels lower than you have testified they were.
Finish it, and I just have one question for them.
Fuel around because you don't understand how trucks or vehicles work. And also showing forcible confinement of protesters against their will, which is, of course, unlawful under, I believe, Section 272 of the Criminal Code. Thank you for entering that into the evidence. Again, 98 decibels when you've testified 150, and you are directly in front of, okay, we're getting to 101. You are directly in front of the trucks, and it's reading 99 decibels. You are arguing that it was over 100 in an apartment building behind closed glass. So thank you for this evidence to the commission that you are swearing here as evidence. Thank you so much. You are standing in front of a truck with 90 decibels when you have testified that it was in the multiple hundreds. You're also showing that traffic is moving freely, and you're showing that barricades and police are blocking streets, not protesters. Thank you very much. And then there's the former Mayor Hopeful. Beautiful. Beautiful. That one guy from the future follows me. Okay, and here we have Catherine McKenney recording people in the open and not being threatened and not having her mask on. Great, walking through with the mask. She's walking through with a mask.
Thank you.
And nothing's happening to her.
And
Nobody's attacking her.
Ms.
So
Hope,
there's Catherine McKenney walking through the protest in broad daylight wearing a mask. And nobody is accosting or assaulting or harassing her. So thank you for all of this beautiful evidence.
Braun, as a mother of two young children, if a spectacle like this was unfolding in your community, in your neighborhood, in your front lawn, would you feel safe and peaceful?
This evidence
Given
was,
the
that was a
events
beautiful
of
video.
the last couple of years and the actions of our government, it would actually, I felt very safe there. And
I didn't ask you though if you felt safe
Sorry.
there. If this was happening in your neighborhood in front of your house and you
She
were
sounds
not a
really
part of this
upset.
action, would you feel that it was safe and peaceful?
Again, I'm just going to say, given the context of the last couple of years and the actions of our government, I would be there with that. Yes, if it was if it happened outside of my door and I had people and I hosted people afterwards.
While your children were trying to sleep?
But you just showed the decibel
would be
readings.
okay
It
with
was
you?
90 on the street, so it certainly wasn't 100 and whatever in your apartment.
I won't deny the fact that that would be, that there was a lot of energy being brought to Ottawa, and
But I asked if it would be okay with you.
it would be okay with me, yeah.
Mr. Deering, if that was happening in your community, in your front lawn, would that be okay with you?
I'd probably join in, yes.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
You're welcome.
Probably join in.
Okay, next is the Ontario.
That's what they have.
Provincial
They
Police.
literally showed traffic flowing. They showed the police blocking the roads. They showed city barriers, Jersey barriers blocking the roads. They showed people walking around with masks not being accosted or harassed in broad daylight in the middle of the protest. They showed dancing, and they showed a time traveler from 2023 who follows me on TikTok. So, I mean, I don't know where to go with any of it. I'm sorry. But how does any of that remotely justify the Emergencies Act? Holy hell. Are you out to left field or what, my bed?
I'm Rob Kittredge,
we're going
counsel
on
for
here,
the
boys.
Justice Center for Constitutional Freedoms. Mr. Deering, I think counsel for the Ottawa Police Service asked you a question about whether you saw news reports telling you not to come to the protest area after the Emergencies Act was invoked. You replied that you weren't watching the news around that time because the media had been lying about the protests. Do you remember that question?
Yes, I do.
But you saw news reports about the protests before that time, didn't you?
I may have.
It may preclude some of my questions, but did you see news reports that lied about or misrepresented the protests?
All the time.
Did media reports suggest that the protesters were aggressive,
They did.
racist,
They did.
violent?
They did.
While you were at the protests, did you see any aggression or violent behavior from protesters?
From protesters or police, sorry?
From the protesters?
Oh, no, not from the protesters, no.
From the police?
Lots.
Did you see any racist behavior while you were at the protests?
No, it was a diverse culture.
Thank you. Ms. Braun, some media reports and our Prime Minister have suggested that unvaccinated people are often racist and or misogynist. Could you tell me whether you saw any racism or misogyny from unvaccinated people or anybody else while at the protests in Ottawa?
Absolutely not. If anything, if anyone had any of that, there was a lot of healing with that, coming together for freedom from all over the world.
And things were a little bit rushed at the end of your conversation with counsel for the convoy organizers, but you mentioned in passing that during your arrest, a gun was pointed at your head. Can you tell me a little more about that?
That's right. So from the video, you saw that I was kneeling down. I had told the officers that I was willing to be arrested and that I would not resist. And at that point, I ended up on the ground with my hands in front of me, and a very heavy knee went into my back, and there were several officers on me. And because I caught my fall with my hands and they wanted my hands behind my back, they kept saying, put your hands behind your back, but I couldn't because of the weight. And it took some time, at least a minute, at which point I thought, okay, I'm going to dare look up. And I looked up, and there was a gun right up my head, a long rifle gun.
Which end of the gun was pointed at your head?
It looked like it was the barrel of the gun.
And who was pointing it at your head?
It was one of the officers. And I remember it was a more beige kind of camo.
All right, well, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, before I go to Commission Counsel, Ms. Bathsheba Vandenberg, normally the convoy would be last because you're the ones they're your witnesses. So which is why you can't cross-examine. But normally you go last. So since I took you or you were taken out of order, I'll give you a little more time if you would like to wrap up. Pardon me?
If it's okay, I'll just wrap up for Ms. Vandenberg.
That's fine.
Okay, hello?
Hello?
Okay, and so I just want to ask you a couple of questions about some of your other observations. You saw...
Short wrap up.
Yeah, so you saw the videos that my friend put up on there.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, and she asked you some questions about your opinions on them. Other than those incidents, and first it wasn't asked, did you observe those events that were in those videos?
Some of them, but not the majority of them. There's a lot of streets that I didn't see. So
Right, and two of the photos in there, one had a Confederate battle flag, the other had a Nazi flag. Did you see any such flags while you were in Ottawa?
no, never.
No.
All right, and what, if any, conversations did you have with other protesters that you might classify as racist or misogynist or any form of things that you thought were inappropriate? Did you have any such conversations, either of you?
Never. It was full of love, unity, joy. It was the best time after the last 2 years that we had had. It was incredible.
Did any of them
I
call
didn't have
for
either.
the overthrowing of the government of Canada by violence?
No.
No.
Did any of them ever call for violence at all?
No.
No.
Did you see anything with respect to destruction of property?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, and Commission Counsel, any re-examination?
No re-examination, Commissioner.
Okay, well, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you,
And,
Chair.
That was an absolutely brilliant video.
Take the lunch break
That was
for an
absolutely
hour,
brilliant.
and we'll come back with our next witness.
That was brilliant. That was brilliant
Is
testimony.
it come back
Video.
at 2:10?
The commission is in recess for 1 hour. La commission est levée pour 1 heure.
Oh, that was brilliant. Guys, I have to edit my summary for yesterday, but that was just brilliant. And to be clear, I'm not laughing at anyone's pain. I'm laughing at the fact that they played that video and they thought it did something. They thought that was some sort of ace in the hole or something. Literally, the video showed traffic moving freely and lawfully. It showed intersections blocked by police and city property like Jersey barriers. It showed people walking fully masked in the heart of the protest, recording people's protest property, convoy participants' property, not being accosted or swarmed or anything like that. No one getting their mask ripped off. We saw an argument in a hotel lobby that ended with the individuals not getting into a physical altercation, and ultimately the man left the building. We saw, again, one of my followers on TikTok, David, whatever, his time traveling video. Like, I just know that he follows me on TikTok. I know a lot of people follow me on TikTok. His video of him time traveling to January or February 2023, in the caption saying that he was going to send a wake up call to the ministers or something. Just unreal. Like, it's unreal. Like, I don't. And then a lot of the pictures and stuff that it kind of escapes me now, but we talked about it live as it was happening. It's just hilarious. I don't know what they thought that was accomplishing. No evidence of any kind of assault or anything. And it's just all around. I feel sad that people have had these experiences and they feel so threatened. But clearly, there's a lack of evidence that it actually occurred into the degree of which they espouse. Certainly, we haven't seen any evidence of that. But what I would like to say is that I feel unfortunate that people felt so, out of place and so angry and so upset and so scared. If that was the case, certainly I don't think anyone was intending for that outcome. And I know that the events thankfully remained peaceful because the protests were peaceful, and everything worked out in the end for the most part. It could have been, if it was everything they said it was, it wouldn't have gone down that way. But it didn't go down that way because it wasn't what they said it was. We're going to take the lunch break, guys. If you enjoyed the stream today, just consider buying me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/patriotsmoothie. Again, fiscally, this is becoming very difficult. I've been doing it now, 17 days? So this is a passion project for me. I'm not expecting anyone to do anything or to put anything forward, but I appreciate it if you do consider doing that. It means a lot to me. And like I said, I'm going to have to probably make some adjustments going forward, especially as we get back to the more technical arguments and the interest dies off. Of course, that's assumed to happen, right? Because the big names aren't appearing. It's Joe Schmo, just a regular guy in this apparatus of intelligence or this police service or whatever. And we'll probably get a lot of people coming back towards when the ministers are testifying, when Trudeau appears and so forth. But anyways, I'm going to have to reconsider everything because I'm literally not even getting 8 hours of sleep a night to try to edit these videos down. But I'm going to take a lunch break now. And if you appreciated anything that you've seen, consider sending Facebook stars, or alternatively, you can go to buymeacoffee.com/patriotsmoothie. And there's certainly an option to donate anonymously there. Your name will not be shown to the public. You can donate from an anonymous perspective. Thank you very much. And we'll see you at 2 p.m., at 2:10 p.m. In fact, actually, I think what I need to do is to restart the stream to make the next part of the stream so that it is not so laggy at the end. But I'll wait to the next break to do that. So I will let this one go forward. That helps the dialogue stay in sync.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner. John Mather, Commission Counsel. The next witness is Jeremy MacKenzie. Mr. MacKenzie will be testifying via video conference. So if we could just make sure that Mr. MacKenzie can hear us and that we can hear him.
Can you hear us, Mr. MacKenzie?
Yes, I can, sir.
Okay, good. Well, we're ready for your testimony, so we're going to have you sworn, and I see you have counsel here. So let's, should we first swear the witness and, okay?
Mr. MacKenzie, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I will affirm.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Jeremy Mitchell MacKenzie, J-E-R-E.
I will deem that the witness has objected to answer each and every question on the ground that his answers may intend to incriminate him or tend to establish his liability to a civil proceeding at the instance of the Crown or any person, but for the acts you've invoked. Okay, is that adequate?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, so Mr. MacKenzie, we're ready to go. Commission Counsel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Good afternoon, Mr. MacKenzie. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
My name is John Mather. I'm one of the Commission Counsel. You are appearing today via video conference from the Saskatoon Correctional Center. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we understand that you are being held in relation to charges in a matter that is unrelated to the protest in Ottawa and Coutts. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The Commission understands that you are from Nova Scotia. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where did you grow up?
I grew up in Pictou County, Nova Scotia.
And we understand that you were a member of the Canadian Armed Forces?
That's correct. From 2003 until 2017.
And what rank did you achieve in the Armed Forces?
I retired as a Master Corporal.
And you have produced a letter through your counsel to the Commission, and it's a letter that you sent to the Senate. Do you know what I'm referring to?
I believe so, yes.
So if we could pull up JMK 703. Mr. MacKenzie, can you first just let me know if you can see the document on the screen and you're able to read what it says?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. And this is a letter that's entitled Diagolon's List of Demands to the Canadian Senate. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll ask you some questions about Diagolon in a moment. And can you just confirm for us if we can scroll down to the bottom? Just again, for the Commission's benefit, but also potentially yours, we see that it has a signature block for you at the bottom. And there's no signature here. Do you know if you ever signed this letter?
No, I sent it digitally to the Senate members.
Okay. Do you recall when you sent it to the Senate?
It was several days before the Emergency Act was revoked by the government.
Sorry,
perhaps 3.
And sorry, and with the audio, I just didn't catch that. Did you say before it was invoked or revoked?
Before it was revoked by the government, perhaps 3 days, 3 or 4 days.
Thank you. We can take the letter down, but Mr. MacKenzie, I'm going to ask you some questions, and if you need to look at the letter, just let me know, okay?
Yes, sure.
In the letter to the Senate, you describe yourself as a podcaster and a comedian. I take it that's accurate?
Yes, it is.
And it's the Commission's understanding that you podcast under the name Raging Dissident. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at one time you had a YouTube channel. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know at any point, do you know how many followers that YouTube channel had?
I have had several that have been removed by YouTube for various reasons. Several times it's been 10,000, 12,000. I think the highest may have been 12 or 13,000.
Okay. And you also have a Telegram channel?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how many followers have you had? I appreciate you were giving some ranges there on your Telegram channel.
Roughly, I would say upwards around 14,000.
And on the YouTube and Telegram channel, are you posting under the name Raging Dissident?
Yes.
And I understand that you also have an Instagram account using the name Raging Dissident. Is that correct?
Yes, I do.
And are there any other social media that you use?
Those are the primary one. Rumble as well is another video sharing website. Primarily, those are the ones I use most heavily. I also have a personal page that I typically just use for advertising links and so on Facebook, Gab, and yeah, I believe that's it.
And what's the URL for that personal website?
My own personal .com website.
Yeah, the one you were just referencing.
Oh, I have just a Facebook page. There's a Rumble website URL, but my personal website is ragingdissident.com.
Thank you. And do you use the messaging service Slack to communicate?
No.
Have you ever used Slack?
No, I've never heard of it.
In the letter to the Senate, you identify yourself as a founding member of the People's Party of Canada. Is that correct?
Yes. When the party was stood up, it required a certain amount of signatures to register federally. I believe maybe 250, 500, something in that range. Mr. Bernier put out a request for people that wanted to support his platform and see the party created to fill out a form and sign it and mail it into the appropriate address, which I did.
Right, and you describe yourself as an enthusiastic supporter of the party then?
I wouldn't go as far as enthusiastic, but I am a supporter, yes.
Okay, so if we could pull up the letter to the Senate again. JMK3. And if we could zoom in, please, and just give me a moment. If you can continue scrolling down. Continue scrolling down, please. Stop there. It says here in your letter, Mr. MacKenzie, I am also a founding member of the People's Party of Canada and enthusiastically supported the party through my social media. So would you at least agree with me that you enthusiastically support the People's Party of Canada through your social media? Oh, it appears we're having some technical difficulties, so if everyone could bear with us for a moment. So the technical team has said that it'll be 5 minutes to resolve the issue, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break and then come back.
The commission is in recess for 5 minutes. La commission est levée pour 5 minutes.
I've got a lot of stuff to do, guys, but this is really big testimony. The comments are still here, Gil. Should be. A lot of stuff going on. Not working at all. Nothing really to say right now, guys. I've got to consult. I'm really tired. I got to think about some stuff. I've got personal things occurring, and this is literally sucking up my entire day every day. So I'm just gonna pop off for a second here.
The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
All right, we seem to be back now.
Mr. MacKenzie, can you hear me right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And I can hear you, and apologies for the technical difficulty, and I appreciate your patience while we sort it out. Before we got cut off, and I'm not sure when you last heard me, I had asked you whether or not you were an enthusiastic supporter of the People's Party of Canada, and you suggested it wasn't necessarily enthusiastic. I had then pulled up the letter that you'd sent to the Senate, in which you say, and hopefully you can see it, that you're a founding member and you enthusiastically supported the party through my social media, public speaking, and attending events held by Maxime Bernier, as well as personal friends Mark Friesen and Randy Hillier. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And so I take it you agree with me that you were an enthusiastic supporter, at least to the extent you wrote that in the letter to the Senate.
Correct. I misinterpreted the question. I thought you maybe perhaps meant at the current time. I haven't been really involved in any party politics since around this time. And in as pertains to the letter, enthusiastically, I guess I was referring to throughout the previous federal election that had just transpired in the fall.
And on your, and you mentioned earlier that you are a podcaster. The commission also understands that these podcasts are often videotaped as well, and the video is streamed. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. So it's not just an audio format when you talk about a podcast.
No, it's both. I usually extrapolate the audio and then upload it after to several streaming platforms for typical, more typical podcasting consumption.
And on your podcasts, I take it would you agree that you're an outspoken about your criticism of the federal government?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're also outspoken about your criticism of the RCMP?
Yes.
And you were, as a general matter, opposed to the COVID-19 public health mandates that were imposed by the federal government?
In general, yes.
Okay. And with respect to the RCMP, as I understand it, you've been critical of how they handled the mass casualty event in Portapique, Nova Scotia in 2020. Is that fair?
Yes, sir. Several days after that event had taken place, I reached out to some people that I knew in the area and tried to get a sense of, before I had just, started speaking haphazardly without really having any, as much information as I could. And then I released a video on YouTube, which garnered roughly anywhere between 500,000 to 1 million views across various platforms in the following week.
I'm now going to ask you some questions about Diagolon. Again, referring back to the letter you sent to the Senate, you explained to them that Diagolon is a fictional country. Is that at least that's how its origin? Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Right. And from the material the commission's reviewed, Diagolon, the origin of it was something you drew on your phone when you drew a line over the continent of North America from the southeast to the northwest of the continent. Am I describing that correctly?
Yes. So the concept was born out of a sort of a long kind of stream of consciousness. I do a lot of analytical commentary on current events, politics, these kinds of things. At the time, I believe it was January 2021, I had observed, as many others had, the Midwest,
He's very well spoken.
Texas, Florida, North, South Dakota, and so on, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Alaska, geographically formed sort of an oblique line that were resistant to or handling the COVID-19 approach in a different way. These were traditionally conservative areas in Canada, Republican in the United States. So we, kind of found it amusing that there was this kind of geographical divide almost that you could find on a map, and it became sort of a joke that if this was a pretend place, a different kind of parallel universe, a different world, and so on. And that's how the concept was born. The flag you're referencing is what I had created in the weeks following on my phone, just as kind of as a mechanism for branding symbolism kind of thing for community members, and it started to become synonymous with myself and the podcast, kind of as I guess a branding mechanism that people would display, and they could buy patches, stickers, and things like this to basically to know that they're a fan of mine.
So, and I take it from reading your letter to the Senate and what you just said, you don't take any issue and you agree that you are associated with Diagolon and the Diagolon flag?
Yes, it came out of my imaginations. Yeah, yes.
Yeah, okay. And you talk about, you mentioned there, I think you said it began as a bit of a joke, but as I understand it, that joke has now evolved into an international community of your podcast fans. Is that fair?
Yes, it's also fairly synonymous with another thing that's been referenced, the so-called Plaid Army, which was me and several other guys were just having a conversation one day. We all had similar shirts on. Someone made a joke about, what is this, the Plaid Army? So it was kind of, that evolved into this. It's essentially the same thing. It's the same group of people, and it's just again, a kind of a branding mechanism, a way for to unite community followers and so on.
Right, and you specifically reference in your letter to the Senate that it has created an international community of your podcast fans. Is that correct?
Yes, there are followers in fans in the United States, some in Europe, Australia.
And as I understand from your letter that this community engages in regional meet and greets, barbecues, and family gatherings?
Yes, correct. Yeah. Sometime in the summer of 2021, I believe, we kind of hosted it. Just people wanted to come out and have kind of a meet and greet with myself and some other guys. And we had, as you said, a barbecue, had some drinks, some guys were playing guitars and so on. I observed that there was a few dozen people that came from as far away as British Columbia, Ontario. We met in Saskatchewan, and it struck me as in this time of a lot of people feeling very isolated and depressed, a lot of them expressed to me how much this meant for them to feel as though they had some kind of connection and kinship with other people that felt the same way as they did about the future, and shared their fears and concerns and so on. And I just observed how much it seemed to help them and heal them and make them happy. So I began what I call a Find Your Friends campaign. So I used using my online presence and my Telegram channel and so on, set up kind of regional areas or chat channels to facilitate not everyone can come all the way to Saskatchewan from PEI, Newfoundland, or so on. So if there's people that are like-minded, that are in your area, that share that are a fan of my podcast and so on, and you'd like to meet each other and share in this kind of activity, then you could do so this way. I was just trying to create an avenue for them to pursue, and I encourage people to do that rather than sitting at home looking at their screens and being fed fear and what I believe is a lot of toxic messaging on the media and television and so on. And I thought it would be good for people to get out and have real face-to-face human interactions and relationships again. And I thought it would be beneficial to their mental health, and I saw nothing but good things coming from that. So I encourage people to do so.
Okay, and you mentioned an initial barbecue in either the summer 2020, 2021. After that, have you attended personally any of these other meet and greets that you encourage people to participate in?
There was one other one in Saskatchewan that I was present. There was another party sort of barbecue in Ontario in perhaps April of this year, and there was another gathering outside the city of Ottawa during the convoy period of time in February.
And are there other former Canadian Forces members in the Diagolon community?
Yes, there are. I've often incorporated a lot of my commentary, my unique, I suppose you could say, kind of lived experiences through the military, how I deal with my the inherent trauma and so on that comes with that. It has attracted a fair amount of other veterans and military personnel because they resonate with the things that I'm saying. I'm speaking to something that they can understand or identify with. So there is a fair number. I couldn't hazard a number specifically, but a sizable portion of the community, especially early on, were other guys that knew me from work or so on, that kind of spread through the areas because I'm an outspoken veteran and so on.
Do members of the Diagolon community ever refer to themselves as bigots?
Yes, they do. This was my doing to try and kind of take power out of the word, as it was being used as a slur, as a slanderous kind of defamatory method towards people like me and my followers and fans and so on. So we just kind of adopted as a tongue-in-cheek kind of defiant way of shrugging it off, is because it doesn't bother us that these people are, I show that it doesn't bother me, it shouldn't bother them, and they shouldn't care what these people think. They shouldn't allow them to attack them in this way and get under their skin and make them feel bad just because they are who they are and they like what they like.
So you and your followers were being called bigots. It didn't bother you. And so as a way to show it didn't bother you, you embraced it and identify yourself now as bigots.
In a tongue-in-cheek kind of sarcastic tone, yes.
And is that sort of tongue-in-cheek sarcastic tone consistent with the sort of comedy that you perform on your podcasts?
I would say that, yes, I'm a fairly sarcastic person, yes.
And you already mentioned the Diagolon symbol or flag, and I'm going to pull it up just to confirm everyone can see what we're talking about. If we can pull up COM 906. And again, Mr. MacKenzie, at any time, if you can't see anything that I've put up on the screen, just let me know. So is that you in this photograph that's on the screen?
Yes, it is. This was at one of the gatherings, I believe, outside of Ottawa, sometime in February. I believe this is a still image from a video that was taken. I was standing on top of the table addressing the people that had arrived and attended, and was just simply thanking them for showing up and encouraging them to keep taking care of each other, and hope they have a good time and so on.
And fair to say that the flag in the background, that's a Diagolon flag?
Yes.
And the commission understands that on February 15th, 2022, you said in a video that you could not wait until that flag is seen as is described as a hate symbol. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir. Again, I was being kind of tongue-in-cheek in a way, because the people that I believe are deciding what is and what is not as a hate symbol are incredibly disingenuous and kind of smear merchants. It would have been kind of a gotcha trophy over them, not as actually in a serious manner displayed as a hate symbol, but more of a achievement that I kind of lured them in more to focus on myself.
And do you see, and I take it then that this is another sort of part of your comedy, wanting this to be called a hate symbol?
Yes, it's because it's, again, no one in my community would be surprised to hear me saying these things, and it certainly isn't a symbol of hatred, but we find it amusing that our I guess, enemies, if you could say, do believe this and believe these absurd claims about us, and it's just kind of an inside joke at this point.
You sell Diagolon merchandise, is that right?
I personally, I have a shop that has just recently gone online in the past 2 or 3 months. Previously, other friends of mine offered, like the flags, for example. Another man was selling patches. He was making it cost just to help promote community visibility and give people something to. I thought it'd be nice for some people to have something to hold in their hand and kind of have them bring them some attachment and just something for them to enjoy and display.
So the people who were selling the merchandise, they were friends of yours?
Yes.
They sold it with your approval?
Yes, they did.
And they are also part of the Diagolon community?
They would likely identify as fans of mine, and yes. Okay. However, as you can probably observe, it's not a particularly complicated thing to produce. So it's not a copyrighted symbol by any means. There's no real official ownership to it as of yet. So people would just approach me of their own voluntary intention and ask like, hey, do you mind if I make this or make that and sell this, for whatever? And I would say, go ahead. If it gives you something to do, if you can make a few dollars from it and it helps you, then, by all means.
Right. It's not a nuanced symbol, is it, in terms of its
So
design?
I'm reading something else.
No, it's essentially just a black square, and I use my finger on my phone to do this about 3 times with a white paint marker selection. And as you can see, it's kind of an irregular. It's not perfectly straight lines. They're kind of irregular, and it is literally just my finger doing this a couple of times. And I sent that image file off to be produced from there.
So if someone wanted to show themselves as someone who supported your podcast or supported the Diagolon community, it'd be fairly easy for them to replicate the Diagolon flag. Is that fair?
I would assume so. Yes, it's not difficult to. It looks fairly simple.
So, Mr. MacKenzie, I think what I'm about to say will not come as a surprise to you, but in fairness, I want to ask you some questions about it. The RCMP has described you in documents the commission has received. Sorry, let me back. The RCMP has described Diagolon, let me be specific, has described Diagolon as a militia-like network with members that are armed and preparing for violence. The RCMP has also described Diagolon as having supporters that express sentiments akin to accelerationism, viewing a coming collapse or civil war as necessary to right the course of the country. In your letter to the Senate, you denied those sorts of allegations. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And in the letter to the Senate, you said that you are under RCMP scrutiny because of the criticisms that you've made about the RCMP. And as I understand reading your letter, but please correct me if I'm wrong, I understand you to be saying that the RCMP sort of is looking at you closely because of the way you criticize them, and that's why they're saying these sorts of things about you.
That is my personal belief. Yes, there is a many of the followers and fans and so on are you could say conservative Canadians. There is an aspect of firearms sporting recreational culture stuff, especially in Western Canada, but there's certainly not anything resembling a militia or anything to this extent.
Moving away from what the RCMP says about Diagolon, I appreciate you wouldn't have been able to watch the testimony, but we had Superintendent Patrick Morris, who is the head of the OPP's Intelligence Bureau, testify. He's not a member of the RCMP, and he testified at the inquiry that Diagolon is an extremist entity that holds extremist views. I assume you also disagree with that statement.
Yes, sir. It's my, again, belief and assertion that much of this this narrative is coming from certain actors and members of the media. The Canadian Anti-Hate Network and so on has astroturfed and kind of laid the foundation of this idea. They've been certainly paid me a lot of attention over the past few years, and through personal disclosure documents of mine, through various legal proceedings, it's been revealed that the police are actually relying upon articles, if you can call them that, by the Canadian Anti-Hate Network as open source intelligence. So they're relying upon what these people are saying about me as taking it at face value.
But to be fair, Mr. MacKenzie, you don't know what the RCMP or the OPP are relying on in their entirety when they make these assessments, do you?
Correct.
I was going to ask you about 2 terms, one of which was the Plaid Army, but thank you, you've already explained that, so we can save that question. The next term that we've seen a reference to is a term that you've used sometimes called the beach. And it is our understanding, but again, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that sometimes when you reference the beach, you're referencing D-Day in World War II. Is that accurate?
Yes, it comes from a line in a movie I enjoy, Saving Private Ryan. There's a line in that film right before the landing craft descend upon Omaha Beach, I believe, where Tom Hanks's character says, "I'll see you on the beach," as kind of a reassuring, I will be there with you kind of sentiment. So I say this is, again, kind of, and my followers are familiar with this. I've explained it several times, but that's just kind of a callback to that film and expressing a sentiment that whatever is transpiring in the future I will be there with you to support you, and you guys can support each other and so on. It's just a message of encouragement, I suppose.
You attended the protests in Ottawa in January and February 2022?
Yes, sir.
And you attended them with other members of the Diagolon community?
Yes, I did.
When did you arrive in Ottawa?
I can't be certain of the exact date, but it was 1 or perhaps 2 days before the main body of the trucks arrived. I believe it was a Friday evening they showed up. So maybe perhaps that Thursday or Wednesday.
So you knew the convoy was coming to Ottawa, and that's why you showed up?
Yes, I did. I observed it was very clear to me by monitoring social media and so on as part of what I do to comment on social, current events and, analyze political commentary, that kind of thing, that this was going to be a very significant event. It was very clear to me this was not going to be a in and out, weekend protest type of thing. There was videos of long, very long convoys of trucks and vehicles. They were coming in from multiple directions. There were open group chats or voice chats and stuff where these people were communicating back and forth. You could listen in on it. It was clear it was going to be a pretty big deal. So again, this was going to be something I would be talking about and would have a lot of my attention anyway. So I decided why not go and get a close look at it as it transpired rather than watch it from, relying on other sources from home to understand what was happening.
Right. And it attracted your attention because the stated purpose of the truckers coming to Ottawa was to end the federal COVID-19 mandates. And that's a political view you also held, right?
That seemed to be one of their primary motivations, yes. There was a lot of that was one of the main factors. There was a lot of other discontent in various groups. It wasn't a monolithic, that was the only objective for people. Again, there was not really any hierarchy or any real organization that I could observe. It very much seemed like just a grassroots kind of movement of discontent with the federal government, with things that have been transpiring. The cost of living is rising, social division, just a lot of the rhetoric officials and stuff are using on television. A lot of people are very unhappy and having a difficult time over the past couple of years. And it basically, I would describe it as, if I could use a metaphor, the pot had just simply boiled over. And many people had decided that this was going to be the time that they were going to show up and exercise their right to peacefully demonstrate their discontent and their displeasure with the performance of the federal government.
And when you arrived in Ottawa, you met people there who were members of the Diagolon community?
Yes, sir.
And presumably, if you met someone who hadn't heard of you or hadn't heard of Diagolon, you would tell them about it, and you tell them about your podcasts and encourage them to listen and support?
Yes, if someone was unfamiliar or they asked a question, I would just simply say, "Hi, I'm a social media guy. I'm online. I have a podcast. It's political commentary, comedy, and some analysis and this kind of thing. If you're interested, I have business cards that someone had made up for me. I would hand them out to people and say, "Here, this is the website if you'd like to check it out," and so on, and have a nice day, kind of thing.
And those business cards, they would have had the Diagolon logo on them?
Yes, on one side.
Did those, sorry, it might have cut out. I asked you, did the business cards have the Diagolon logo on them?
Yeah, yes, they did. They have it on one side, and then one of my other artistic logos on the other side, with just simply the website on one side, and then I think it says "Find the others" or "Find your friends" on the other.
And you suggested this is something you do if someone came up to you, but is it fair to say, Mr. MacKenzie, you're in the media business and you want to promote your media, so you would also actively hand out those cards?
Yes, sir. If someone asks or they're interested or they express a desire to learn, like what it is I'm doing, it's just easier to just give them this. It directs them to the website. All of my social media links and so on are there. There's a short video. They can go from there. If they like what they see, I presume they'll continue. If not, then so be it.
Did you attend at any point in the protest with a person named Alex Vriend or Vrend? Apologies if I'm mispronouncing the name.
Yes, sir.
And who is Alex Vriend?
He is someone I met online through the evolution of my podcast, I suppose. I met Alex in person in the summer of 2021, I believe. We spent some time together in Saskatchewan as he was traveling around the country, meeting people. And as I understood it, he was just kind of in between, jobs in life and wasn't really sure what he was just taking an opportunity to. He bought a van and a dog and just kind of went on the classic Canadian road trip around the country and was meeting up with other people in the community that expressed a desire to meet them and hang out. And he'd become kind of more of a prominent person because of his. He also is a content creator. He makes a lot of memes and jokes and comedic things like this, and so people were interested to meet him.
And his content he posts under the name Ferryman's Toll. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we understand both from your letter to the Senate and some videos that your council has submitted that when you were in Ottawa, you encouraged peaceful protesting. Is that fair?
Yes, sir. I was concerned, especially because of the rhetoric and verbiage coming out of, again, the Canadian Anti-Hate Network, which was being parroted. It's starting to be picked up by other more credible news outlets and so on. That I was concerned that if something should happen outside my control, or I can't really see the future, but I wanted to state very clearly what my intentions were and what I expected of people if they were going to be representing myself or brandishing any of my. I encourage them not to, because I wanted this to be about Canada. That this is about the country. Bring a Canadian flag. This isn't about me. This isn't about. I'm not trying to sell anything. This is more important. The bigger idea is more important. But if you do, happen to have, something, please conduct yourself, appropriately, because your actions and decisions and things you say and you do will reflect upon me and the greater community and so on. So,
just
I wanted to have that on the record before, just in case.
So just to stop there. So you wanted someone who was wearing a Diagolon symbol to act accordingly. It's not accordingly, but act as appropriately and peacefully. At this point in time, were you aware that either the RCMP or other police agencies would maybe monitoring what you do or what your supporters do?
Yes, sir.
So when you're giving that direction, you're aware that the authorities are watching.
I was never explicitly given any notice, or no one had talked to me or spoken to anything, but it was pretty clear just upon general observations, my own instincts, that we were probably on the radar somewhere. So I didn't want anything to be misconstrued. I was trying to be very clear about my intentions, and jokes aside, this is about protesting the government's performance and people exercising their rights to do so. I didn't want this to be misconstrued in any way. We were simply there to protest peacefully. I said things like, if there's a speed limit on walking for some reason, then you will walk slower than that. Don't even litter, don't spit, don't even throw a snowball. Don't give anyone any excuse to point at you and say that, look what you've done, look what you've incited or created or fomented and so on. Because that would have undermined the entire purpose of everything everyone was trying to achieve.
So Mr. MacKenzie, I'm now going to read you one by one a list of names, and I may have some follow-up questions, but all I want to know right now is for each name whether or not you communicated with this individual while you were in either before you arrived in Ottawa or while you were in Ottawa. Okay, you understand? Tamara Lich.
No, I first spoke to Tamara Lich potentially in July of this year, August.
Okay. Chris Barber.
Not before. No.
James Bowder.
No.
Bridget Belton.
No.
Benjamin Dichter.
I'm aware of who Mr. Dichter is. I personally have not had any interaction with him. I was aware that he was some kind of alleged manager of YouTube channels for where he would set up
some sort of alleged manager of YouTube
Mr.
channels.
MacKenzie, I don't mean to interrupt, and it's just I want to make sure we get through it, and you have time, and I just want to know right now whether you communicated.
Some sort of alleged manager of
your council
YouTube
have an
channels.
opportunity if there's other things that you want to bring up.
What does that even mean?
Did you ever
But I
communicate
share the
either
sentiment.
before or while you were in Ottawa with a Tom Marazzo?
Yes, I spoke to Mr. Marazzo once, possibly twice over the phone. Once as I was driving back from Ottawa to the Maritimes to drop off some people.
Alleged manager of YouTube.
Could only stay for a couple of days and have families and kids and so on. So I spoke to him
alleged
for a couple
manager
of
of
hours. We
YouTube
talked
channel.
about, our shared experiences in the military and so on. He indicated to me that he was in some capacity
Victor.
nearby, something resembling people that were making decisions, I guess. And basically just kind of connected in that, like, someone suggested we should meet each other, and I expressed to him that if there was anything that I could do to help assist, get a message out or something, that I was willing to do that. No one ever asked me to. And likewise, I told him if I saw or was made aware of anything that I felt that would be relevant, that they should know about, that I would inform him and so on. But I think that was the extent of our interaction. I didn't have any real meaningful interaction with Mr. Morazzo, I think, until around April, when there was a benefit, a fundraising dinner for the Veterans for Freedom organization in Burlington.
In Ottawa, how many times did you speak with Mr. Morazzo?
At least once, possibly twice.
And when was the first time you spoke with Mr. Morazzo?
It would have been sometime during the first week, I believe, of when the trucks arrived. I was in the process. I remember I was driving my truck and it was over the headset. The other guys were sleeping in the truck while we were talking. So somewhere in between Quebec and New Brunswick, I couldn't say.
So sometime before January 28th?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure of the dates of when the trucks arrived and when they left.
But sorry, and there's evidence of when the trucks arrived, but it was some point before the trucks arrived. Is that correct?
No, it was after.
It was after. How long after?
I would say roughly a week.
Roughly a week.
7 to 5 to 8 days, perhaps.
Fair enough. When you were in Ottawa, did you communicate directly with any Ottawa police or OPP?
Not to my knowledge. I did have some friendly conversations on the street, just, hi, how are you? How's it going? You cold out? That kind of thing, but nothing significant.
Did you receive from any, did you receive from any sources information about police operations or police enforcement plans while you were in Ottawa?
No.
Yes. There was a user that contacted me, I believe on Telegram, I would say, again, summer of 2021, who self-identified himself as a RCMP member. Just kind of friendly, expressed he enjoyed the podcast and liked what I was saying and so on. So there was a loose relationship with whoever this person was. And during that time in Ottawa, they had reached out to me to inform me of, to say that the POU, which I had to find, if that was, I didn't understand the nomenclature. I've never been a police officer, but I understood it to be the public order unit, essentially the riot police, were being activated to be sent to Ottawa. And further to that, after the Emergency Act had been invoked, this person had sent me, there were screenshots, I guess, of either a WhatsApp group chat or a Telegram, I'm not sure, of various RCMP officers engaging in taking selfies of drinking and eating and so on, and celebrating
so that was sent to him.
the violence that they were bringing upon the people downtown, and saying, wait until they hear our jackboots and this kinds of thing.
They were saying
sent
that.
to me,
Yeah, I
and
remember
said,
those.
Well, is this real? And they assured me, yes, it looked very real. And I said, oh, well, I will publish this. And they said, that's why we sent it to you. So I did. I released that on Telegram, and that went out. Since then, that person has deleted their account sometime in March, and I haven't been in contact with them since.
Okay. Do you remember their name on Telegram?
The user handle was like GK or PK or something. It was 2 initials and a phone number. I think it was an Ontario area code, but beyond that, I didn't.
Other than that user, did anyone else provide you with information about police operations or enforcement plans?
No.
If we could pull up OPP 1668. And then if we could go to page 5, please. Scroll down more. So This is an OPP intelligence brief, Mr. MacKenzie. You may have seen it with respect to some of the disclosure we provided, but I assume you wouldn't have seen the document before today. I'm going to ask you if you look at item 2, it says, well, so actually for context, look at item 1. It talks about a video posted to, the name is redacted, but it says the name of the Instagram account, it says Raging Dissident. So that would be you, Mr. MacKenzie?
Yes, sir.
As far as you know. And then item 2, again, talks about a video posted to the Raging Dissident account in which the poster shares information credited to police sources that disclose enforcement plans, and then it provides a bit of a description. Is that the information that the user on Telegram provided you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On the same page, Dave, on the same page, if you look at item 3, it talks about on February 8th, a user posted 2 videos to his Telegram channel, Rage Board. Is that your Telegram channel?
That was one of the previous names of it, yes.
Okay. And if you look there, there's a line break, and then it says, again, name redacted, says there's supposed to be some negotiations taking place with a government delegate, but he hasn't heard how it went from organizers yet. He goes on to state. Do you see that?
No, sir.
Sorry, I'm talking a little quickly.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And take your time. I want to make sure that you're reading this before I ask you questions. So this suggests that you were aware that there might be negotiations with a government delegate, but you hadn't heard from the organizers yet. Do you know what that's a reference to?
I can't recall. I remember being under the impression that there was some form of negotiations taking place between some sort of leadership apparatus for the convoy and the perhaps city of Ottawa, RCMP, OPP, not sure, the police and the convoy people.
Fair enough. How did you learn that information?
That is a good question. I think it may have just been kind of common knowledge that there was something like that was taking place. More of a rumor, perhaps. As it goes on, the public order unit, that was given to me specifically.
So, Phil, I want to interrupt this really, really quick. Some people, the abrasiveness, man. I mean, some people can take it different ways. I'm giving you some platform here, but like, in the sense that I'm not kicking you out, but it's like, be respectful that other people have vastly different opinions in that, and just constantly shoving it down their throat is not going to be good for anyone.
Did Mr. Marazzo ever talk to you about meeting with Mr. Kanellakis or meeting with any government officials in any of the conversations you had?
No, he did not.
Okay. Have you ever spoken with Keith Wilson or Eva Chipiak?
No, sir.
We can take that down. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. MacKenzie, I think you agree with me. It's fair to say that you were critical of the federal government's response to the protests in Ottawa and Coutts. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Initially, it was, I had no issue. Actually, I thought it was handled very appropriately. There was a strong police presence, but also there was a large number of people. So inherently there is a danger that there's going to be, something can happen. So it made sense. I didn't take any issue with anything that they had seen until they started becoming a little more aggressive here and there. There was an incident where some fuel cans were stolen or seized or what have you. But it wasn't really until the EMA was invoked that they became extremely aggressive and violent. And that was what I took the most issue with.
Did you ever say that the RCMP was intentionally cutting truckers off from essential supplies in Ottawa and Coutts?
That is what I had been hearing from people, yes.
And did you then repeat that on your podcast?
I may have, yes.
Did you ever say that the RCMP made attempt to disrupt cell phone towers to ensure truckers cannot communicate?
That again was another scenario. There were people having a lot of issues with their cell phones. That may or may not have been the conduct of some kind of interference. It could have just been too many cell phones, not enough towers. I'm not sure, but that again was another kind of running suspicion in theory at the time.
Fair enough. My question right now is if you recall, if that's something you said on your podcast, that was something that was being said.
I may have, yes.
And did you ever say on your podcast sorry, let me back up. Did you ever distribute or know of anyone distributing contact information about the members of the Ottawa Police Service?
Not to my knowledge, no.
If we can pull up ssm.nsc.can.0001575_REL.0001. Apologies for all those digits, Mr. MacKenzie. So scroll up to the top, please, just so I can give the witness some context. So, Mr. MacKenzie, this is a CSIS analytical brief dated February 21st, 2022. And if we could go to page 3 of the brief, please. And scroll down a bit further, please. Scroll down a little bit further, please. So this part of the brief says that since the initial weekend, key figures within Diagolon have made appeals for participation in and documentation of the demonstrations. Further, Vreend has been collecting donations to allow others to travel to participate in demonstration in Coutts, Alberta, or Ottawa, Ontario. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any knowledge about whether or not Mr. Vreend was collecting donations to allow people to participate in both Coutts and Ottawa?
I recall he was collecting some funds for someone. I don't think it was just in general open to whoever wanted them. I think there was 1 or 2 people potentially from Western Canada that expressed a desire to come down to Ottawa, but they couldn't afford it. So I think that was roughly what was going on there. I wasn't directly involved. I can't recall entirely, but I think that's what was going on.
And then if we could scroll up in this document to the next page up. Sorry, keep scrolling up. Stop there. So this, again, this is a CSIS a document, but it has a box here that says, in Jeremy MacKenzie's own words, it's the first one says, this is the good guys versus the bad guys. The showdown has finally fucking begun, and it has begun in Canada. You could go be a part of the story now. Is that something you've said?
It sounds like something I said, yes.
And is that something you've said with respect to the protests in either Ottawa or Coutts?
Probably, I believe so, yes.
And then the next quote is, this is the beach, get yourself out there. Is that something you said with respect to the protests in either Ottawa or Coutts?
Probably, yes.
Okay. And in this case, when you're using the beach, are you referring to the analogy we spoke about with D-Day?
I was referring to the idea that this, again, a lot of people had felt very powerless and disenfranchised, upset, depressed, and this was an opportunity for them to actually go and participate and have their voices be heard and join these demonstrations. And rather than sitting at home complaining and whining about it on the couch, they could, if you can, why not? Why not go and be involved?
And I've heard you say that, Mr. MacKenzie. I'm asking you if in this case, when you're using the word beach, it's using it in the same context when you're alluding to D-Day. And the reason I'm asking you this is, that the police and the government view your group as potentially as extremist. And so this is the sort of thing that would grab their interest. So when you're talking about beach, you're talking about D-Day, is that right?
I was trying to speak directly to my audience that are familiar with my verbiage, my kind of terminology and things I reference in the way that they would understand that this is something important that, we should, you can do together. It's not, I certainly didn't mean it in any kind of violent context or D-Day invasion type scenario. I just simply meant it as an encouraging kind of call to the community at large that, hey, if this is something, you could be involved in rather than just, again, sitting at home by yourself.
So Mr. Clerk, you can take that document down. Thank you. I now have some questions for you, Mr. MacKenzie, about the protests in Coutts. Just First, simple yes or no. Did you ever travel to Coots personally?
No.
Did you know anyone who was protesting in Coots in February 2022?
I was aware that Mr. Chris Lysak was there, and I am loosely acquainted with Mr. Adam Skelly, who had made a couple of trips there to deliver steaks and brisket and so on. There's a couple of comedians in the Edmonton and Calgary area that I know that traveled down to put on some a performance, I think, and then just kind of meet and greet and leave, and that was about it.
What were the names of the two comedians?
It was Brendan Blackier and Sam Walker, or maybe I'm not sure if Sam attended, but Brendan for sure. And there was also Brett Forte, who I don't know personally. I've never spoken to him. I was just made aware that they were there because they posted a video of them traveling there to say hi to everybody.
And so Chris Lysak, Mr. Adam Skelly, Brendan and Sam, are they members of the Diagolon community?
No. They may identify as fans. Mr. Lysak would. Brendan probably would. Sam potentially. Mr. Forte I've never met or spoken to.
If you're a fan of Diagolon, you're part of the community, right?
Again, it's just kind of a self-identifying. You could say it's as simple as, as identifying as a Toronto Maple Leafs fan by putting a sticker on your truck. It's really that simple.
So the answer to my question is yes.
I suppose so, yes.
Were you communicating with the individuals you just identified while they were in Coots?
No.
How do you know Chris Lysak?
Mr. Lysak has been a longtime fan of the podcast. I met him personally in Saskatchewan in the summer of 2021, I believe, that first meet and greet get together I mentioned, and a subsequent one later in the year, perhaps September. There was a few dozen people. We, had a beer, ate a steak, with all these people, took a photograph together at one of them, and that's pretty much it.
Did you talk to him when you were at either of those two meet and greets?
Yes, I talked to dozens of people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Chris was one of them.
And I take it the topic of conversation at these meet and greets include the similar topics that you discuss on your podcast. Is that fair?
I generally don't like to engage in that. I find it kind of exhausting, and I try to just keep it kind of a social, meet and greet, casual kind of social event. I don't really try to talk politics or anything like that.
But presumably your fans, when they meet you in person, they want to talk to you about what they hear you talking about in your podcast. That's fair, isn't it?
Sometimes, yes.
Can we pull up COM 50907? So, Mr. MacKenzie, can you please identify the people in this photo?
Yeah, that's the photo I just mentioned. I posted it to my Instagram page. It's myself on my left and Mr. Lysak on the right.
And was this at the first event in Saskatchewan?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, Mr. MacKenzie, other than that event in Saskatchewan and then the other event in September 2021, is there any other times you met with Mr. Lysak?
No.
Did you communicate with him at any time other than at those events?
Mr. Lysak may have been in some larger online group chats where there's 30, 40 other people involved. Never, to my knowledge, never directly one-on-one. He has called me twice, I think, since he's been incarcerated, just simply to say hi, and I just try to offer some encouragement to him and hope that he's doing well, etc.
So you spoke to him after his arrest in Coots?
Yes, sometime this summer.
Okay. And I asked you generally about the people you identified who you knew in Coots, but with respect to Mr. Lysak specifically, did you understand him to be a fan of your podcasts?
Yes, sir.
And you understood him to be a member of the Diagolon community?
Yes.
Are you aware that Mr. Lysak, or at least there's been reports that Mr. Lysak had a Diagolon flag flying outside the house in which he lived with his father?
I have heard that, yes.
Yeah. So if we could pull up COM 917. And so have you ever read this article that's on the screen, Mr. MacKenzie?
I may have. It's tough to recall.
It's an article in the Toronto Star, and you're quoted in it. Do you remember giving a quote to the Toronto Star with respect to an article they were writing about Mr. Lysak?
I think so. I've spoken to the Toronto Star several times, yes.
Okay. And if you could go down to page 3, just so I can show you, you'll see in the middle of the page, it says, when reached by the Star this week, MacKenzie said in an email that he'd met Chris along with thousands of people by now through my podcast and travels around the country, which is, as you explained. So we can take that down. Mr. MacKenzie, are you aware that on February 14th, the RCMP executed a search warrant in Coutts, Alberta, and arrested 13 people? And as a part of that arrest, they seized several weapons and body armor. Is that something you're aware of?
Yes, sir.
And how did you become aware of that?
I was made aware of it by once it hit the media either that evening or the following day.
And when did you become aware that Mr. Lysak was one of the people who was arrested?
It was right around the same time that word had spread around the community that he had been arrested was as part of the 13 or however many other people were arrested.
And are you aware that Mr. Lysak was charged with conspiracy to murder, uttering threats, and possession of a weapon?
Yes, sir.
After the arrests, as the commission understands it, you posted a video in Ottawa where you talked about the people who'd gotten arrested in Coutts. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir, I think so.
What I'll do is I'll pull it up. I'm not going to play it for you because of our time, but if you can identify it as a video that you participated in, that would be helpful. COM 50911. Actually, might just play the first maybe 30 seconds or so.
Play and type if you're not, and if you just want to give a shit, please, in your thoughts, keep the boys in Alberta. They got arrested. We haven't heard from them. We don't know what's going on. There's some rumors they're getting fucking charged with some heavy shit. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know. I know as much as you do. But
Okay, you can stop it there. So is that a video you posted, Mr. MacKenzie?
Yes, that appears to be a clip from one of my podcast episodes, probably shortly after that had taken place. At the time, and still presently, I'm very skeptical of law enforcement, especially considering the political nature in which there appears to be a lot of interference going on in the country. I was concerned that from that aspect of what was happening out there. Again, I don't know anything other than what's been posted in the media and what's been said, other than that they've been charged with what they've been charged with. Of course, if evidence does appear or is presented that proves that these allegations are in fact correct, obviously that is something I would denounce. I don't stand by that. As I've said, this is not something that is supported by myself. It would undermine the entire purpose of these protests. And until then, I hope they get a fair trial, and we'll see what happens.
And you're correct, Mr. MacKenzie. The matter is before the courts, and so it is yet to be adjudicated in the appropriate setting. The media reports are that the people were arrested. There was concern by the police that some of them were intending to use the weapons to harm police officers or murder police officers. Again, that is going to be dealt with another matter. But I assume if that was someone's intent, you would denounce it. Is that what, did I hear that correctly?
Absolutely, yes.
In the video, you can take it down. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. You mentioned the boys in Alberta. when you're talking about the rest. Other than Mr. Lysak, do you know anyone else who got arrested in Alberta?
No, sir.
I'm just to be clear, I'm going to read you the names, and I just want you to say yes or no. Yes, I know them. No, I don't know them. Ursula Gwen Allred.
No.
Luke Burke.
No.
Christopher Dean Carbert or Carbert.
No.
Evan Banning Colnut.
No.
Johnson Chi Chow Law.
No.
Jacqueline Francis Martin.
Miss Martin, I did have a conversation with maybe in June or July. I think she was in one of these video chats and introduced herself and mentioned that she was, or maybe that wasn't her. Martin?
And Mr. MacKenzie, just to stop you there, I'm interested in people you knew as of February 14th,
Yes.
2022.
Okay. Yeah, no.
Justin Lyle Martin.
No.
Jerry Mitchell Troy Morin.
No.
Easton Stewart Oler.
No.
Anthony George Olyanek.
No.
Joanne Lynn Person.
No.
Jenks Anthony Zaremba.
No.
Mr. Commissioner, I'm almost done. If I could have a few more minutes, please.
Okay.
Mr. MacKenzie, I'm sure you are no doubt aware that the RCMP released photos of the weapons and body armor they seized. Why don't we pull up two photos first with COM 915. And if we could just scroll out, and this is just to give you some context, Mr. MacKenzie, this is the larger photo showing the weapons and the ammunition and the vests that were seized. And then if we could pull up COM 916, and what I'm going to show you is a photo that's zooming in on the vest that if you're looking at the photos to the right.
We knew that this was coming.
What I'm going to show you at this point.
This has all been in, this is a media case.
This is a zoom in of the photo we're looking at, and that's one of the
diagonal patch. It doesn't match the actual.
Is that correct?
Diagonal.
It appears to be some kind of tactical vest. If it was ballistic, it would have to have some kind of
plate carrier
plates or Kevlar or something inserted into it. It's not clear.
Right. Fair enough. You see on there's two patches with the diagonal symbol, correct?
Yes, it does appear that is the case. However, I was made aware of this shortly after this took place. And after some scrutiny and taking a closer look at the photos, they don't appear to be, as I said, there was a man in Prince Edward Island who was making these and selling them at cost to whoever. Thousands of these went out across Canada, some to the United States, some to Australia. These ones, however, appear to be homemade or made by someone else. As of now, I don't recall anyone coming forward to say that they had produced these or where these came from.
They're not showing the straight lines.
So
Straight
I can't really
lines.
speak to as their
Remember
own.
how he made it with his finger.
You agreed with me earlier, Mr. MacKenzie, that any one of your fans or anyone who was in the Diagolon community who supported you could very easily made a patch that looks just like that. Isn't that right?
Yes.
If we could pull up, and this will be the last document, Mr. Commissioner, PB.
Important with the finger, it's shaky. The line on those patches, from what I understand, were like straight made in Photoshop. That's not how he did it.
8508
by finger, and there's like blotches, and it's not a straight line.
.0001.
That's what he's talking about there, which is kind of important, I think, maybe.
So, Mr. MacKenzie, again, this is a document. This one's from the RCMP K division, and it's a form of report about the arrest that we've been talking about in Coutts, Alberta. And if we could scroll down to where it says current situation.
Personal info.
It says in the second bullet point, a ballistic vest was seized during the search warrant at the residence in Coutts, which contained a patch reflective of the Diagolon flag. It is believed that this vest belongs to one of the accused, Christopher Lysak. Open source information has linked Lysak to redacted name. So, Mr. MacKenzie, this isn't your report. I know you didn't produce it, but you would agree with me that from the RCMP's perspective, they believe that the vest with the Diagolon symbol was Mr. Lysak's, correct?
That does appear to be what they believe, yes.
Yes, wait a moment.
Sorry, your counsel had an objection, so.
Yes.
It's unfair to this witness to ask him to speculate what is in the RCMP's mind and their perspective about intelligence.
I think maybe the question wasn't that well framed, but the quote speaks for itself. He could ask whether he agrees
this is literally the government's only
quote,
case right here,
is-
and that's why the commissioner is defending
on
this
the
objection.
RCMP letterhead. I mean, it's really not much further than that, I take it.
No, I actually withdraw the question, Mr. Commissioner. I agree that he has no, he doesn't
Even the
know
commissioner-
why the RCMP made their observation. So I agree with that. And I
Even
withdraw
the
it, and those are
commission
my
council
questions.
withdraws it.
Okay.
So even the commission council withdrew his question because he understood that it was inappropriate, but the commissioner was trying to defend the question. Ladies and gentlemen, Jeremy MacKenzie is all the government has to justify the use of the Emergencies Act. And certainly there's nothing there. Insofar as invocation of the Emergencies Act in this situation here. Even the counsel for the commission acknowledged that it was the counsel for the commission withdrew his request. The commissioner was going to sustain it and going to to refuse the objection and allow the questioning to continue and to make Mr. MacKenzie, again, a lot of this, tell me your thoughts on someone else's thoughts. I think this is the lawyer for the government of Canada now.
Diagolon as a grassroots community, do I have that right?
No, I wouldn't say it's grassroots. It's spreading from my imagination, and I create the content from which the lore, amusement, entertainment, and so on attracts people to it, in which they will then either self-identify as a fan or not.
And you've described yourself as the de facto leader of Diagolon?
No, that's not correct. I've never described myself in that manner. That's been put forward into the media again by people at the Canadian Anti-Hate Network. Again, this is a figment of my imagination in a fictional world.
I see. So
can't really lead a fictional world exactly.
The letter to the Senate that the Commission Counsel brought up earlier, you had described yourself as a de facto leader in quotes. And I take it then you're saying that was being used ironically in that context.
Yes, I was trying to identify myself as the person in question that the Senate was debating about, and the House of Commons were talking about, which alarmed me. And I was acting in the interest of protecting not only myself, but other people that identified as fans and followers of mine. And it was clear that this was an issue of national importance, and I felt obliged to say something about it rather than ignore it.
Right. And you have no formal authority over anyone who's part of the Diagolon community, is that right?
That's correct. There's no hierarchy. There is no rank system, membership, code of conduct, uniforms, and anything like this. It's a very informal, again, I would pose it as if you're a fan of the Calgary Flames or Montreal Canadiens or not or something. It's just as simple as saying you like it or you don't.
Who's the captain of the Calgary Flames?
You view yourself as somewhat of a calming presence within the Diagolon community?
No, I would view myself as the I guess central figure from which the rest of it sort of orbits.
Okay, earlier you agreed with Commission Counsel that you had put out messages urging people in Ottawa not to use violence or to act unlawfully. You agree with that?
Correct. I do use my platform to try my best to, again, put forward messages and I guess responsible messaging, yes.
And you were putting out those messages because you were concerned that some members of the Diagolon community would use violence or would act unlawfully.
My concern was that something could happen outside of my control, and I would rather have had say something on record of what I would expect people to, to behave lawfully and peacefully, so that if they follow me and listen to me and they've heard that and then chosen to act on their own and do something outside the desires of myself, then that's not really something I can control. I can't control what other people want to do, but I did want to make it clear that this was my intention, was a peaceful demonstration.
And you explained that there were other members of the Diagolon community with you in Ottawa at the time of the Freedom Convoy?
That's correct.
How many would you say?
There was a property that we were staying at outside the city limits that had been offered up by someone who was a fan. He had a vacant building, no furniture, but it's got a roof, it's got heat, so you could stay there. At times there were 3, 4, or 5 of us. Other times as many as 20.
And were there other people that you saw in Ottawa with Diagolon symbols who weren't part of that group?
I didn't personally observe any. One individual I did see that had a flag, but outside of that, I didn't see any symbolism or flags or patches or so on. I did encounter a number of people that recognized me and wanted to have a picture and talk and shake hands and so on.
Could we please call up ssm.nsc.can.6079 _rel.0001? Mr. MacKenzie, are you aware of reports that members of the Plaid Army put out a YouTube video in which they expressed the hope that the Freedom Convoy in Ottawa would be the Canadian version of the January 6th riot in Capitol Hill?
I believe I know the clip that you're referring to, which is again taken out of context of a much larger presentation broadcast of which I was not party to. Obviously, I can't speak to that person's intentions or what they meant by that, but I will reinforce that it was not my intention to see any kind of violence, political violence, or anything like that, because it again undermines the intentions and objectives of the protesters, which was to peacefully demonstrate their discontent.
Thank you. If we could actually pull up the next documents, a video, pb.can.401820 _rel.0001. And if we could start the video at the 55-second mark, please. Just while we're calling that up, you're aware that there was a deal that was struck between some of the protest organizers in Ottawa and the city of Ottawa?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. So we'd be...
Council, if you just allow a brief indulgence, we're having a bit of difficulty locating
that. Maybe I'll move on to the next topic and then I'll come back to that. In terms of the Coots incident that Mr. Mather was just discussing with you, were you aware that there were a number of individuals who traveled from Ottawa to who were at the Freedom Convoy event in Ottawa, who then traveled to Coots?
I don't know why that keeps happening. My audio device is messed up.
And in particular, to clarify, I'm referring to individuals who were charged as part of that RCMP operation.
No, sir.
When just a moment ago, when you were describing we were looking at a photo of some sort of body armor that had the Diagolon symbol on it, and you were expressing some concerns about the authenticity of the Diagolon
This is
symbol.
the government's only case.
Just to be clear, were you suggesting that the Diagolon symbol had been planted there by law enforcement?
Again, at the time and still, I am skeptical of the RCMP in particularly, but law enforcement in Canada. There is a history of things like this taking place. It's not outside the realm of possibility that something like that is very easily replicated, could be planted. I'm not suggesting that it certainly has or has not, but I would leave that open to possibility, yes.
Oof.
It's true. The RCMP has a history of doing that, of certain thing, high class. There's a lot of examples throughout the history of the organization of things that they have set up. To be frank
Correct,
and honest,
Counsel.
and of course direct to the language.
Is it going to be a while, or should this be put off to a little later?
This may take a little while, Commissioner.
Okay. So maybe if you're agreeable, you can complete your examination subject to this video, and we can slot you in a little bit in maybe 10 minutes whenever this is sorted out.
Yes, that's fine. I did have one other video clip that I wanted to play. Is it possible to pull up a different video clip?
Sure, Counsel. I can
global
assist if you have the doc ID.
Yes, okay, it's COM 50911, the video that was played earlier. And if we could just start that around the 30-second mark.
With that, thanks, from me to you in this palace that I occupy as a federal agent. When there isn't anything I want, I'll see you when I see you, and I'll upload what I can upload and do what I can do. Cheers, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good time. I hope you feel better. All you truckers out there, all you guys, hold the fuck down. Nobody's going anywhere.
Oh, I have to mute this because of copyrighted music. Hold on. Sorry about that, folks. Just realized. Sorry, my apologies, everyone, but we will lose the stream if I continue playing that at this point. So I'm just going to make sure that this doesn't... It's unfortunate we can't hear... Yeah. We don't need a copyright strike, and certainly we can maybe get one. Okay.
Mentioned that there were some videos in which you had urged people in Ottawa not to use violence, not to act unlawfully. Do you view your comments, you want to dance, let's dance, or hold, I believe it was hold the fuck down? Do you view those comments as in line with your earlier messaging?
It was my intention to convey that the protesters and the demonstrators had no intention of relinquishing their right to peacefully demonstrate. It was clear at the time that the rumblings and things I'd been hearing and seeing, that it was the intention of the federal government to use force to dispel these people. So, as I said in the video, and I've been saying for a long time, is to force a tyrant to act like one, you simply refuse to bend to their will, and they will reveal themselves to be who they are. In this case, they deployed the RCMP and various police forces and beat people with batons and shot them with tear gas canisters and trampled an Indigenous elderly woman with a horse. Another man was dragged lifelessly through a crowd, and so on. So that was the price that people were willing to pay.
Sorry, I'm looking at something else here. I'm not even watching.
For the Canadian people to show them
But it's true.
The true face of what it was they were standing against.
I got to stop looking at all this.
If I might ask for just 2 minutes later to address that issue with the video.
I think it's now available.
Oh, it is.
So, Council, I believe it's been renumbered to POE.DOJ 6014.
Okay.
It's an
understood.
8-minute long video, correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
If we could start it at the 55-second mark, please.
Is it going to have music in it?
I'm sure a lot of people have been seeing this. Randy Hillier has spoken about this already. Tomorrow, allegedly, there's some kind of deal being signed or agreed upon by, the quote unquote truckers with the city, with the government, however, where they're going to move some vehicles and relocate and this kind of stuff.
Again,
it's been expressed to me by people, connected inside the movement there to the actual truckers, that this leadership cell of political operatives like Dichter and Dagny are not playing. They're not on side, guys. I was told they haven't released a dime of the money at all. These guys are sitting out there, you know, they're paying. They got $9,000 a month to making these payments on these trucks, and they're not getting paid. You know, they're missing mortgage payments now. And this deal tomorrow is fraudulent. A lot of the names that are attached to it,
That's good,
people, you know, have.
So I mentioned a deal earlier between protest organizers and the city. Does that refresh your memory about that issue?
Yeah, apologies a bit. I was unclear as to what you were referring to. It's something. I think there was some kind of negotiation was taking place to move some trucks from one place to another. I wasn't intimately involved. I don't know exactly the details of that, but to some extent, I'm not sure exactly.
Safe to say you were urging your followers not to go along with that deal.
I was expressing concern because at that time there was a number of names that had appeared that somehow had gotten into the leadership cadre or something, as you could describe, that I was very skeptical of their intentions, and I had some skepticism and fear that this was things were moving in a malicious direction.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, there was really nothing there. Certainly nothing to justify the
Next, I think
Emergencies
it's
Act. That's all they have.
Coalition of residents and businesses.
Was it the Freedom Corps or the government? Okay, it might have been Freedom Corps. That'd have been odd.
Good afternoon, Mr. MacKenzie. I'm not sure if you can see me there. My name is Paul Champ. I'm a lawyer for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses, the people from downtown Ottawa. Just have a couple questions for you. You mentioned in your testimony about getting the screen captures of text, group texts from RCMP officers. You got that from a current RCMP member, is that right?
At the time it was delivered to me, I understood that to be the case. I can't speak to if this person is still employed or not.
Okay. And do you occasionally have interactions of people who are fans or are interested in what you say, or supporters who are current members of law enforcement?
Yes, that's correct.
And while you were in Ottawa, were you, during the convoy protest, were you in communication with some of these individuals who are current law enforcement members and are supporters of yours?
Not directly, no.
And have you ever been in contact with, or anyone communicated to you who is a current member of the Canadian Security Intelligence Service who's a supporter of you or a fan of you?
No, I've actually made numerous overtures and offers to speak to the Canadian Security Intelligence Service to try to shed some light on myself and this community that they seem so concerned about. And as of today is the first day that I've ever been asked a single question by anyone in any official capacity about it.
Right. And you mentioned that you had 3 or 4 people, or sometimes as many as 20 people staying with you in the same location in Ottawa. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
And those were up to 20 people who were supporters or fans of yours?
Yes, that's correct.
And some of these people were former members of the military or current members of the military? Veterans like yourself?
Do not think so. I'd have to go through a list and refresh my memory, but no one's jumping out at me. I don't think so. I believe they're all civilians.
Okay. Did any of them bring any firearms with them?
No, sir. I actually went out of my way to make sure that was adamantly very clear that would not be something I would endorse, and is not a good idea. And again, would be a very dangerous situation. It's illegal and it's undermining the objectives of the protesters.
For sure. Yeah, you were concerned about that, right? That some people in the protest might undermine the purpose of the protest by becoming violent. And you didn't want that to happen, correct?
That's correct.
And that's why you made that message out to people to not be violent. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Because you knew some of the people who were there could be volatile and could be violent. Is that right?
I understand that in great numbers of people and tens of thousands of people, there is always going to be outliers of folks who, may be unhinged, they may be mentally ill. There could be any number of factors that may contribute to something. And,
they may be unhinged, they may be mentally ill.
Any influence that I have to
it's just the way
try
he's so
to, push things
matter
in
of
a
fact
positive
about
direction,
things.
rather than, say
it.
nothing.
But it's
or
hard.
worse, contribute
Sometimes
to,
when I'm listening and I'm
And
mentally unhinged.
when you were in Ottawa, did you have contact with Mr. Randy Hillier?
I met with Mr. Hillier once, maybe twice. He didn't have much of a voice. He was feeling under the weather, but yeah, I met him once or twice.
While you were in Ottawa?
Correct.
And when you got the information about the RCMP text, did you pass that on to anyone in the convoy leadership?
No, sir. I looked at it. I sat with it for about 10 minutes, and I just decided to publish it on my Telegram page for everyone to look at. And from there, it went to Counter Signal, Key and Bexley, Rebel News took it, various other independent journalists and so on took note of it. Notably, the legacy media, CBC, and so on did not comment or provide any coverage or insight of that. But I simply just put it out there, and it went off on its own into the wild.
And you met with Mr. Hillier. Did you meet with any other
refrain from
elected
the derogatory
political
comments
officials while you were in Ottawa during the convoy protests?
I know it's difficult.
No, sir.
Please,
either federally or
abstain from
provincially.
Not to my knowledge, no.
And you'd indicated in your testimony that you met Miss Tamara Lich this summer.
I spoke to her on the phone. I did see Tamara Lich briefly. She walked by me somewhere in a hotel.
Take my lawsuit for me.
But I hadn't any formal interaction, conversation, or anything with her until I spoke to her on the phone sometime in
It's not
St.
what it
August.
is. It's not the way. That's
And
not
the
the way I
two
meant
of
it.
you,
It's just-
you were discussing
Careful.
what was the topic you were discussing? The upcoming inquiry or other issues?
No, she had actually called to express concern and so on for my legal situation.
For your legal situation.
Yes, outside of this.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. MacKenzie.
Okay, thank you. Next, the Ottawa Police Service.
Well, Machowski. Nope. David Machowski, I think.
Good afternoon, Mr. MacKenzie. My name is Jessica Barrow, and I'm counsel for the Ottawa Police Service. Can you see and hear me all right?
Yes, I can. Hello.
Excellent. I'm going to start with something that you testified to earlier, and you indicated that in the lead up to the events in Ottawa, you were of the view that this was not going to be what you referred to as an in and out event. But just to be clear, you were not one of the organizers of this event, correct?
That's correct. I believe I may have been misconstrued as such or perceived to be a bigger personality in this simply because of my social media presence and a video that I had released basically reacting to the convergence of the trucks moving towards Ottawa. I was, kind of excited by it and interested in what was going to happen. That video achieved a fair amount of traction and plays. So I think maybe people associated me with that for that reason. However, I had no time to have any contact with any organizers. I didn't ask for any money, take any money, give any money. I had no hand in logistics, planning, anything like that. I was simply there of my own volition to observe and, just be there for the experience.
So you really had no knowledge as to the specific intentions of the organizers, except for whatever perhaps you were seeing online. Is that fair?
As far as the intentions were concerned, I was basically just collating the information that I could find in social media, what people were saying. I was aware of who some of the people were. for that reason, and they were echoing the same, similar kind of sentiments. They were there to protest and show their discontent and exercise their rights to do so and so on. I didn't see anything disagreeable with that. I didn't see any intentions of violence or so on.
Right, but with respect to your comment in terms of this not being an in and out event, are you aware that the organizers or some of them testified earlier this week that this event became much more significant than they had really anticipated?
No, I was not. I haven't been able to view much of or hear much of what's transpired earlier. It was apparent to me just simply because of the Canada's a very large country, and the effort required just to simply go to Ottawa from Alberta and British Columbia, in Halifax and so on, indicated to me, and the numbers at which people were going indicated to me that this was not going to be a quick trip to the city, as it were.
Are you aware that
quick trip to the
similarly
city,
that
as
some of
it
the
were.
organizers testified that they had not anticipated staying as long as they ultimately did?
No, I'm not.
Okay. I'm going to move on to the issue of social media. Obviously, we heard some testimony from you today about your particular use of social media. Would you agree with me that social media is a tool that some people use to influence the actions of others?
Yes, of course.
In fact, it's actually a career now, being a social media influencer.
Yes, some people make a living that way.
And it's a tool that's used to encourage people to buy things or used for social advocacy?
Yes, I think it's empowered a lot of people to express their voice in the world and establish themselves as such. If they want to act similarly to the way that corporate broadcasting and larger companies and stuff do to push whatever products, ideas, and things that they want to, they can now compete with them in that same kind of space, I suppose.
So then I take it you would agree with me that social media has the power, both unintentionally and intentionally, to influence the actions of others.
I would say that anything that anyone is paying
Sorry,
a large amount of attention to.
if you just hold on a moment, your counsel is standing up here.
I'm not sure social media can have an intent. I'm not sure the question is precise. I'm not sure how relevant it is in the circumstances. Perhaps social media users could have that kind of power, but my client, I don't think it's fair for him to testify about the power that social media has in terms of intent and lack of intent.
I was speaking specifically to social media influencers, but I'm happy to be more clear if that's required.
I think we have to be more clear. Social media is something we should be looking into, but
Sure.
you could try and rephrase the question.
Happy to. So to be clear, Mr. MacKenzie, I'm speaking obviously specifically to the users that are using social media. And in terms of influencing others, my question was, would you agree with me that those using social media can both intentionally and unintentionally influence others?
Yes, of course. I would imagine that any form of media, whether it's social media, television, movies, music, and if they're inundated, especially in sort of a way that becomes a large focus of their day-to-day lives, then it would have an impact on the way that they view things, of course.
And you indicated earlier that depending on the platform and depending on the specific post, that anywhere between tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of people have followed you.
It's unclear. There's no real way to measure, but tens of thousands would probably be a fair assessment, yes.
I think you may have indicated that one of your YouTube videos may have garnered up to 500,000 views. Do I have that incorrect?
No, several of them have in the past, yes.
Okay. So I'm not going to take you to this specific document, but for the record, it's OPP 835, and it's a document published by the Canadian Anti-Hate Network, which I take from your earlier testimony you disagree with, but it describes Diagolon, also referred to as Plaid Army, as a conspiracy-based network that is increasingly evolving into a militia comprising neo-fascists.
What does this have to do-
anticipate a violent revolution, which they will seize power.
But how does that have
I
to
take
do?
it you
the
disagree with
police-
that assessment of the organization.
Why is the police
that
using
fair?
that assessment from anti-hate?
Yes, I disagree, and I don't agree that this is my imagination is an organization of any kind. I'm not clear on what neo-fascist accelerationist means. And in my opinion, the Canadian Anti-Hate Network is not a credible news or information research source.
Fair enough, but I take it you would agree with me that at least some people might interpret your messaging in that way, because obviously the Canadian Anti-Hate Network does.
Again, sure, I can't control how people interpret or don't interpret, any number of things. I can only control the things that I say and conduct myself the best I can. And if it's interpreted the wrong way, then I'm happy to clarify. But I
Michelle,
can't, again,
you behave in the chat now, okay? Don't be
expected to control the interpretations of other people.
Fair enough. I'll just ask one more question because I believe I'm getting the
Michelle.
signal that I'm out of time. But as a follow-up to that, there were a few veiled references to violence that we saw earlier council take you to, and you indicated in response to those that it certainly wasn't your intention to promote violence and that your followers would know that. Is that a fair assessment of your answer?
Yes, I think so.
But it's true that you have not obviously spoken to all of your followers, right?
Well, I don't exactly take attendance, so there's no way to know who is listening to me at any number of times. All I can do is use my platforms accordingly. And
He's
if it's
good.
listened to or
This is
not by
honest.
individual people is not within my control.
And
Yeah,
so
the
you obviously
fact that the police are
couldn't
using
know how
anti-hate
they're
as any kind of
interpreting your
source
message.
is very sad, and certainly not criminally, has no bearing on criminal,
no.
should have no bearing on
Okay,
any
thank
criminal
you. Those are my
or
questions.
investigatory proceedings. That's a police, that's a police
Next
counselor.
is, Ontario Provincial Police.
So that's the counsel for the Ottawa Police Service.
Commissioner, I have no questions. Thank you.
OPP has no
Okay,
questions for
next is
Jeremy MacKenzie.
Counsel for
Canada?
former Chief Slowly.
Slowly.
Commissioner,
okay.
also no questions for the witness.
Slowly.
Thank you.
Okay, next is the Government of Alberta.
They might have questions. No, it's the anti-hate.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have no questions either.
So they were using anti-hate
Okay,
network
the,
as a
Democracy Fund, JCCF.
as an open source of information on Diagolon and Jeremy
for
MacKenzie.
Citizens for
which-
Freedom. Our group would like to cede our time to counsel for the witness.
Oh, this seems to be a popular person, Mr. Foda. I guess it's your turn. They seem to have collected a lot of support.
See the time
I won't need all the time, Mr. Commissioner, but I'm happy to commence now.
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Counsel for the witness. Counsel for Jeremy MacKenzie. Oh, he's got a bottle of water. Gatorade.
Good afternoon, Mr. MacKenzie. Can you see me?
Yes, sir.
This is the first time you've seen me actually on video.
That is correct.
I want to start off with just covering some of the questions that you were asked by the last council for the Ottawa Police Service.
Okay.
The Canada Anti-Hate Network. You were asked about sort of the information that they've put out there about you. Are you aware if the Canada Anti-Hate Network has itself spread any misinformation during the convoy?
Yes, as a matter of fact, the president or the chief, as I understand it, Mr. Farber, was on national television advising the nation of Canada that anti-Semitic flyers were being distributed throughout downtown Ottawa as a result of the nature of the people involved, when in fact that was a screen grab from an event in Miami, Florida that had taken place weeks earlier.
And do you know if the Canada Anti-Hate Network's views about you have been relied upon by law enforcement or other senior officials in the federal government?
Yes, I have, through, again, legal disclosure, documents referenced by law enforcement, open source intelligence, and so on. There are a number of pages and articles and things written by the Canadian Anti-Hate Network used as justification for their assessment of me.
And have you ever had any communication with anyone from the Canada Anti-Hate Network?
I have, actually. One of their journalists, Mr. Smith, I believe, reached out to me in just as late as February of this year. Previous to that, no one had ever approached me for a comment or explanation. They were content to just publish things. Sometimes
I guess you
with
can't
no
say the word
bylaws
Jeremy
whatsoever,
MacKenzie.
written by ostensibly no one. I attempted to explain and kind of level, man to man with Mr. Smith about, who I am and so on. That didn't really go anywhere. I'd also been in contact informally, casually with Mr. Kurt Phillips over Twitter over the past several months before I was banned.
And did your conversations have anything to do about the convoy or your alleged extremist activities?
No, they were pretty casual in nature, just about kind of surface level things about other personalities and stuff. Other maybe casual bits, sometimes different beers that we enjoyed, things like this.
You were asked questions about social media and social media influencers and their ability to either unintentionally or intentionally influence others. What are your views on legacy media being able to do that?
Well, again, yeah, with seeing the size of the platform that it has and the amount of funding that's being dumped into it from the Canadian taxpayer, it's one of the bigger microphones that exists, and it's my opinion that it has an extreme amount of bias and has been almost weaponized in that way to push state and government messaging to influence and perhaps correct the way that people are thinking as it benefits the people that pay their bills.
I'd like to pull up POE.JMK701. It's an article from the Globe and Mail. Can you see this article on your screen, Mr. MacKenzie?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with it?
No, I've never seen this before.
Okay, if we could scroll down a little bit and stop right there for a moment. Could you please read that, Mr. MacKenzie, and tell us when you're done?
Yes, sir. You want me to read it aloud or just quiet silent?
No, just to yourself. I'm
Read
going to
it-
just
read
cover
it-
some
read
of the
it out
content in
loud.
that.
Okay. Yep, I've got it. Thanks.
Okay, if we could go down a little bit further.
Okay.
And a little bit further.
Okay.
And then just a little bit further.
Great.
So this was an article that was published around February 16th after the Emergencies Act was invoked by the government.
Okay.
And there are comments made by Public Safety Minister about that were later clarified by his spokesperson. Mr. Mendocino didn't name any organization during the news conference, but his spokesperson, Alexander Cohen, later said that the minister's remarks were in reference to Diagolon.
I see.
If we could go up just a little bit further to the comments that were actually made by Mr. Mendocino, further up, please.
Yeah, there's all this trying to blame this big boogeyman Diagolon, which there's
right
really
there.
nothing
So,
there. We've heard from
quote,
the witnesses today.
It could
there's
have been
nothing-
deadly
the-
for citizens,
the parties,
protesters,
nothing.
and officers. We need to be clear-eyed about the
No
seriousness of these
justification.
incidents, and indeed, several of the individuals at Coots have strong ties to a far-right extreme organizations with leaders who are in Ottawa. How many members, how many of the individuals at Coots did you have any ties to?
Just the Mr. Lysak, who I met twice.
And would you consider that to be strong ties?
No.
Would you consider this to be an example of misinformation or no?
Yes, I would.
I'd like to pull up some of the clips, sir, that council have referenced, but that we've not actually gone over with you. If I could first ask that JMK 000, I think there's 7 zeros and 4.
7 zeros.
This is a clip I understand from your social media dated January 23rd of this year, sir.
So as long as everybody just keeps their head, don't do anything stupid, say anything stupid, anything, nothing illegal, don't even speed. Don't give them anything.
Where was that video taken, sir?
That video was filmed outside downtown waterfront in Picton, Nova Scotia, where I live.
And what was your intent in putting out that video?
That was the day or 2 days prior to me heading down to Ottawa. I know a lot of people were on their way. They were excited to go and so on. It was my intent to try and set a tone of extreme levels of situational awareness and attentiveness to the fact that there would be a lot of scrutiny on everyone. And so it was imperative that people conduct themselves in a responsible and lawful manner.
If we could play another clip, please, 702, JMK 702. This is a clip I understand, Mr.
Behavior. And if you...
Sorry, if we could just go back to the beginning. Mr. MacKenzie, I understand this was taken on January 28th. If you could please just watch it.
Please be on your best behavior. And if you see anything odd or strange or makes you nervous or uncomfortable, leave immediately. And keep your phone, your camera is probably your best defense. If you see anything strange, film it.
Where was this video taken, sir?
That video appears to be taken in the residence I mentioned earlier that we stayed at a large amount of the time outside the city of Ottawa.
And what was the message that you were trying to convey?
I was just trying to keep people safe. And again, if they know, I obviously wouldn't want them to intervene into something that seemed, unsafe or dangerous. But if they could, I believe that as dangerous as they can be, the smartphones that people have can be their best defense. They can film, what's happening around them and protect themselves in that way. And if they were to encounter or see anything disturbing or frightening or alarming, then they should leave and get away from that, and then potentially even report it to authorities if necessary.
Speaking about reporting things to authorities, have you ever reported extremist behavior to authorities?
Yes.
Can you please tell us about that?
One example, let's see, would have been fall, I think, of 2021. There was a group online identifying themselves as Lynx something. It was armed men in the woods with masks. One of them specifically said this is a call to arms, which, as I understand, is an illegal thing to do. It was very clear that they intended to, we're promoting the idea of arming people, arming citizens. I think it was an acronym for Liberate Your Neighborhood or something like that. And to engage the forces of the state in violent confrontation. They were commenting on my videos and inferring that they were trying to connect with me and so on. I found this very alarming, and again, putting potentially myself at risk, but other people that follow me and it could be exposed to this and ensnared in whatever was going on there. So once I became aware of the video, I immediately called the mounted police about it.
And did you receive a response?
I did. They called me back. They asked me, what I knew about it. If anything, I said, all I know is what I've seen on the internet. I'm simply bringing it to your attention because if I were you, this is something that would concern me. And that was pretty much the end of that interaction. I'm not sure whatever took place after that, but.
You didn't have follow-up after that?
I don't think so. I think there was one constable from Saskatchewan that may have called me to say they may have more questions in the future, but that was the end of that interaction.
were you willing to have a continuous relationship with law enforcement to assist them in identifying legitimate threats to public safety?
Of course, if there was anything for me to give them or assist them in any way, I would have, yes.
I'd like to play another clip, JMK 701. And my understanding is that this is a clip from February 5th.
Support each other. Tell the truth. Be good. Don't do anything stupid, and don't give in to their attempts to goad you into anything they can use against you. Because this is literally all they have at this point. This couple of sentences out of context on the internet, and an old man at a gas station. It's ridiculous, you know. Meanwhile, the high horse they stand on. Oh, we're so much better people. We're so much better people. We're morally superior, said the man in blackface.
Where were you when this video was taken, sir?
I believe I was traveling back to Ottawa from the Maritimes.
Okay. Can you please tell the commissioner sort of what your itinerary was during the convoy protests?
From beginning to end, or?
Yeah, my understanding is that you were not in Ottawa the entire time. Can you sort of just go over in general terms your itinerary?
So I left the Maritimes, again, a couple of days. I arrived 1 or 2 days before the trucks showed up. I picked up a couple of friends and associates. They wanted to go. It was kind of a carpool idea, so I would take them. We went down, met up with some people, stayed at the location I mentioned. And then after roughly 5 days or so, these gentlemen had to go home. I drove them home. I only intended to stay for that length of time. And then when I got home, I decided it was unclear how long this was going to go on. So I decided to go back a few days later. That's around that time when I made that video. And then I stayed in Ottawa, the Ottawa area, for the duration until probably 3 to 4 days after the invocation of the Emergencies Act, and everyone was cleared out of downtown. Then my partner and I left and we headed back to the Maritimes.
When you were in Ottawa, did you engage in any illegal activity?
No.
Did you bring a vehicle?
Yes, I drove my personal vehicle. It's a pickup truck.
Where did you park?
Either on the farm where we were staying, or hotel parking lots that I would stay at, or if it was in the interest of going downtown to see the protest, I would park in parking lots and that were available as close as possible, and then walk the remaining couple of blocks.
Did you pay for parking?
Yes.
Did you assault anyone while you were in Ottawa?
No.
Threaten anyone while you were there?
No.
Did you engage in violent behavior?
No, sir.
Were you armed?
No.
Were you charged with any offenses in relation to your participation in the convoy in Ottawa?
No, sir.
Do you believe, or do you know whether or not your public political commentary has drawn the ire of officials?
That is my belief, yes.
Sir, you were asked questions about whether you had any, whether Diagolon had any structure. I think you were asked if you had any formal authority over anyone in the Diagolon community. And I believe you indicated that there was no hierarchy or no formal structure.
Correct.
To be fair, you have a vice president.
Oh, here we go.
Yes.
Here we go.
Can you tell the commissioner who your vice president is?
The vice president is of Diagolon, which is an organization. He is my sidekick that has evolved over the years. He's a demonic goat figurine named Philip with a very, very serious narcotics problem and time traveling ability.
Time traveling.
Do you think any reasonable person who consumes your content either regularly or semi-regularly would actually consider Diagolon to be an organization?
I would think not, no.
How do you explain what is included in intelligence reports and what is expressed in national media and expressed by ministers of the highest level in our country?
It's my opinion that the foundational work by the Canadian Anti-Hate Network as pertains to targeting me as a previously government funded, and has enjoyed a fair amount of government funding to target and smear people that they consider perhaps politically inconvenient, or people that just will want to shut up. They regularly engage in defamatory statements, libelous action, things like this. Out of context statements, they'll take a clip here, a sentence there, and stitch it together and make it appear as something that it is not. From there, some media outlets, legacy media outlets, lazily, unfortunately, it appears, took it at face value, copy, paste, print the story, then which is consumed by police officers, which, again, unfortunately, rather than doing any digging themselves or investigating or asking me a single question, take these things at face value and compile these reports, and up the network it goes until it lands on the desk of the public safety minister, or perhaps even the prime minister's office, where they're faced with these scenarios that have no basis in reality. I consider this entire situation entirely avoidable. This none of this needed to happen, and it's absurd, and I consider it the single most embarrassing and grotesque intelligence failure in national history.
Mr. Mather, when he first started asking you questions, clarified that you're obviously testifying from in custody?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And my understanding is you have no criminal record?
That's correct.
How do you intend on pleading to all of the charges that you face?
Not guilty.
Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Any re-examination?
No, Mr. Commissioner, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for your testimony, Mr. MacKenzie, and good luck with your trials.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, next.
Notice he did not say you are free to go as a legal authority.
We're going to take the afternoon break, and then we'll come back
no.
with our final witness of the day and of the week.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission en avec
That
pour
was
15 minutes.
that was funny. That was funny. Okay, so next up we're gonna have Danny Bulford. I need a break. I'll see you guys soon. We'll be back shortly. Okay, I'm sorry, I can't keep the cadence going, guys. I'm on like 5 hours of sleep. I'll see you soon. We'll talk soon. You take care of your. That was funny. We got some real good things today, but I'm just too tired to make a clip. I still got to go edit yesterday's video. All right, I'll see you soon.
So
you're going to hear evidence eventually from some of the protesters when they eventually testify that some of the ones that were arrested upon their release, they were essentially kidnapped by OPS officers, driven out of town in the middle of February winter by OPS officers, and left in various rural areas and parking lots outside of town with no shelter or resources. Are you aware of that?
No, because I don't know the specifics of what they're speaking about. We did have remote arrest processing sites, not in rural Ottawa, in the south end of Ottawa, in a residential mixed commercial area where they were protest and then released to be able to find transportation to wherever they needed to go.
Right. So one of the areas, there was several, as I understand. One of them was a municipal parking lot where the trucks were being towed to.
That's correct. That's
Right.
in the south end.
Right. And that parking lot doesn't have a building you drop them off at. It doesn't have a phone. It doesn't have any of that, does it?
So I don't know what the logistics at the building were. Released to be able to find transportation to wherever they needed to go.
One of them was a municipal parking lot where the trucks were being towed to.
That's correct. That's
Right.
in the south end.
Right. And that parking lot doesn't have a building you drop them off at. It doesn't have a phone. It doesn't have any of that, does it?
So I don't know what the logistics at the building were.
Bullshit.
I would imagine it would have needed to have a phone because you have to be able to call your lawyer. So
Well, I can tell you it didn't. So, and these people driven out there, they were already told they weren't charged and they weren't being charged. They were being released, but they were driven and forced outside of Ottawa or in the outer skirts and dropped off in the snow. Now, are you aware this happened? Yes or no?
No, I'm not aware. And it wasn't outside of Ottawa. It was still within the geographical boundaries of the city of Ottawa.
Now, are you aware this happened? Yes or no?
No, I'm not aware. And it wasn't outside of Ottawa. It was still within the geographical boundaries of the city of Ottawa.
Order à l'autre. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Thank you, Commissioner. Jeffrey Leon, co-lead counsel for the commission. The next witness is Daniel Bulford.
Go ahead.
Mr. Bulford, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
On the Bible, please.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Daniel Joseph Bulford, B-U-L-F-O-R-D.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do so swear.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bulford. Clerk, could you please put up HRF 401553? You recognize this as a statement that you prepared for the commission?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, we will put that in evidence. And if you ever need to refer to the statement while I'm asking you questions, you'll let me know, okay?
Yes, sir.
You can take that down now. I understand that you were born in Saskatchewan and resided in northern Alberta for several years.
Yes, that's correct. And is it necessary that council speaks to the protection?
He's already given that
okay, thank you.
protection, but he may want to do it again.
Sir, that's protection has already been marked as an exhibit. You're listed in the written invocation.
Thank you.
Just simply for the record, I'll refer to the statement that's in the record and the fact that you are under subpoena from the commission. And as a result, it will be deemed that you've objected to each answer to seek the protection of the relevant evidence acts. Okay?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you for that reminder. Now, I understand that you spent 15 years in the RCMP?
That's correct.
And tell us briefly your career in the RCMP.
I joined the RCMP in August of 2006. I graduated from the Depot Training Academy, January 2007. I was posted to Whitehorse, Yukon as a general duty constable for roughly 4 years. In December 2010, I transferred to Mayo, Yukon, a smaller, more remote community 4 hours north of Whitehorse. I was posted there for roughly 2.5 years. And then I transferred to Ottawa, where for the remainder of my career, I was a full-time sniper observer on the National Division Emergency Response Team.
You resigned from the RCMP in December 2021?
That's correct.
And why did you do that?
I spoke out publicly against the federal government vaccination mandate for COVID-19 vaccines. And after speaking out publicly, my security clearance was revoked. And I knew that I would be subject to disciplinary action. And after I reviewed what my options were in regards to that, I discovered that if I was terminated for misconduct, which I suspected would be the case, I could potentially lose roughly half of my pension transfer value. So I made the decision to resign out of fear that I would not be able to set my family up adequately financially in the future.
Thank you. And Beyond that, have the COVID-19 public health measures affected you or your family?
Yes, sir, very much.
Can you say briefly why?
Well, the obvious beginning is that I felt it necessary to leave my 15-year career, which I was provided 15 dedicated years of service to the mounted police. I was not a complainer. I worked hard. I was passionate about my craft. I think I had a reputation of being a hardworking professional. Then beyond that, my wife and I were no longer permitted access to public spaces that we as tax-paying Canadians were helping fund. And that prevented us from being involved in our children's activities, such as minor hockey, which we were both heavily involved in for a number of years, roughly 6 years. We couldn't travel to see our family in northern Alberta, which, living in the second largest landmass country in the world was problematic. So it's roughly 40 hours of drive time. And we lost neighbors and friends who were perfectly fine to have relationships with us until the vaccine passport deadline kicked in. And then we were no longer worthy to speak to. And beyond that, there was a very heightened state of anxiety about how much further the situation in Canada would degenerate. And what I mean by that is that the dehumanization effort had begun. And that was I believe that was in August of 2021, when the Prime Minister had initially announced the impending federal vaccination mandate, and then he was campaigning into September for his snap election. And he was making comments regarding.
Okay, sir, we only have an hour, so
Okay.
Can we, I think the commissioner understands what you're saying.
The ultimate problem was that the Canadian population was led to believe that people like myself and my family were a threat to other people and their children, which was not true, by his own admission in July of 2021 on camera.
And you're a member of an organization, Mounties for Freedom, that opposes public health measures and specifically COVID-19 vaccine?
That's correct.
And also Police Stand on Guard for Thee, which are police officers, active and retired, who stated mission includes to repair and regain public trust being damaged or lost due to the enforcement measures of due to the enforcement emergency measures, correct?
That's correct.
And then you're also on the advisory board of Taking Back Our Freedoms.
That's correct.
And we've heard Taking Back Our Freedoms about that organization in previous evidence. I take it was founded to push back against COVID-19 vaccine mandates?
I would say that's accurate, but in general, the COVID measures that were resulting in a segregation of our society. So not just the mandate, but the passport as well.
And its mission has expanded to focus on rejuvenating Canada's democracy and institutions, correct?
That's correct.
Now, when did you first learn of the Freedom Convoy?
at least 1 week prior to its arrival in Ottawa. Probably before that, saw circulating videos on social media about its growing size and travel across Canada.
And did somebody contact you to become involved with the convoy when it arrived in Ottawa?
So initially, I was supposed to work in a volunteer security capacity for a number of the doctors that were speaking out against the COVID-19 health measures and vaccinations because they had received a number of threats. So myself and a number of other individuals with similar training in close protection were going to be providing a volunteer security service to them.
And who asked you to do that?
That was through Taking Back Our Freedoms.
And was there somebody specific that asked you?
George Bears.
Thank you. And I take it that before the convoy arrived, you were asked to take on an expanded role. Is that right?
Yes. So I believe it was the night of January 25th. I was called by a personal friend asking for help with volunteer security for Adopt a Trucker. So I met with the Adopt a Trucker volunteers the following morning with Mr. Chris Guerra was there. That was the first time I'd ever encountered him. And based on what I saw from this small group of volunteers that had very little time to prepare for this major event that was about to land in Ottawa, I felt that I could be better put to use in assisting them, and I could pass off the doctor security role to others.
And you became in charge of VIP security?
No, that was the role that I passed off to others.
Did you have a title in this new position?
The title would be volunteer security coordinator, and then I ended up becoming a police liaison as well.
And when did you start? Do you recall the date?
That day, January 26th.
Okay. And were you told how many vehicles were going to arrive in the convoy?
No, I was not. You're getting varied numbers from circulating social media, anywhere between 10,000
I have to quickly restart the
upwards of
stream.
50,000
I'll be right back.
vehicles. I had no idea of an accurate
I'll
number.
be right back. I have to restart the stream.